Start. Okay, it's amazing to be here back in yeshiva. I was here a little while ago. I see a bunch of my friends are from yeshiva here, which is really awesome. Hi, Rika. That's my nephew, if you want to. For the past few weeks, I've been getting incredibly vivid flashbacks back to September 27th, 2016. I was Hoshana Rabbah here at Yeshivat Hakotel. I was kind of going with the flow of yeshiva. I was really excited to be here for 2 years, to grow in my limud Torah and my hashkafa and understanding who I was as an Eved Hashem. I learned in the middle area of the base medrash over there, and yeshiva was great. I was going to my sidarim on time. I was taking advantage, morning seder, afternoon seder, night seder. But with the end of night seder came the end of my night. I would go back to my room in the 440s. I don't know if anyone's in the 440s. It's a great place over there. Ari was my apartment mate. But yeah, I was in the 440s. And I would go decompress from a long day, but thank God I would feel accomplished. And I would go to sleep and I would continue day in and day out, and yeshiva was amazing. But then came Tuesday morning, September 27th, 2016, and Rav Targin came around to all the guys, and he was saying that there was going to be a special Siyam Hashas, first one that I would have ever been to. He was going to say it was going to be up in the EL and everyone should go. He said, although everything in Yeshivat Hakotel, nothing is mandatory, everything is highly recommended, and we should all go up during afternoon seder for the Siyam. And whatever, I didn't really want to go so much, to be honest, at the beginning. It was by this guy named Efroni, this chayal named Efroni, who I never heard of. This guy was never in yeshiva. All of you guys are laughing. Now he's unbelievable, but back then I didn't even know who he was. He was this guy named Efroni, this chayal who was coming in. I never even met before. And I was finally getting into the routine of afternoon seder, and I kind of just wanted to be there. I was getting the knack of my afternoon seder, and everything was amazing. But Rav Targin kept coming, and he kept pushing and saying, highly recommended to go, and the mass list coming up to you, everyone should go. So I decided, okay, fine, I'll go. So I went upstairs. I remember sitting in the back of the EL. It was a packed room. There was no space, kind of like today down here. And after a few minutes, in came now Rav Efroni. Thank you, Yitzi. Now in came Rav Efroni, wearing his army uniform, and he stood in the front of the room. And he was giving Yesiyam Hashas, and he was telling us that for the past few years, he was a chayal in the army. He was training other people. He was already a commander at that point, and he was telling us over how throughout his time in the army, that's when he made the Yesiyam Hashas. He was learning, he made it his priority, and something that he said really struck me. He said that if him, in the army, while he was so busy serving and being a commander and teaching other people, and all of this time, he had no time to himself, but if he was able to set a time and make Torah his priority, to finish us, and then he looked at each and every one of us, and he said, you guys who are sitting here in yeshiva, what's your excuse? And he was right. What was my excuse? Kal v'chomer me, who's sitting in yeshiva, I have no responsibilities. I'm not in the army. I'm sitting here, sitting in the world of Torah, morning seder, afternoon seder, night seder, post-night seder. Everything I had was given to me on a silver platter. What was my excuse? So after the Siyam ended, Rav Targin got up, and he said that he always tells guys when they go to a Siyam that they shouldn't look at the person who's making the Siyam and say, wow, so amazing that he made a Siyam. They should say, wow, so amazing that he made a Siyam. How could I use this as motivation to myself to increase my learning? And after the Siyam, I went to my thinking spot up in the Ezras Nashim. For those of you who don't do this, I would highly recommend doing it. It's really amazing. Just finding a spot in the corner over there in the Ezras Nashim, looking over Harabayit. I called it my thinking spot. I frequented it pretty often. And I started thinking, and that's when I kind of realized what prioritizing Torah truly means. I realized from the dedication that Rav Efroni had to Torah in the army, that Torah doesn't revolve around your day. Your day revolves around Torah. Everything else comes secondary. It's easy to realize this when you're learning in yeshiva, when you're literally sitting in the world of your Torah. It's unbelievable, but once you step out of the walls of yeshiva, then the responsibilities start piling in on you. The words of the Mishnah, Vasei Toras HaKeva, must be ringing in your head at all times. There are going to be so many things that are going to be going on in your day that are going to swallow you up, and you're never going to have time to get around to your Torah. But if you say, I need to learn X, and everything else will depend on me doing that, then you'll get it done. It's not just that Torah's in your schedule, it's that your schedule is revolving around your Torah. And although it may be easier in yeshiva, what better place to start? So starting on Wednesday morning, September 27th, 2016, I started taking my Torah learning a little bit more seriously. I changed my perspective of having Torah as something that I did and something that I enjoyed to something that I lived and something that I needed. I started learning more during my breaks, learning more post-night seder, getting to davening a little bit early, and most relevant for this Yom, I opened up a Gemara Brachos, and I started my journey through Shas. If Efroni could do it in the army, I could do it in yeshiva. And just a bit under 7 years later, here I am. So last year in Shir, we learned Hilchos Nida, so I went a little bit out of order, so I apologize for not learning with Nida, but I think it's pretty fitting that I finished Shas learning Masechet Tamid. I actually don't have the Gemara with me. Could you get on? Sorry, thank you, Kiva. There's a discussion quoted, a pretty well-known discussion quoted, in the introduction to the Ein Yaakov, which took place centuries earlier with the Tanaim, and this conversation is something that's brought down pretty often in a bunch of Musar Shmuzin. But the discussion was about which pasuk in the Torah is the most important pasuk. And there was a machlokes. Rabbi Akiva gets up and right on brand says, V'ahavta l'recha kamocha. In fact, we know he says, Zekla Gadav Torah. It makes sense that Rabbi Akiva would say that that's the right pasuk. Others suggested Shema Yisrael when we're accepting Ol Machlat Shamayim. Others said that it was about building the Mishkan when Hashem was being Shochen V'Sochenu. And all of these psukim make sense to be there. But Shimon ben Pazi gets up and gives a pretty peculiar pasuk. He says it's the pasuk of Esakeves ha'achad taseh b'boker v'esakeves ha'sheni taseh bin ha'arbayim. The pasuk about the Karban Tamid. So the question is why? What's so special about the pasuk of the Karban Tamid that it would be the most important pasuk in all of the Torah? So the answer is given by the Maharal that the Karban Tamid is representative of the idea of consistency. That every single morning and every single night the Kohen would get up and bring the Karban Tamid no matter what. Feelings of inspiration come and go. Rav Targin will give an unbelievable tish on the night of Yom Kippur about the idea of being tahor and what tahara truly means. Some of you might even still be on a high from it, but eventually it'll fade. Some of you will be going to Poland in a few weeks, in a few days, and you're going to be feeling inspired about what it means to be a Jew and how you can grow in your Torah and everything and what it means to be fighting for your Yiddishkeit, but eventually that will fade too. Or someone will come up and be giving a siyam and you'll be on a geschmack from it, but eventually that's going to fade as well. And all that remains is going to be the seemingly ordinary days, the ordinary routine days that are just going to be following. And this is why Shimon ben Pazi holds that the most important pasuk in the Torah is Esakeves ha'achad taseh b'boker v'esakeves ha'sheni taseh bin ha'arbayim, the pasuk of the Karban Tamid. It's not about those moments of inspiration. It's about how you solidify those feelings within those moments of inspiration and bring them in and solidify them into your day-to-day life. For those of you who haven't realized, Shas is really big. 2,711 double-sided pages. And if you learn one a day, it'll take you 7.5 years to finish. How could that possibly feel like it's in reach? The feelings that you'll have after the Siyam are going to be amazing. But it's how you feel in 5 weeks from now, in 5 months from now, in 5 years from now, that are going to be what helps bring you through. And the way to be consistent is to be koveya. When Torah is your priority, when your schedule revolves around your Torah, and not the other way around, those feelings are destined to last. Most people here tonight, I'm assuming almost everyone, is here for the 3rd annual in-person Vayichan all-night learning Hoshanah Rabbah program. It's Gishmak. You're going to be hearing from some of the most amazing Rebbeim in the country. It's really going to be amazing. But what's so special about Leil Hoshanah Rabbah that Rav Targum decided to have the program tonight? Because it's been Azmanim and you need to learn, maybe. But there's something special about Hoshanah Rabbah, specifically the night of Hoshanah Rabbah, that made tonight a night for all-night learning. The idea is brought back all the way. It's quoted in the Magen Avram. The Shla Kadosh even compares it to the night of Shavuos, that we should be staying all night learning. The question is why? So Rav Yerucham Olshin, the Rosh Yeshiva of BMG in Lakewood, brings down an unbelievable idea in his Sefer Yareach LaMoadim. I know that you guys were learning Masechet Rosh Hashanah in Yeshiva, right? In El Ozman. So you're all familiar with the Mishnah that says, Ba'arba prakim ha'olam nidon. Right? The world is judged 4 times throughout the year. First time on Pesach, judged for anyone? Well, right, the grain, perfect. Second time on Shavuos for the fruits, amazing. On Rosh Hashanah, the people, right? The people on Rosh Hashanah, and on Sukkot, Hoshanah Rabbah, it's the Mayim, right? Okay, good. So yeah, the water is judged tonight. How much rain are we going to have? Are we going to have flooding? Are we going to have good agriculture with our rain? Is everything going to work well when it comes to the rain and all the water? Rav Yerucham Olshin quotes the Sfas Emes beautifully, and he elaborates incredibly deeply on this idea in his Sefer. But Bekitzer, he says that yes, it's true that the physical water is judged on this day, but Leil Hoshanah Rabbah is not only a day that our physical mayim is judged, but our spiritual mayim is judged as well tonight. In Mayim El Torah, our success in our learning is also determined today. So we stay up all night engrossed in our Limud Torah, because what better way to show Hashem that we care about His Torah than by staying up all night fully engrossed in it. In a way, Hoshanah Rabbah is the ne'ilah of our success in our Limud Torah. Remember when I spoke about moments of inspiration fading? So now's your moment. It's Leil Hoshanah Rabbah. You have the opportunity to show Hashem how much you care about His Torah. Take upon yourself one small thing in your learning. It doesn't have to be Daf Yomi. It doesn't have to be striving towards finishing Shas. It can be an extra Chazara Seder. A little bit of Chazara in what you're doing for your Sedarim. It could be getting to davening a little bit early and learning a little bit before davening, or learning a little bit after davening. It can be staying up a little bit later post night Seder. Whatever you feel is going to help you grow in your Avodas Hashem and in your Limud Torah. Take it upon yourself today. Show Hashem that you care. But make it kavua. Make it long-lasting and make it sustainable. Before I say the Hadrons, I want to share a quick idea relating to Hakaras HaTov, sticking with the theme of Seder Kachim. The Medrash in Vayikra Rabbah talks about the times of Mashiach. And the Medrash explains that in the times of Mashiach, all karbanos are going to be bata. We're not going to be bringing any of the karbanos except for the karban toda. The question is what? What's so special about the karban toda that the Gemara is telling us that in the times of Mashiach, it's the only karban that we're going to be continuing to bring? So on a deeper level, what the Medrash is telling us is pretty obvious. There's never going to be a time, there's never going to be a moment in this world where the idea of Hakaras HaTov to people and also to Hashem is going to be bata. Not today, not tomorrow, and not even in the times of Mashiach, when we don't even need to ask anything from Hashem anymore because everything's going to be there for us. Even then, the idea of Hakaras HaTov and being thankful for what people have given you and to what HaKadosh Baruch Hu has given you is necessary. So before I say the Hadrons and make my siyum, it's important to publicly acknowledge those who have helped me get to this point. First and foremost, I need to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu for giving me the opportunity and putting me in the situations and giving me the people who have helped me to get to this point. I feel unbelievably blessed for being in the positions that I've been in, Be'ezrat Hashem to continue to be in. But I can't thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu enough for everything that He's done for me to help me get to this point. Secondly, I want to thank my wife Elisheva for always being such a motivator. Sorry for calling you out, but for always being such a motivator for me and always pushing me in my Avodas Hashem. whether that's allowing me to continue learning a little bit later, or allowing me to take on some positions that I didn't even want for myself. But she told me it was important, so I did them, and thank God, it's amazing. So really, thank you so much. To have the most amazing parents who are here and in-laws who are also here, really thank you guys so much for always believing me and always pushing me and always helping me get into the best situations and the best opportunities, and always just, yeah, it's just really, really amazing what you guys do for me, and I can't thank you guys enough. For my siblings who I learned so much from, so a bunch of you guys know a lot of them, they're pretty relevant in the yeshiva, and those who aren't relevant in yeshiva are just as good, if not better. But really, they've been so unbelievably special and so amazing. My grandparents, one said who's even here, which is so special. They even moved here, Mazda, moved to Israel. My Rebbeim, starting from Haub all the way to DRS. My Rebbeim in Hakotel, who it's really amazing having both of the Rebbeim here. It's really so special. You guys have given me everything and have taught me everything and have put me on the path, and there's no way that I'd be standing here without you guys. To everyone sitting here, take advantage as much as you can from them. They're really unbelievable, and even after you leave yeshiva, they're always accessible, they're always there for you, they're incredible. But thank both of you so much. I'm my Rebbeim in YU, and now in Smicha in YU. I've really had the most incredible Rebbeim who I've been able to learn from. And last but not least, my Chavrutot, some of whom are here, some who aren't here. Yaakov, who I had the opportunity to learn morning Seder with for a little bit. Benji, my cousin over there, who I've learned, I think, 5 Masechtot with for our anti-art site every year. We're actually doing Rosh Hashanah this year, which is exciting. That I guess back to yeshiva. And all my Chavrutot who Sammy, I learned a little bit with Sammy, he's here. Some of my Chavrutot who are here, and those of my Chavrutot who aren't here or are watching or are going to watch, whatever, thank you to all of you as well. I really couldn't have done it with any of you. So with that, I'll say the Hadrons. What? Just the Hadrons are fine. But is it? Talmud, Gemara, does it matter? Whatever I want. Amazing. I have full reign. It's amazing. What is a nida? Okay, I'll flip it. Hadron alach, Mesechet Tamim v'shisha sidrei Gemara v'hadra chalan. Datan alach, Mesechet Tamid v'shisha sidrei Gemara v'data chalan. Lo nit neshem minach, Mesechet Tamid v'shisha sidrei Gemara v'lo tit neshem minan. Lo ba'al madin v'lo ba'al madate. Hadron alach, Mesechet Tamid v'shisha sidrei Gemara v'hadra chalan. Datan alach, Mesechet Tamid v'shisha sidrei Gemara v'data chalan. Lo nit neshem minach, Mesechet Tamid v'shisha sidrei Gemara v'lo tit neshem minan. Lo ba'al madin v'lo ba'al madate. Hadron alach, Mesechet Tamid v'shisha sidrei Gemara v'hadra chalan. Datan alach, Mesechet Tamid v'shisha sidrei Gemara v'data chalan. Lo nit neshem minach, Mesechet Tamid v'shisha sidrei Gemara v'lo tit neshem minan. Lo ba'al madin v'lo ba'al madate. Yirtzom lefanecha Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohei Avotenu shetei Toratcha v'nutenu b'olam hazeh u'tehei imanu le'olam haba. Chanina bar Papa, Rami bar Papa, Nachman bar Papa, Achai bar Papa, Abba Mari bar Papa, Rafram bar Papa, Rachish bar Papa, Surcha bar Papa, Ada bar Papa, Dar bar Papa. Harav na Adonai Eloheinu et vrei Toratcha b'finu v'fiot amcha beit Yisrael v'niyeh kulanu anachnu v'tzetzainu v'tzetzaei amcha beit Yisrael kulanu yodei shemecha v'lomdei Torasecha. Me'avayte chakmini mitzotecha ki le'olam hili yihi libi tamim b'chukecha l'man lo evosh le'olam lo ashkach b'kudecha kivam chiyitani baruch atah Adonai lamdeni chukecha amen 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 selav ha'ed. Modim anachnu lefanecha Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohei Avotenu shesamta chalkeni miyoshe beit hamedesh v'lo samta chalkeni miyoshe karanos. Sha'anu mashkimim v'hem mashkimim. Anu mashkimim l'divrei Torah v'hem mashkimim l'dvarim b'telim. Anu amelem v'hem amelem. Anu amelem v'mekablim sachar v'hem amelem v'enam mekablim sachar. Anu ratzim v'hem ratzim. Anu ratzim l'chayei olam haba v'hem ratzim lever shachat. Shne'amar v'ata Elohim toredim lever shachat anshei damu mirma lo yachatu yameim v'ani avtach bach. Yehir tzom lefanecha Adonai Elohai kishem shazartani l'sayim Mesechet Tamid v'shisha sidrei Gemara Kein ta'azerni lahatzchel mesechtot u'sfarim achirim u'lesaimam lilmod u'lalamid lishmar v'l'asos u'lakayim es kol divrei Talmud Toratecha b'yava u'zchos kol tanaim v'amoraim v'tamidei chachamim ya'amod li l'zarid shelo yemush Torah mipi zera zari v'zera zari ad olam v'titkayim bi b'hitalecha tancheh otach v'shachbecha tishmor alecha v'hakisosa hitisichecha kivi yirbu yamecha v'yosifu l'chashanot chayim Orech Yamim Yimina v'Smala Osher v'Chavod Adonai Oz Lamo Yitain Adonai V'Erech Ademo V'Shalom. יפקדה ויקדש מרבה. ויאמר תהו עתיד להתחדתה ולהחיה מתה ולהסקה לחי עלמא ולמבנה קרתת ירושלים ולשכלל היכלה בגבי ולמעקר פולחנה נוכרעה מערה ולעטבה פולחנה דשמיא לעטרי וימלך קודשה בריחו במלכותי וקרב וצמח פורקני וקרב משיחי וחייכון וימלכון וחי לכל בית ישראל בעגלה בזמן קרב ויאמרו אמן יהי שמי רבה מברך לעולם ולעולמי עולמי יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר וישמע ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ותהלל שמי לקדושה בריחו לעיל מן כל ברכתה ושירתה ותשבחתה ונחמתה דמרירם בימיו ונאמרו אמן על ישראל ועל רבנן ועל תלמידינו ועל כל תלמידי תלמידיון ועל כל מאן דעסקים באורייתא דיברתא הדין ודיווחו עשר ועשר יהי לכון ולכון שלום רבה חינא וחסד ורחמים וחי אריכי ומזוני רוויחי פורקנה מקדם אבהון יבישמעיה וערב ואמרו אמן יהי שלום רבה מן שמעיה וחיים טובים עלינו ועל כל הסב אמרו אמן עושה שלום ברבב ויעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל הסב אמרו אמן
Also, you. Very interesting. I wouldn't. Sorry, the Rav Berg is supposed to be here, right? Huh? The Rav Berg is supposed to be. The shear from Rav Berg is supposed to be here.
Not right now. Yeah.
Right. So here's the thing. What are we doing in the future? Discussion. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure where we're going. Right here. So we should take the juice away.
Someone was saying. No, it's me. Oh. Same person, yeah. Thank you.
The stamp can work either way. Misha, come sit right in front. And save a seat for Mati. Thanks, Billy. Always very worried. Thank you. Everyone can please quiet down and have a seat. The yeshiva is going to start. Let's all move up to the front. When we're going to be ready, we can brief all.
אני אצא גם...
אני אדבר באנגלית, אבל נפתח בעברית. קודם כל, יישר כוח גדול, לסיום ש"ס. כולנו צריכים לקבל מזה כוח ומרץ, ללמוד. There's a big חידוש, because from ראש חודש חשבן, there is a new way in עם ישראל. Like it's Amud Yomi is 100 years since Maram Lubin established it. Dirshu are beginning Amud Yomi. It means 15 years. Amud Yomi, so everyone now that he doesn't make Daf Yomi, he can begin. He has to begin. For at least Amud Yomi, Rosh Chodesh Cheshvan, we can do it better, the Amud, more than Daf. I think it's quite a big work many times. And to do Amud Yomi, it gives us the opportunity to go over the Shas. You are young, so you can do it, make the Cheshbon. If you want to do at the beginning, Amud Yomi. So you have 100 years until 120. 15 years means seven times to Messiah the Shas without Daf Yomi, with Amud Yomi. From Rosh Chodesh Cheshvan, we'll talk about it in the yeshiva. I would like to talk shortly about the day of Hoshanah Rabbah, about the days that we have from Rosh Hashanah. If we look to our davenings, what are our wishes? What are our praise? What are our mishalot? What do we ask from HaKadosh Baruch Hu since we began to say the first time Zochreinu lechaim melech hafetz b'chaim וכותבנו בספר החיים למענך אלוהים חיים. Only one thing. What is the subject of all those days? The subject is the main essence of the Bria. What is the purpose of the Bria? The Bria was created for Leman Shmo. The first Midrash is Pirkei de Rabbi Eliezer, and the Ramchal brings it in his books, in his secret books. קודם שהיה העולם, היה הוא אחד ושמו אחד. ולעתיד לבוא, יהיה והיה השם למלך על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא יהיה השם אחד ושמו אחד. The main thing of the Bria is גילוי שם השם בעולם. What that we ask from Rosh Hashanah is we're asking HaKadosh Baruch Hu life, if we want to live life for you, למענך אלוהים חיים למען שמך, ושמנו קראת בשמך, אתה בחרתנו מכל העמים, אהבת אותנו ורצית בנו, ורוממתנו מכל הלשונות וקידשתנו במצוותיך, וקרבתנו לעבודתך, ושמך הגדול והקדוש עלינו קראת. We said today Hoshanot. What was the Hoshanot? The Hoshanot was למענך אלוהינו הושנה, למענך בוראנו הושנה, למענך גואלנו הושנה, למענך דורשנו הושנה. Today, the end of the days of Sukkot, we are making seven akafot. What we are saying in those akafot, if we look well, I know it's difficult in English to understand what the Hebrew says. Even for the Israelis, it's difficult to understand the wishes. You know, the Sephardim davening are simple. The Ashkenazim davening and slichot are very complicated. I saw this year a big chidush. One of the Rishonim, maybe it might be Rabbeinu Tam, I don't remember. He says why the slichot comes in difficult words, because it was that the goyim won't understand the davening is of Am Yisrael. So it was written, all the slichot of the Ashkenazim, I think most of you are Ashkenazim, the slichot of the Ashkenazim are based on the Shas. So we have to be Talmid Chochem to understand the slichos. And the wish is what we ask. And the slichot and the Hoshanot is one thing. Ani va'or Hoshana. Ani va'or Hoshana is in Sukkah. Masechet Sukkah Daf Memei. I'm not going now to teach you to open now the Gemara, but if you want to learn, open Rashi and Tosfot. And the meaningful of the wish, of the ask, of the bakashot of Ani va'or Hoshana, Rashi explains this according to Kabbalah. That is the name of 72 names of the highest Gilui of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in our world. Tosfot explains this simply. Imo anoichi betzara. When Yehudim are in Tinach, it's tzara, because it's Golus. I know you are laughing, but you know that's the truth. Okay, it's honest. We wish they will make, all of them make aliyah like you, Mirza Hashem, will make. I'm sure. Maybe it will take some time, not so quickly, but it will be done, I know. But as long as Am Yisrael is in the Golus and not in Yerushalayim, like millions are coming to this place since Rosh Chodesh Elul. I think it becomes to 3 million Jews that came to the Jewish quarter in the Hakotel HaMaravi since Rosh Chodesh Elul. The guys who lives here, we can see. Neharot, the rivers of people are going all the day. We can cross the river. You need Moshe Rabbeinu to take his shteki to cross the rivers and to go out with your car in the Jewish quarter. To come back to the Jewish quarter, mission impossible. So, when Am Yisrael is in Bagalut, Imo Anochi Betzara. It is Chilul Hashem, because Am Yisrael is not in Yerushalayim. So we are asking only for one thing. Like we sang in Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, Leman Shemecha. For you, it will be Kiddush Hashem when Am Yisrael will be in Eretz Yisrael. It will be the great Kiddush Hashem when will be Malchut Beit David, Simcha לארצך. וצמיחת קרן לדוד עבדיך ועריכת נר לבן ישי משיחך. Why? Not for us. ובכן תן כבוד השם לעמך. Therefore she explains, not because Am Yisrael needs covet, it's for your covet. Because if Am Yisrael is at the Holocaust, so it's Chilul Hashem. If Am Yisrael is in Golus, it's Chilul Hashem. So עשה למען שמך, ובכן תן כבוד השם לעמך. Why? For your name. All the davenings from Rosh Hashanah until Hoshanah Rabbah, and the Akofes in Simchat Torah is the same idea. But now it's Hoshanah Rabbah, I'm not going to speak about Simchat Torah. It's only like your name is in. When we were in, for example, when we were in מצרים, יש לך פה את הנוסח של הושענא שאומרים כהושעת האלים אמין בלוד עמך, יכול להוציא את זה בפלאפון? כהושעת האלים, כהושעת האמין בלוד עמך. Like you were out, you're going out from מצרים, like this we're asking you to do now. אני ואו הושיע נא, אני ואו, says תוספות, is הקדוש ברוך הוא אין עם ישראל, והוא אסור ברעתי, ואני בתוך הגולה. כהושעת האלים בלוד עמך, בצאתך ליש עמך, כהושעת הגוי ואלוהים, כן הושנה. All the davenings here, I know it's difficult, I'm not going to explain it. If you take the perushim of this tefillah, is your name is in Golus. That's why when Am Yisrael goes to Rabba with Arbat Aminim, is the sign that Am Yisrael was Zoche Badin. Why? Chazal are saying why? Because Arbat Aminim symbolize Shem Hashem. It's according to Kabbalah. Never mind now. Now, if he says the davenings before Netilat Lulav, that it's written in the Sidurim, even in Ashkenaz Sidurim, you will find it. Arbat Aminim is the Shem Hashem. So the Zohar HaKadosh says, like HaKadosh Baruch Hu took Am Yisrael, we are taking his name. It's Arbat Aminim. It's Yud Kei Vav Kei. So it means that davenings, according to the Nigle, is Hoshanah Rabbah, is the end of the chitum of the din. B'chag nidonim al hamayim. That's what the Mishnah Berurah says. B'chag nidonim al hamayim, b'chag Sukkot. Mayim is pikuach nefesh. Without water we can't live. And the end of the din is at the end of the days of Sukkot. That's why Hoshanah Rabbah, the Shliach Tzibur, wears kittel. Rama says that all of the people are wearing kittel, like in your kippur. But the meaning is only the Shliach Tzibur. Rama says people has to go to the mikveh before Alot HaShachar, like Erev Yom Kippur. It's the same like Yom Kippur. It's a holy day. I'm holding now a book of Kad HaKemach. Kad HaKemach is Rabbeinu Bechaye. He explains why Hoshanah Rabbah is so huge. I explained it simply because it's the end of the wishes of the Bekashot that will be done in Rosh Hashanah for your name. And Arava symbolized the Risha. So we are saying, כל מבשר, ואומר, we חובטים את הערבה, without Kabbalah, I don't know. It means that we're asking, כל מבשר, ריבונו של עולם, be מבשר the גאולה of your name, of Am Yisrael is your nation. We are taking your name. ושמנו קראת בשמך, Am Yisrael takes, we take the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. ארבעת המינים is to taking HaKadosh Baruch Hu, בשם הוויה, and the wishes and the davening and the בקשות שלנו are all the day למענך אלוהים חיים. למענך, תן כבוד השם לעמך, שמחה לארצך, הושנה למען שמך, אני בוא הושיענה, למענך אלוהינו הושנה, למענך בוראנו הושנה. Until the end is כל מבשר ואומר, לבשורה, how do you say בשורה in English? זאב? בסוירה, תגיד בסוירה. איך? לא, אין מילה, זה בעברית, כל מבשר, we are waiting for the בשורה, משיח, הנה אנוכי שולח לכם את אליה הנביא לפני בוא יום השם הגדול. So it's so good, it's wonderful that we have a day, a night of limud, all the night, in Kedusha, and davening, and learning Torah. And Torah is Shem Hashem, Shem Hashem יקרא וגוד אלוהינו. So that's our זכות. Mirza Hashem, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will be. We're saying the davening in the sukkah, ותיטיב לנו החתימה. It means, please, ריבונו של עולם, you can improve the חתימה of Yom Kippur. When is the time? Hoshanah Rabbah. ותיטיב, make it better. If חס וחלילה the חתימה of Yom Kippur Nihila was, So please, ותיטיב לנו החתימה. In Sukkot, in Hoshanah Rabbah. That's the holy day of Hoshanah Rabbah. So גמר חיתום טוב, שנה טובה, שנזכה ללמוד הרבה תורה, שנזכה לקדש שם שמיים, להרבות כבוד השם בעולם. הקדוש ברוך הוא יגלה את שמו הגדול, את כבודו הגדול, לעיני כל העולם. על מי? על עם ישראל. איפה? בירושלים. איפה? במדינת ישראל, ראשית צמיחת גאולתנו. חג שמח.
You know what it is, because all the Mets guys are walking. Rogo, I just saw your text. No, he should not be.
Apparently, Taco told me he is.
Okay, yeah, because he just started to move his stuff.
You really stole that seat fast.
Yeah, I mean, I want to make eye contact.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to make eye contact with Red, you know? No, Rogo. On his own, he just moved up. That's what they just wanted to have up.
Yo, Nair.
He moved some stuff in on his own. He did it. I know.
As we're a little bit behind schedule and Rabbi Berg is on a tight schedule, we want to let him get started right away. I want to thank Rabbi Berg for joining us. It's great to have you here last year. It's great to have you here this year. Thank you for sharing your Torah with us.
Feels like very serious in here. Relax a little. Like you guys are making me nervous.
Zohar HaKadosh says that on Hoshanah Rabbah, the din that was started on Rosh Hashanah and that was sealed on Yom Kippur is delivered on Hoshanah Rabbah, and as a result, we have the capacity to uproot whatever was done up until now can be undone on Hoshanah Rabbah. By the Hasidim, they figure out ways to subvert the din of Rosh Hashanah all year long. So Hoshanah Rabbah was delivered. On Zois Chanukah, the iris of Chanukah can burn up any decree. On Purim, it's been hafochu, so everything can be undone. Pesach is Zman HaGeula. Before you know it, we're right back to Rosh Hashanah. But for sure, you see in Zohar HaKadosh that on Hoshanah Rabbah we have the capacity to undo whatever was done on Yom Kippur. If Chas v'Shalom, a person had a negative Gzar Din, it's possible to undo it. The question is, what's the Avodas Hayom of Hoshanah Rabbah? In what way does Hoshanah Rabbah, for us, on our level, in what way can we tap into the iris of the day in order to have some effect in a positive way? Not only that, but Rav Haigon is actually brought down in the Torah already, in Orach Chaim. Rav Haigon says that the Milchama of Gog uMagog takes place in Tishrei, and the Medrash Talpios writes, not only will it take place in Tishrei, but the Milchama of Gog uMagog will specifically take place on Hoshanah Rabbah. So again, we have to ask ourselves, what's the connection between Milchemes Gog uMagog, the coming of Mashiach, and Hoshanah Rabbah? And finally, we know that David HaMelech is tonight's guest in the Sukkah, as one of the Ushpizin, is the night of Hoshanah Rabbah. What's the connection between David Malchus HaMashiach and Hoshanah Rabbah? So I want to start by sharing an idea that I heard from Rav Lapiansky Shlita. I'll add in some ideas that I think are my own, but the fundamental idea that I'm sharing with you tonight, I can't take credit for. It's Rav Lapiansky's idea. For those of you that have not had the opportunity to be exposed to the Torah of Rav Lapiansky, I highly encourage you to listen to every word that comes out of his mouth. Stuff is absolutely brilliant. So Rav Lapiansky asks as follows. We know that David HaMelech is called Ne'im Zemiroth Yisrael. He's the sweet singer of Klal Yisrael. The word Na'im is a funny word. What exactly does the word Na'im mean? To say that David HaMelech's songs are pleasant. It's not exactly what one would expect. Music has the capacity to be powerful. Music has the capacity to be emotionally soul-stirring. To say that music is pleasant, that the music of David HaMelech is pleasant, that he's Ne'im Zemiroth Yisrael, it's a funny type of language. What exactly does the word Na'im mean? In fact, the Zohar HaKadosh writes that Olam Haba is called Noam. That the idea of pleasantness is something that Olam Haba will be. That Olam Haba will be a pleasant type of experience, which is also something that one would not expect. Olam Haba, we would think that it would be exceptional, transcendent. The idea that Olam Haba is somehow a pleasant place seems to be an underwhelming type of word. So what exactly does the Zohar HaKadosh mean? And Rav Lapiansky explains as follows. When we say that we had a pleasant conversation with somebody, so generally what we mean is it was a difficult conversation, but it was surprisingly pleasant. In other words, I'm here tonight with a chaver of mine that I know since I'm 2 years old. Elliot Steinmetz is here tonight. I would not say, and it's been fun spending the last hour and a half with you, I would not say that seeing you was pleasant. I would say seeing my old friend is exciting. Seeing my old friend brings me back. I would not say seeing my old friend is pleasant. When you have to have a difficult conversation with somebody and you have to say something that you don't really want to say, you say, in the end, it was okay. It was a pleasant conversation. In other words, pleasant is when two things that shouldn't mix somehow work together. It's a pleasant type of experience. In other words, pleasant means that somehow you threaded the needle. That there's these two things that shouldn't go together, but somehow they were able to go together. The idea here, and this is a really powerful idea, is that spirituality and physicality should not go together. You would not expect them to go together, and the truth of the matter is, al pi derech hateva, spirituality and physicality do not mesh. And there's, at the core of this, there's something that we need to understand in a very real way, which is as follows. There's a concept, every person in this room is working on this, including myself. There's a concept called self-actualization. Self-actualization is the idea that there's a gap between who we are right now and who we know that we're supposed to be, a vision of what life is supposed to look like. And there's a frustration that exists in this room because that gap feels deeply uncomfortable, and we have all sorts of words that we use to explain why we're not self-actualizing. So we'll say, I know that I should, but I'm lazy. I know that I should, but I'm an addict. I know that I should, but this is my genetic predisposition. In other words, the idea of self-actualization, you very rarely meet people that are self-actualized. You very rarely meet people that are the version of themselves that they want to be. Most of us are not. Most of us are baderech, somewhere along the way. We're in process. We're striving to make our ideal into our real. But most of us are not like that. Most of us, there's a gap. For many of you coming this year for your Shana Aleph, you said, okay, this is going to be the year when I stop doing X or when I start doing Y. For those of you that are Shana Bet, you already know the frustration of I already had a year and I'm still not there. And the truth of the matter is that it could be 30, 40, 50 years from now, and you still won't be there. Why is self-actualization so difficult? If you ask people from all sorts of different walks of life, they'll give you different answers. I'd like to share with you perhaps a Jewish approach to this question. Self is a spiritual concept. Self is not a physical concept. Self is a spiritual concept. It's impossible from a religious perspective to talk about self without talking about God. Those are the same thing. What is the self if not a ray of the sun? If God is the sun, then we are his rays. The notion of self is a spiritual idea. Talking to each other is one self talking to another. It's not our physical self that's talking to another physical self. It's our true self, a spiritual self, communicating on a deep level with another spiritual self. But spiritual self is not a concept that's tangible in this world. Actualization means to bring myself, who I truly am, this spiritual concept of me, down into this physical world. The reason why self-actualization is so difficult is because we live in a material world that should not naturally be a host to our spiritual self. In other words, if you really understand this idea, and I hope that you do, then what you'll do is cut yourself a break. You'll cut yourself a break because you recognize that I'm here in this world doing something that's on a certain level inorganic. I'm trying to do something that's metaphysical. I'm trying to do something that's, in a certain sense, I don't want to say impossible, but nearly impossible. The idea that I can bridge these two worlds, the spiritual world and the physical world, the self and the actualization, and make them into one, is an exceptionally difficult thing to do, perhaps almost impossible. I heard a story from Dr. Pelkowitz. I hope many of you have heard of him. He's a very famous psychologist. He said that he went to visit Rav Elyashiv. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Rav Elyashiv was 101 at the time. And he asked Rav Elyashiv, when does the taivas nashim get easier? When does a person's desire for nashim, when does that diminish on some level? And Rav Elyashiv answered Dr. Pelkowitz, the first 100 years are the hardest. He was 101 at the time. In other words, there's a physical personality that we have, and to transform that physical personality into something that's beyond what we are it's almost unfathomable. When you see a very righteous man, when you see a real tzaddik, you look at them almost in the sense of like you're looking at an alien being, somebody that has no shaykhus to my world. It's difficult to comprehend how that person could be here with us. We see this idea expressed in the Gemara in Shabbos. The Gemara in Shabbos tells us, I know many of you have probably heard this Gemara before, but it bears repeating. The Gemara in Shabbos tells us that Moshe Rabbeinu went up to Shemayim to receive the Torah from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Without getting into all the details of the Gemara, the Malachim had two tainas on Hashem. They said, first of all, who is this Yulud Isha? Who is this son of a woman who's come up here, and what is he coming for? And HaKadosh Baruch Hu said he's coming to receive the Torah, and the Malachim said, you're giving the Torah that was created 974 generations before the creation of the world. You're giving that Torah to a person? And HaKadosh Baruch Hu said to Moshe Rabbeinu, "Nu, answer the question." And Moshe Rabbeinu goes on to answer the question, referring to all the physical things that are within the Torah. You don't have taiva for this, you don't have a desire for that. All the things in the Torah are not shaykh to you, they're physical things. And the Gemara ends by the Malachim giving Moshe Rabbeinu brachas that he should be capable of transmitting the Torah, and so on and so forth. The question is, what's going on in this Gemara? And perhaps one can suggest that what's going on is as follows. The Torah in its core is a spiritual sefer. It is not a physical sefer. In fact, the Malachim are arguing that it's so spiritual a sefer that it doesn't really have a place in this world. It was created 974 generations before the creation of the world, meaning it's distant from the world. There's no yachas between this spiritual thing and this physical world. A Yulud Isha, a human mortal, a son of a woman, is not capable, no matter what level they're on, even if they're a person that could ascend to Shemayim to receive the Torah. It's not possible for them to bring it down into the world. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in a fascinating turn of events, doesn't answer the question of the Malachim. In fact, he does exactly the opposite of what we would think. He turns to Moshe Rabbeinu and he says, answer the question. As if to say, Moshe Rabbeinu, the answering of the question that you'll give to the Malachim is the avoda itself. Meaning, Moshe Rabbeinu's capacity to answer the Malachim is exactly what was needed in order for Moshe Rabbeinu to successfully transmit the Torah. And Moshe Rabbeinu's response is not to deny the spirituality of the Torah, but it's to tap into what we'll call the ne'imus of Torah, the pleasantness of Torah. Torah is diracheha darchei noam. What does that mean? That its ways are pleasant. It means that there's something that's exceptionally spiritual, but that exceptionally spiritual thing has a place within the physical world. And I want to just take a moment to express why that is. It's not impressive for a spiritual being to express himself in a spiritual universe. That's not an impressive feat. It's impressive if something spiritual can express itself, if it's truly infinite, then it can express itself even in the finitude of this world. So, for example, they say, B'derech Mashal, that there was a very famous professor who was a professor of, professor of neurobiology. And the greatest students in the university would take his class. And one day he announced that class tomorrow was canceled because I was invited to speak at my first grade grandson's Bring Your Zaidi to Work Day. You know, they have the Bring Your Father to Work Day. Bring Your Zaidi to Work Day. So class is canceled. Anyone who wants, the professor jokingly says, anyone who wants to come to my first grade class tomorrow is welcome to come. Of course, we're talking about students that are learning on a doctoral level. They have no interest in attending this first grader class, except for one student. One student showed up the next day at the grandson's class to take the class. And when he shows up, he's sitting there taking notes. And he's explaining what it is that he teaches in neurobiology and what it is that he studies. And here's this doctoral student taking notes. The next day, class resumes back in the university. And the professor says, it's good to see you. I saw you yesterday, it's good to see you again today. And all the other students are perplexed. Why did you bother to go to hear the class of our professor given on a first grade level? As if there's something there that you don't know. So the student responds and he says, actually, the greatest class that I ever heard from him was yesterday. That was the greatest class. And they say, why? It was elementary. The capacity to take an idea and deliver it in a sophisticated fashion to sophisticated people is not very impressive. But to take a sophisticated idea, to boil it down to its raw, bare bones, and to be able to deliver that with clarity so that even a first grader would understand it, that's brilliant. That's truly brilliant. You know, in yeshivas, I don't mean to say a not nice thing, but in yeshivas today, there's a funny sort of thing, that if a Rebbe gives shir and nobody understands it, that's called greatness. If it's like you walk out of the shir and the Talmud go, how was the shir? It was amazing. What did he say? Nobody knows. Why is that impressive? It's impressive because you might be astounded that here is such a genius, but a truly great Rebbe knows how to communicate the chomer, the subject matter, to his Talmidim in such a way that it's palatable and that it's understandable. My Rebbe Shlita, he's now 96 years old. His godless was that he said such a sophisticated shir in such a clear fashion that the new guys coming back from Eretz Yisrael, when they would come to the shir, they would go, I don't understand, the shir seems so obvious. And it would take me time, I was one of the older guys in the shir, it would take me time to communicate to them the godless of the shir is that it was obvious, but go try to do it yourself. And that they were never able to do. The infinite nature of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is most beautifully expressed, not when it's seen in the spiritual world, but when it's seen in the physical world. When the physical world has the capacity to contain in some fashion, in some measure, to have some level of grasp of understanding of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that's the greatest experience of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's infinitude. Far greater than if HaKadosh Baruch Hu would be understood in the spiritual worlds. And this is what Moshe Rabbeinu was communicating to the Malachim. He was saying to the Malachim, it's true that this is a spiritual book. It's a spiritual book that's the ne'imus, the pleasantness of the Sefer, is that it's somehow able to be found and expressed within the finite world. And that's why the Malachim showered him with brachos from a lashon of brecha, that you should be zeicha to connect this to its source, that you should thread the needle between the spiritual and the physical. This is what it means that Olam Haba is called Noam, that Olam Haba is a pleasant place. Olam Haba, according to many, is this world. Olam Hazeh is the world as it currently is. Olam Haba is this world as it will one day be. This world has the capacity to become a finite universe without losing its finitude, and somehow it will be able to contain HaKadosh Baruch Hu in a way that he will be revealed in this world. That's what Olam Haba is. That's the ne'imus of Torah, is that it has the capacity to make this world a pleasant place. Right now the soul feels exceptionally uncomfortable in this place. In fact, those of us in this world that feel most uncomfortable with the distance between the spiritual and the physical are what's called addicts. An addict is somebody who feels in a very visceral sense the gap between the spiritual and the physical. That's why they drink. It's why they do what they're doing. There's a desire for something more, this sort of infinite hole that they have inside of themselves that they somehow can't fill up. It's why there's this infinite need to fill it up, because the hole is it's a God-sized hole. It's a massive hole. So there's almost nothing that can contain it. These people are acutely aware of the distance between spirituality and physicality. This is really the idea of what singing is. A song, and I was having this conversation about 2.5 hours ago with somebody. We have a tendency in our world to, and there's something beautiful about this, but it's incomplete. We have a tendency in our world to emphasize math and science. And the reason that we emphasize math and science is because it's very easily measurable. It's very easily understood. If I can see this and I can see how it works and I can understand the formula, so I don't need to play many games. But in the world of poetry, in the world of music, in the world of art, in the world of love, these things are not subject to the truth of math and science. They can't be limited to the truth of math and science. There's multiple disciplines that exist in this world. To sing, it's not just the vulnerability of singing, but when a person sings and they close their eyes, they're having a uniquely spiritual type of experience down here within the physical world. It's why the Gemara in Megillah tells us, Kol hakore below ne'ima v'shona below zimra alav hakasav omer v'gamani nasati lehem chukim lo tovim. we're meant to learn Torah with a song. It's meant to be learned in a pleasant way, because Torah is something pleasant. And because it's something that has the capacity to bridge our physical world and our spiritual world, a song is an expression of uniting these worlds. It's why there's a certain rebellion that's occurred in the last 20 years, and I think you guys are probably the culmination of that rebellion. And it's a beautiful rebellion. There's a culmination against this sort of dry Judaism. There's an intellectual component to Judaism, but I would say, at least for me, I think it started rolling in the early 90s, mid 90s. There started to be this rebellion from the youth, which is always where the Holy Rebellion takes place, of this rejection of intellectual Judaism. Not rejection in the sense that we didn't want it to be intellectual, but that it wasn't enough. It wasn't na'im, it wasn't a pleasant experience. And there's been a corrective measure in our community, for sure, we see it, where there's much more of an emphasis also on a farbrengen, and also on a kumsitz, and also on dancing, and we'll call it the more poetic side of Judaism, which of course the great Gedolim of the last generation had. There's no doubt if you listen to Rav Soloveitchik, now we have the opportunity to hear a lot of his stuff, they're bringing a lot of it out. If you listen to Rav Soloveitchik speak, it's clear that passion was there, but it wasn't expressed in the community in an obvious way, and today we've done a much better job of that. And Talmidim, rightfully so, are pushing for it. They don't want a dry Judaism. It's because they're saying this has to be a Hoshana with Zimra. It has to be speaking with song. We could not have planned it better. The Rebbeinu Shalom has smiled on us now 3 times today. The first 2, I got a spot in my Mila just as it opened up, and then someone left just as I was coming. And just as we're giving a shiur about singing, Baruch Hashem, these beautiful Jews are accompanying us. Don't tell them to stop. It's good. This is like background music. When a person learns without a song, it's lacking. If you ever go into the real Musar yeshivas, I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to go into a yeshiva that really learns Musar. If it's a real yeshiva with a real Musar seder, so they have a niggin for learning Musar. They don't just like say the words; they actually sing it. And because they sing it, it penetrates in a deeper way. Of course, it's possible to make fun of this. I know many years ago, there's a story. I shouldn't tell this story, but there's a story of a certain person who's now a very chashuv Rebbe. But back when he was trying to bet, he was leading the tish of his yeshiva on Thursday night, and his point was that he was telling the guys, like, you guys are like shuckling and closing your eyes, and you're having this like spiritual type of experience, but you have no idea what you're saying when you sing the songs. So maybe inappropriately, he started a niggin, and the niggin went like this. Yadis ketana chatzi meichal, yadis gedola meichal malei, and the whole place started singing and was going arm in arm, and everyone was dancing. For those of you that don't know, on the old Israeli toilets, there were 2 handles. The smaller handle made a half a flush, and the larger handle made a full flush. And he was singing Yadis Katana, the small handle, Chatzi Mechal makes half a flush. Yadis Gedola, the large handle, Mechal Male makes a full flush. And you had to see the guys in the yeshiva. He tells the story. They were like, Yadis Katana, Chatzi Mechal. And afterwards, he got up and he spoke, and he said, guys, the words matter, right? It's like, just to be like meshuga about something is not a spiritual experience. But when a person learns Torah in a pleasant way, we see that it has a penetrating type of impact. It's an emotional experience. Nobody would get down on one knee in front of their wife and go, nobody makes me secrete oxytocin like you. The serotonin that I experience when I'm with you is the greatest serotonin I've ever had. It's not untrue, it's just foolish. It's the discipline of science trying to apply itself to something that can't contain science. In a certain way, the language of poetry is higher than the language of science. It's not that one is more true than the other. It's that the language of poetry can give meaning to science, but science doesn't necessarily give meaning to poetry. And there was a pushback, a rebellion from the youth that they needed more of the other side, and I think it was a beautiful rebellion. But it's really what we're supposed to do. This is the godless of David HaMelech. The godless of David HaMelech, of course, when Moshe Rabbeinu sung Shiros Hazinu, Moshe Rabbeinu's songs were exceptional songs. But David HaMelech is Ne'im Zemiroth Yisrael. The godless of David HaMelech is that he's somehow able to bridge the gap between infinite and finite with his music. Which is why even though the Beis HaMikdash was perhaps born into the world of Shlomo HaMelech, but it was conceived in the world of David HaMelech. The idea that David HaMelech could thread the needle with his song and to bring down a Beis HaMikdash into this world is a uniquely David HaMelech type of experience. And that's why David HaMelech is really the Bechina of Hoshanah Rabbah. This whole season, where am I holding on time? Finish up. The whole season from Rosh Hashanah to Yom Kippur to Sukkot is a world of self-actualization, but it's also a world of imagination. The idea that we can imagine ourselves on Rosh Hashanah being Mamlech Hashem. It's a very strange type of imagination that we're having, no? That a mere mortal could stand before God and declare him to be king, for otherwise he would not be. What does that mean? That's an exceptional imagination, that our malchus of HaKadosh Baruch Hu matters, and that we stand on Yom Kippur in this imaginary courtroom and we're being judged. That's a very unique type of imagination, as if our actions matter. We're imagining that our actions matter, and not only do they matter, but they have infinite matter. And then we imagine ourselves in the sukkah, and the sukkah is actually a world of imagination. The entire sukkah, Meitchila V'ad Sof, is imagination. First of all, for those of you that have been learning the halachas of sukkah, so the notion of lavud and gurasik, and even the walls are imaginary, right? The entire notion of a sukkah is an imaginary type of experience. And what are the yushpizin? They're imaginary guests. Right? In other words, there's a world of imagination that's going on within this entire period. But what's really happening underneath the surface is a buildup. And the buildup actually starts by Pesach. Pesach is called Chag HaAviv, which means that our wheat is now reached a level of maturation where it's shayach to the world of being harvested, but it's not yet fully mature. And then on Shavuos, it's Chag HaKatzir. Now it's able to be harvested. It's reached a level of maturation. And on Sukkot, we have Chag HaAsif. Now we're ready to gather it in. What do these things mean? So Lubavitcher Rebbe Zecher Tzaddik Livracha expresses that Chag HaAviv means the world of Emunah, the foundation of everything. It's not yet something that's tangible or practical, but it's something that we have with us. On Shavuos, it starts to become actionable. We're given the mitzvos. So now we can bring it into the world. But there's a gap, and I think this gap is really what we're highlighting tonight. We've been given the world of mitzvos, but are the mitzvos, do they truly belong to us? You know, we had tonight a Siyam HaShas. What an incredible way, first of all, to start Hoshanah Rabbah with the Siyam HaShas. And what an amazing achievement from, of course, such a special family. Not shocking at all. But, you know, there's an old Yiddish saying, do you know Shas cold or do you know it warm? You know, there are some people that know Shas cold, but it's something extrinsic to their being. And there's some people that know Shas warm. It's a part of the very fiber of who they are. It's the difference between a habit, which is just something that you do, but it's external, versus a worldview. Like, that's the way you see it. It's naturally who you are. To know Shas warm means it's part of you. In this Zman between Shavuos and Sukkot, so all the grain is lying there and it's being cooked out by the sun. On Chag HaAsif, on Sukkot, we bring it into our homes. In other words, we're saying a mitzvah is no longer an external thing, but it's a worldview. It's the way that I'm behaving in my life naturally. Kaviyachal, I'm just using this as an example because we mamish spoke about it within the last hour. But I was talking to Coach Steinmetz, and I had asked him because I heard a rumor, and you know, many years ago we occupied the same. Well, I can't say we occupied the same court because you were playing much better than I was, but I was you know on the court. I was there, but but Elliot hasn't called a play. Would you say 6-7 years, right? Yeah. Because there's a difference between calling a play in which I'm surmising. I hope I'm right. Please just don't say anything if I'm wrong. There's a difference between calling a play and then having to mechanically act it out versus knowing the way that the game is supposed to flow. There's a natural, organic type of experience when something becomes a part of you. That's really what we're here to do. We're here in this Yom Tov to actualize what was given to us on Shavuos. And that's a very difficult thing to do because, as we said, it's quite unnatural. If Sukkot is the Chag HaAsif, then Hoshanah Rabbah is the final stage of this asifa. It's the last moments of inculcating these ideas into ourselves, which is why it's appropriate that David HaMelech is the one to be present in Hoshanah Rabbah. Because David HaMelech is that bechina of being able to actualize everything that was in the world of potential up until now. All the ushpizin up until now are actualized within the world of David HaMelech's malchus. Malchus means to actualize what came before you. So David HaMelech, who's Ne'im Zemiroth Yisrael, he has the capacity to thread the needle, to merge the physical and the spiritual in this final moment of self-actualization. Of course, it's David HaMelech who's present. And that's why Milchemes Gog uMagog takes place tonight. Milchemes Gog uMagog is that final stage before Mashiach comes. It's that final battle of bringing in Olam Haba. It's the world of actualization. And this is really how we started. What does it mean that I have the capacity on Hoshanah Rabbah to undo that which was done on Yom Kippur? It's not a cute vart. It's not just it's almost like in our heads, at least the way I grew up, when I heard this idea that on Hoshanah Rabbah the petek was delivered. So I was like, okay, that's cute. It's like a cute thing to say. First, HaKadosh Baruch Hu signs it, and then he seals it, then he delivers it. It sounds like a nice vart. But when you understand it in its depth, it's saying something much more profound. The whole idea of what we're doing here is we're standing in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu saying, let's examine ourselves where we are and where we want to be. On Rosh Hashanah, we're being Mamlech Hashem. That's the beginning of the stages of Tshuva. Aseres Yimei Tshuva, there's a self-examination that's happening. On Yom Kippur, there's a psak. This is how I've done. But now there's a question that exists after Yom Kippur. So, who are you? On Yom Kippur, you sat there screaming at the end, Shema Yisrael, Shema Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Yeah, you were saying Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuso out loud, right? Who are you? We've been given a period of time since Yom Kippur to be able to definitively answer the question of what direction our life will take. That's the question that's being asked of us. We think on Yom Kippur it's over. We were all singing Hoshanah Rabbah Yerushalayim. It's the culmination. No, it's the beginning. And the trajectory is everything. Because what you'll learn as you get older, and for those that are a little bit older in the room, I think you'll confirm. Remember when we were 18? Remember when we were 19? It was a long time ago for us already, right, Mr. Rausman? It seems like only a couple of minutes, but it was a long time ago already. And what you'll see is, at the very young stages of life, you and your friends might be like this. You'll notice a slight move this way and a slight move that way. And at 19 years old, I would call it's barely discernible. At 23, it becomes a little bit more discernible. By the time you're 43, Rabbosai, that small, tiny trajectory could take you to two very different places in your life. There's nothing wrong with that. You're supposed to go different places. But the idea that there's a trajectory to your year is an important one to focus on. What does this year look like for us? Hoshanah Rabbah has the opportunity to undo anything that was done, because we're saying to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in a very beautiful way, whatever psak din you gave us, however you saw us, you should know, Lamaisa, this is my trajectory. Lamaisa, this is my trajectory. We have a tendency in this world, it's a very dangerous thing, we have a tendency in this world to stamp people and say, this is who you are. And this is who you are. We look at 15 years old, a 15-year-old kid, and we write him up. We go, this kid's an ADHD kid. This kid's an athlete. This kid's a nerd. This kid, plays chess during lunch. So he's going to be an accountant. And you have everybody has their thing. We stamp, signed, sealed, and delivered. This is who you are, and it's not true. It's not true. Elliot and I were talking earlier today. We were reminiscing about our classmates, and it's true that for the most part we could have predicted it, but there were a couple people that we definitely couldn't have predicted, and those people are in some ways far more successful than we ever could have dreamed. And I guess what I want to share with you as we finish tonight is, don't let anyone put you in a box. Don't let anyone tell you this is who you are. The trajectory of your life, yes, it might have been written about you, and it might have even been sealed about you, that you're one type of person. But when you make the decision, Lamaisa, this is my trajectory, you could go wherever you want. It doesn't matter what's been written about you until now. A person who spends Hoshanah Rabbah night learning, a person who says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the trajectory of my year is different. It doesn't have to be the way that I thought it was going to be. I'm open, I'm patuach to all the vulnerability of all the decisions. You should know that's a life-changing decision. Not the decision that you'll make, but the decision to put yourself in a certain trajectory is something that you'll look back on 30, 40, 50 years from now, And you can't possibly have an appreciation at 18 years old of what these small moves will look like. A small move tonight to come to Hoshanah Rabbah and Yeshivat Hakotel, to participate in this Heilige Asifa of all these different yeshivas coming together, you might think it's nothing. You might think, I came Hoshanah Rabbah night, it was a Yeshiva League thing to do. It's not true. It's not true. You didn't have to be here. I'm sorry I used the word Yeshiva League. I see many of you got to snicker because I used the word Yeshiva League. Later we can have another shir describing what Yeshiva League is and isn't. I've been told there's multiple shitas. Depends if you play ball and you're out of town, but you went to Morashah. Do you have the din of a yeshiva league? I'm familiar with all the permutations of these svaras. Don't let anyone tell you that your trajectory doesn't matter. You made a decision tonight. It's one move, God willing, in a series of moves that Be'ez Hashem will take us to an exceptional year, a holy year, a year of being Mamlech HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Rabbi say a good night.
I got it 6:15 and I saw it. It was at 19. And then I went to the bathroom and she's sweating now. I'm sweating. Someone that tried to what? Yeah, I was waiting for it.
Are you going to really want to go? In here? I'm still in the work. What's your doctor today?
What? We're driving for me. And since I'm drinking, it's sweating.
So where's up? You want to wash my bag? I need to get a drink something. If I'm hot. No pressure. The contact lenses in there say worth 60,000, so keep an eye on it.
You want the specs?
What?
Never mind.
Been a while.
Yeah, Baruch Hashem, how was the concert?
It's very nice. I ended up leaving a little early, but it was good.
What?
I ended up leaving a little early, but it was good.
Why did you have to leave early? Well, you didn't want to deal with the traffic.
It was also a little bit just too much.
They also, I've been to one concert, and they just won before the summer. That we had told this, I wasn't usually at the concert. I couldn't do it.
Even though he's the GOAT.
He's great, but I couldn't do it. There was just too much.
I'm gonna hit that. You're back. No, it's fine here. I only keep it running.
I walk into my interview the first question he answered, the kid grew up there also. He knows my older, he knows me. And even for him, he made sure. Because we need to stay up over to a Rami. And it's like, we have your brother and brother, sure, we can do that. So then over the summer, I was in Hoshana. And our brother came to speak. I was like, okay, I was going to be like, oh, I don't know, they haven't gotten shit. I was like, ready, I know. Oh, I'm really hungry. Like, or am I even sure? I know for a fact that Davidson shoulders are there's no question of that. Brother, I sit down, he tries to get a doctor, and then he asks me if yeshiva something, like I can't see myself anywhere besides what I was before. I was like, I don't know, I really don't know. So that next interviewing him, and so I got there and he's seeing this, and at this idea I was really good.
When the Yaakov that you mentioned is talking about you?
Yeah. That's how I set up the contract. My brain is
I don't have my shirt to hold that.
Anyone have an extra? No, yeah, I don't have anything like that.
But I'm probably gonna retain less, honestly. What? Anybody doing a white polo? That's a good way to shoot for the story right there.
This crazy system, I don't know why. I started taking pictures. I started taking whenever I want to take notes, I have to decide where to start. So I think I don't know something.
Oh, good team.
Okay, I just want to welcome and give a thank you to Rabbi Moshe Benjamin. I think he's the only speaker who has spoken each one of the 15 years of this program. With a shuttif here from the very beginning. We appreciate everything he does for Klal Yisrael throughout the year, and this night included. Thank you, Rabbi Moshe.
Okay, we'll start in like 30 seconds. I'm gonna get myself organized. If you have, let's see what came out here. Okay, great. On the sheets you have in front of you, just before we start, on those sheets you have two sides of the same thing, which is the tefillah of Aniam Zemiroth, which we'll spend some of our time tonight speaking about. One of them is a little bit more of a worksheet that'll help you make your way through our shiur tonight. The other one is just the standard Aniam Zemiroth that has the topic of the shiur also, and that's the place where everybody can feel free to start and to begin. And like I said, we'll get to there in just a minute. Okay, as Rav Tarragon mentioned, I think it's been my zechus to be here almost every single year. I can't believe that other people did not get in on the initial offering here of this incredible stock of this gathering. It's nothing short of overwhelming. I mean, being able to park here, get through the traffic here, and to walk with the throngs of people in the old city of Yerushalayim, Alel Hoshanah Rabbah, is the confluence of so many things. I think I begin this way many times. I'm a big Pittsburgh Steelers fan, and Pittsburgh Steelers used to play their home games in a stadium that was called Three Rivers Stadium. Then they built a new stadium called Heinz Field, and now it's called something that I can't even remember or pronounce. Acra, sure, maybe. I think they sell insurance. But Three Rivers Stadium was called Three Rivers Stadium. It wasn't named for any company that was called Three Rivers. It was called Three Rivers Stadium because if you know your central east geography of the United States of America and about Pittsburgh, there are three rivers that converge at this point in Pittsburgh where the stadium is found. The Allegheny, the Ohio, and the Monongahela, if I'm not mistaken. Those three mighty rivers converge, and the announcers, just like the frozen tundra of Green Bay, they use the same words all the time. We stand here at the confluence of three mighty rivers for today's Pittsburgh Steelers game. Every Steelers game that I watched on NBC or CBS in my youth began with those words of introduction from the blimp cam, the confluence of these three rivers. I did not know many words in the English language, but I learned very quickly what the word confluence meant. It meant when you have these different streams that come together. It is nothing short of overwhelming, and everybody at different points over the course of tonight should contemplate how unbelievably overwhelming it is to be standing here at the confluence of Kedushas Makom, Kedushas Zman, Kedushas Torah, and Kedushas Am Yisrael. That's really what we have here right now, and all four of those things, to varying degrees, are under attack in our world and in our community. All four of those things suffer from an erosion of confidence. We're not 100% sure about our connection to this very place. We're not 100% sure about the meaning and the value outside of a Sunday workday and the rest of our sports schedule, we're not 100% sure about why Kedushas Zman and the significance, as we'll speak about in just a moment, of Hoshanah Rabbah or anything else, why it really matters. We're not 100% sure about how valuable our Torah is and why we would spend hour after hour learning from such incredible Talmidei Chachamim. By the way, if you're in here right now, you're in the wrong room. You belong across the hall with Rabbi Rosner and with so many of the other great shiurim that are taking place over the course of tonight. I'm happy to be the warm-up act and the opening act for the main course of such incredible delicacies in the world of Torah. We're not always so sure that that's the case. We're not always so sure that this is the most valuable way for us to spend our time. Sometimes we wonder and we imagine that maybe we should be doing other things and be doing them in other ways. And perhaps most tragically, we're really not sure in Kedushas Am Yisrael. We're not really sure what makes us special. We're really not sure what makes us tick. And when you have nights like this, it just serves as a reminder that when these streams come together in the powerful way that they do, and we get reminded, there is something called Kedusha, and it is found in the stones of the old city of Yerushalayim. There is such a thing called Kedusha, and it is found on certain days in which we reach for something that is beyond the ordinary, beyond the norm, and is a little bit more powerful and a little bit more meaningful. There is something called Kedusha, and it can be found in the holy words of our Torah, in the incredible Masorah, and the opportunity to sit at the feet of a Rabbi Foreman or a Rabbi Rosner, and to listen to the Torah and listen to the words of our Chazal come to life in front of our very eyes. And there is something called Kedusha, and it is found inside each and every one of us, and especially when we come together at events like this. And that is incredibly powerful before we even learn a word. But learn a word we must, and we shall, and hopefully have a good time doing it and reach something that is extremely Dvarim Hayotzim Min Halev, and something which will, I hope, enhance not just these last few hours of the Yomim Noraim Chagei Tishrei season that we have been in the middle of, but enhance our general religious identity, our general religious life, and all of the things that we do in our relationship with the Ribbono Shel Olam. As much as tonight is extraordinary, as much as this Tikkun Leil Hoshanah Rabbah, and the unbelievable, indescribable privilege that it is to learn Torah in the old city of Yerushalayim on Leil Hoshanah Rabbah, as much as that speaks for itself, there are also some serious questions that emerge from this experience that we have during the time of Hoshanah Rabbah in particular. A little bit on Shmini Atzeres and Simchas Torah as well, but especially during the time of Hoshanah Rabbah. This is not really the time of year to poke kind of fun and questions at Jewish practice. We've just spent a week walking through the streets with palm branches and citrus fruit that we put together and somehow make into a deep and meaningful religious expression. But it really does have, at a few moments over Hoshanah Rabbah, there really are some things, and I say this also almost every year, it's a strange night and an even stranger morning that we're going to have tomorrow morning. It's great to wake up early into Daven Vasikin, or to stay up all night in Daven Vasikin. It's amazing to be able to do that at the Hakotel. It's not a bad thing to say the longer Psukei de Zimra and have some of the Kedusha of Shabbos and Yom Tov trickle down to what is essentially a day of Chol HaMoed. But on Hoshanah Rabbah, it's the rest of it that is really, really strange. Maybe a different time we could speak about the beating of the Hoshanos and how we're going to kind of look over our shoulders to make sure that nobody who shouldn't be watching is watching, as we slam down, myrtle branches on the floor a bunch of times. And sometimes that game of whack-a-mole is meant to be this elevated, religious, deep and meaningful experience. I'm not even going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about, as I do, like I said, almost every year, just by framing the question, what is the deal with pretending that tomorrow is the extension, and even in the words of many of Chazal, the culmination of Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur and the entire experience? What is the deal with the Kittel? What is the deal, and why do we pretend and use the nigunim and the liturgy of Yomim Noraim? Why do we pretend that Ne'ilah got extended all the way to Hoshanah Rabbah? And most importantly, in essence, in terms of a Yom Hadin, what is the story with Hoshanah Rabbah being the actual culmination and the end of that Yom Hadin? I actually received a call earlier today from a student who, not necessarily the most committed of student that I've ever had in my life, and he was so bothered by this particular question. He felt lied to. He said, I did try this year to invest in Yom Kippur, and part of the reason why I did is because they told me Yom Kippur was really, really important. And then I'm reading up on H.com, I'm reading up on some of the Wikipedia pages about what Hoshanah Rabbah is about. It's like, well, it wasn't really on Yom Kippur. It's really Hoshanah Rabbah. Hoshanah Rabbah is really the end. We joke in my family all of the time that the only time you will never hear the speech about the value of Hoshanah Rabbah being the real end and the real chasima is at Ne'ilah. No rabbi anywhere on the planet ever got up before Ne'ilah and said, Ne'ilah is really important, except for Hoshanah Rabbah. Everybody knows it's really Hoshanah Rabbah. That's the real last minute. Not a big deal if you miss Ne'ilah. You'll always have Hoshanah Rabbah. You know why no rabbi ever said that? Not because they're trying to sell tickets to Ne'ilah. No rabbi ever said that because it's not true. Right? I mean, Ne'ilah is really important. What's with pretending that Hoshanah Rabbah is this great Ne'ilah that we have at the end? In Reshit this year, with the great Reveli Marcus, we had a similar type of joke about it, because this year, of course, we had Zichron Tru. We had the first day of Rosh Hashanah, in which we were not allowed to blow the shofar by rabbinic decree. And Rev Eli was giving a drasha about how the Kedusha of Shabbos is even more and greater than the Kedusha of Tkiyah Shofar. You don't need to blow the shofar when you have a Shabbos. And once again, we joked at the Yom Tov table. That's the type of thing you say on Shabbos when you're not blowing shofar. Nobody ever gave that drasha before Tkiyah Shofar. Tkiyah Shofar is really, really important, unless it's Shabbos, in which case it's not that important at all. We really have the same thing as Tkiyah Shofar every time we light Shabbos candles. You have to be careful with your words and what you mean and what you say. And of course, there's some degree of truth to it. We have to understand what it means. There's nobody here, if we could be honest with one another. I know we're being videoed. Only I'm being videoed. So you could be honest in your facial expressions, even make any gestures if you would like, a nod of the head, which we'll get back to in a couple of minutes. There's nobody here who feels anything that approximates that awe and fear and sense of trembling that accompanies Yomim Noraim right now. Hoshanah Rabbah is awesome, and it's awesome as Hoshanah Rabbah. Shmini Atzeres is incredible, and tomorrow would be great even if we didn't wear a kittel and do any of the ayayays that associate with Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. So why bother? And isn't it based on something, and what is that something based on? Over the years, we've suggested a number of potential answers to that question, and I think they have value, each and every one of them. This year, I was struck by, not even an answer. This is just Sichas Chaverim, and like I said, real Devarim Hayotzim and Aleh. This year, I was struck by an approach that is a little bit less happy. It's a little bit more pessimistic, maybe even cynical, although cynical is a dirty word, and I don't like to use it all that often, but maybe even a little bit more cynical. Unfortunately, perhaps a little bit more honest about the state of our own religious experience and what exactly we do on Yomim Noraim. Maybe we should be a little bit less glib. Maybe we should be a little bit less humorous about the need for and the extension of Yomim Noraim into Hoshanah Rabbah and Shmini Atzeres, by recognizing that as much as we had something that is called Ne'ilah, as much as we had this experience that ended on that great moment of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, maybe HaKadosh Baruch Hu is telling us, I don't think you should be ending this all that fast. I don't think, in the Iraq War, so famously, it was one of the great political gaffes of all time, is that George Bush stood on an aircraft carrier with the giant banner behind him saying, "Mission accomplished." And it was one of the low points of his entire presidency because, of course, as history would tell, and as many people, not just his detractors, felt at that moment, not so fast, President Bush. Mission has not been accomplished. You fired a few shots. You're off to a wonderful start. Mission has not been accomplished. Maybe that kittel, maybe those nigunim, and maybe the idea that Ne'ilah is extending is not some kind of weird ritual. It's not some kind of joke. Maybe that is God's way of saying that we need to reevaluate what went on Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur and ask ourselves, how close did we get to that finish line? How effective were we at reaching that chasima and that ending? And this could be understood itself on two different levels. One of them is the very nice, once again optimistic, lo alecha hamlacha ligmor level of the discussion. Meaning, of course, we should never be in mission accomplished mode, and whatever we did at Ne'ilah, we could stand to do more, and God in His good graces gives us even more to be able to do. This, of course, would be one explanation of Shmini Atzeres itself and the famous words, Kasha alai pridaschem. God says, we're not done here. We're having such a good time. We've accomplished so much. It would be great if we had just a little bit more. It would be great if we could extend this. Shemesh begivon dom. The war is just in the middle right now. Who wants it to end right now? Let's see if we could sit for another few minutes. Let's see if we could have another couple of nigunim. Let's see if we could go one step deeper in our avoda. And that would be enough right there as an explanation of saying, hey, aren't we a little bit too satisfied with what we did, a little bit too complacent with what we accomplished Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur? Isn't there more that we can do? Unfortunately, that is not the extent of this idea and of this suggestion. It's not just that isn't there more than we can do, and there's always more than we can do, and go get him, Tiger, and try to accomplish a little bit more. Unfortunately, it's more a case of isn't there different that we can do? Did we hit the mark on Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur the way in which we were supposed to? Did we accomplish even at all on Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur what we were meant to accomplish? Gentlemen, this is what I would like to discuss with you and suggest to you tonight, that perhaps the main idea of Hoshanah Rabbah and going into Shmini Atzeres and that second explanation of Kasha alai pridaschem, not it's difficult to say goodbye because there's more that we have to do. It's difficult to say goodbye because we didn't even get started. There's different that we need to do. We had a nice conversation at this meeting over the month of Tishrei. We didn't have the right conversation over this meeting in the month of Tishrei. I set up for a long time that I was going to meet with this executive, that I was going to have this conversation with a loved one, and we sat down and the conversation was great. The food was great. The background was great. The back and forth was great. But I came there to do something. I came there to accomplish something, and I didn't say that thing. And I didn't accomplish that thing. There is just to fast forward a little bit and to give you the main idea here, because I want to get to work, roll up our sleeves a little bit, and talk about Aniam Zemiroth for the majority of our time here tonight. But there is a really powerful mashal that Rav Naftali Mirafshitz provides that is, I think, so significant in the way in which we go through tefillah in general and Yomim Noraim in particular. Rav Naftali Mirafshitz tells the story of an epic battle that took place on the time of Tsar Nicholas in Russia. And Tsar Nicholas was engaged in a ferocious hand-to-hand combat. All of the armies were going at it one at another. And the opponents, whoever they were at that time of Tsar Nicholas and the Russian army, they were gaining the upper hand. And one of the expert bow and arrow marksmen from the other side had his sights right on Tsar Nicholas. The whole other team was winning, and he had come up right next to Tsar Nicholas, and he had a point-blank shot in front of everybody. They were all going to see how Tsar Nicholas was about to get killed by this arrow from the expert marksman. There was a lowly private in Tsar Nicholas's army. He was standing way too far away to be able to actually help or to do anything. But like out of the movies, it probably is a scene in more than one movie that's been made. He has a tiny rock in his hand, like David and Goliath. What's that rock going to do for an expert marksman from that distance? Absolutely nothing. But what he does with the tiny rock is that he rears back and he prays to God that his aim is going to be true. And he takes the rock and he throws it, and it hits the broadside of the neck of Tsar Nicholas's giant horse. The horse is disturbed, and at exactly the right moment, the horse rears up on its hind feet. The arrow that was about to kill Tsar Nicholas goes into his horse. By the time he comes down, the marksman has to regroup. By the time the marksman regroups, the rest of the army is able to overcome him. This private, in his quick thinking, saves Tsar Nicholas's life. In the victory parade that follows, there is a special place of honor for this private, for this lowly member of the army. And Tsar Nicholas gives him, before they go out to the adoring throngs, the crowd of people, Tsar Nicholas says, I want to have a private audience of this fellow. And he says, look, it doesn't end here. He says to the fellow, I'm the Tsar, you saved my life, you're the biggest war hero this country has ever seen. What would you like as your reward? Achashverosh to Esther HaMalka. Ad Chatzi HaMalchos. What would you like as your reward? The Guy looks at Tsar Nicholas and he says, oh my gosh, this is overwhelming. Wasn't expecting to be in front of the Tsar right now. I got to tell you, everybody in our platoon says that our commander is a real handful. He's a real miserable human being. It would be great if we could have a different commander, if this guy would be relieved of his command and you'd let somebody else be in charge. I got to tell you, we hate Tuna Tuesdays. Tuna Tuesdays are a disaster. Nobody likes Russian tuna. It's the worst meal we ever get. Could you change the menu so that we have grilled cheese on Tuesday and not that lousy Russian tuna? Tsar Nicholas looks at the guy and says, are you for real? You are in front of Tsar Nicholas and you saved his life. I just told you could have anything you want up to half of my kingdom. And you asked to get rid of Tuna Tuesdays? You asked that you should have a little bit of change in your management structure? You could be the general of the army. You could be a millionaire. You could have anything you want, and that's what you squandered it on? Tomorrow morning we don a kittel and we start talking in Rosh Hashanah tune again to remind ourselves that our work has just begun. You want to hear a little bit stronger and not just a mushal, but the actual kind of Torah ideas that are behind this, because they're powerful and because they're real. Rav Shlomo Kluger, not called Rav Shlomo Kluger for nothing. Rav Shlomo Kluger asked the question that on Yom Kippur we say so often. Ki vayom hazeh yechaper aleichem l'taraschem mikol chatosechem lifnei Hashem titaru. In that pasuk, there is what we call a double redundancy. First, as so many speak about, we have so many different words that describe the same thing as a process of tshuva. Mechila, kapara, slicha, tara, ki bayom hazeh yechaper aleichem l'tara eschem. What's the difference between kapara and tahara? You'll listen a different time. Rav Soloveitchik has a long essay about it. Not for now, not for tonight. Rav Shlomo Kluger says there's another redundancy. Ki bayom hazeh yechaper aleichem l'taher eschem. On that very day, you will have kapara and you will have tara. And in the end of the pasuk, we repeat, lifnei Hashem titaru. We get purified twice. There's a difference, says Rav Shlomo Kluger. So many people are content with the first level of tahara. So many people are perfectly okay with the fact that they feel good after Yom Kippur. And the end of the pasuk says, you do know what tahara means, don't you? You do know that it means lifnei Hashem titaru. You do know that it means not that just you did tshuva, not just that you feel a little bit better, not just that you took a vow and you said you're going to try to lose weight or be nicer to your mom. You do know that as important as those things are, the point of this was lifnei Hashem titaru. The point of this was that we asked for a little bit more access, a little bit more closeness. Simply that we have HaKadosh Baruch Hu as part of our lives in a more meaningful way. That we understand, that we believe, that we connect to something higher on a way in which we did not before. That's what we came for. Rav Soloveitchik, and he says it in such a delicate way, but it's such an explosive, almost dangerous idea. Who doesn't love at Ne'ilah? Hashem Hu Elokim, Hashem Hu Elokim. 7 times we yell out Hashem Hu Elokim. Tosos and Brachos already asked the question, why do we say the same thing 7 times? Hashem Hu Elokim. I would have thought as an educator that the reason is because you need to repeat things a lot of times before we get the message. We say it once, then maybe twice, maybe 3 times. Tosos and Brachos famously gives a different answer. Who knows 7? I know 7. 7 are the days of the week. Yes, 7 are also the levels of the Rakia. I don't know what that means. But there are 7 levels of Shemayim, 7 levels of the divine abode that exist in the heavens that are up there. 7 levels that are there. Every time we say Hashem Hu Elokim, it goes up a level. This is what Rav Soloveitchik writes. It's quoted in the Machzor, it's quoted in Nefesh Harav. Do you know how crazy that idea is? How many people, when they get to the 7th Hashem Hu Elokim, they feel like Hashem has never been closer to them? When in fact, the 7th time we said it, every time we say it, we are waving goodbye to a speck that is getting further and further away. What else do we do on Motzai Yom Kippur that gets everybody all excited? Not just because it means the fast is over and we could check what happened on Sunday Night Football. The last thing we do on Yom Kippur is blow a shofar. Why do we blow a shofar at the end of Yom Kippur? Most, or one of the reasons that is given, it is reminiscent of the shofar blast that was sounded at Har Sinai as an all-clear sign. couldn't go on Har Sinai because the divine presence, the Shekhinah was there. But now that if we blow a shofar and says you can go on Har Sinai, God's gone. That's the shofar that we blow on Yom Kippur. It's over. God's not here anymore. And we're walking around like that private in Tsar Nicholas's army. Woohoo! Shofar blowing. Hashem Elokim the seventh time. Even though those very things signify that we've lost the very thing that we came for. The shofar blast is not the ultimate connection. The shofar blast is a sad moment of whatever we had a minute ago is now lost, and it's almost like we don't care. Rav Shlomo Kluger says, you know why it's almost like we don't care? Because we don't care. That's not what we even came here. We came here for ritual, and we came here to feel good about our own self-improvement. We didn't come to establish that deeper level of connection. In front of you, you have the tefillah that is called Aniam Zemiroth. Now let's try to get to work a little bit. I promise not to take too much of your time. We will stay on the very, very precise schedule and the incredible Talmud Torah that is available to you this evening. For a couple of minutes, let's take a look at Aniam Zemiroth, and let's try to open up our eyes to the genius and the poetry of the Mechaber, of which there is some degree of debate exactly who it is. Let's try to see how this plays out. This dynamic, this sense of yearning, how it plays out throughout our experience, throughout our lives, as people who are seeking and people who are trying in every way possible to live the religious lives we are meant to live. Aniam Zemiroth is a controversial tefillah. Shir HaKavod is a controversial tefillah. When I grew up in Teaneck, New Jersey, the shul that I davened in Rinat Yisrael, they did not say Aniam Zemiroth every Shabbos. This is consistent with many other minhagim that are there, and there are actually two sources of this controversy. The controversy and a little bit of the mystery that revolves around Aniam Zemiroth. One opinion quoted by the Maharal and others, and there's a really wonderful, as all of his articles are wonderful, and of course his shiurim online. Rav Aryeh Leibowitz in his Sefer has a great kind of summary of the different opinions that have existed around Aniam Zemiroth. I suggest if you are at all interested in anything that we say over the next few minutes, you do some chazara of Rav Aryeh Leibowitz's clear and precise article and description there. He quotes there the Maharal. The Maharal says, much like Sefer Shir Hashirim, this is a dangerous thing for anybody to ever say. Don't say it, because you're going to end up in a bad place if you do. There is an enormous amount, as we're going to read together in a moment or two, there's an enormous amount of personification of God. There's an enormous amount of describing God in physical ways. We describe our relationship with God in physical ways, our heart yearning for a relationship with God. It's not good, says the Maharal. Much like Shir Hashirim was edited, we're not sure. The Gemara in Brachos tells us that the shvachos, the praises that we give God, come from Moshe Rabbeinu. Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid is a wonderful paitan, if he is in fact the author of it. Even Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid should not be authoring new descriptions of the Ribono Shalom. The Maharal says, I don't like it. Many others say the exact opposite side of the spectrum. Aniam Zemiroth, much like Shir Hashirim, is the most exalted of tefillos that there can be. However, because it is so exalted, it should not and it cannot be said every day. It can't even be said every Shabbos. You have to reserve it for Yom Tov. In fact, in the Sifrei Halacha, there is even a suggestion, not a modern or a new one, that if you are of the minhag of saying Aniam Zemiroth every day, or at least even every Shabbos, do not say it with the Aron Kodesh open. We'll come back to that idea closer to the end, but the suggestion is much like Aleinu, which we do recite multiple times every day, but only 3 times a year do we recite Aleinu. In the Musaf of Rosh Hashanah, 2 days on Yom Kippur, do we open up the Aron and allow Aleinu to take its full place and its full glory. Only 3 times a year. There is something special about Aleinu that we reserve for the Yom Noram, and it's important to be able to do that for that reason. There are questions that we'll also come back to closer to the end about who and when and how we recite Aniam Zemiroth. Somehow in the Young Israel communities and in modern Orthodoxy, Aniam Zemiroth has become the blank template for every new Morty Shapiro song and every new kind of show tune and kind of catchy way to get the tzibur into it. That's what we use. And of course, it is usually at the mouth of a mascot of the shul, a 9-year-old or an 8-year-old who is singing the most exalted and beautiful and most easily misunderstood words. Rav Ari Leibowitz has a suggestion that we'll end with in a couple of minutes that we'll come back to that relates to that. But that too is one of the controversies. Should we say it? How often should we say it? Should the Aron be open? Should the Aron be closed? Who should say it? What tunes should we use when we say it? Those are some of the controversies that exist in Aniam Zemiroth. What about the mysteries? Aniam Zemiroth, on the one hand, seems to be very, very straightforward. I imagine that most people sitting here, anybody who's watching right now, at least a good number of us, a high percentage of us, have wondered about and looked at Aniam Zemiroth to check out what is this Shir HaKavod? What is this incredible song of praise for the Ribono Shel Olam? And we find that it is a standard format, or at least it seems so on the surface, of these types of descriptions of man's relationship with God, of God's role, HaKadosh Baruch Hu's role inside of this world. We need to look again. The mystery, and perhaps even some of the controversy about Aniam Zemiroth, we have not even begun to scratch the surface of. Aniam Zemiroth is one of the most brilliant poems that has ever been written. I will tell you just from two personal and anecdotal, I promised you at the beginning and I meant it, even if we're being recorded by an audience that I don't see in front of me right now. These are as devar mayotzim and alev as I could possibly muster. There are times, again, growing up, I did not say Aniam Zemiroth every Shabbos. I still, till today, have a hard time saying Aniam Zemiroth every Shabbos, a little bit because of my memories of youth and what's built in to my rituals from when I was a child, and a little bit because of what we're going to speak about, what we are speaking about right now, and my understandings of the special and the uniqueness of Aniam Zemiroth. But when I do say Aniam Zemiroth, when I say Aniam Zemiroth by myself late on a Yom Kippur night, when I say Aniam Zemiroth as part of Psukei de Zimra on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, I will tell you that on more than one occasion, I don't like to share this type of thing, but I'll do it right now just to explain to you what we're dealing with and to explain to you what's being opened in my heart right now as we speak about these ideas. I have often found myself in the elongated Psukei de Zimra, 35 minutes, not having made it through half of Aniam Zemiroth. It is the entirety of my Psukei de Zimra on Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur. I will lose myself on Yom Kippur night just in saying and trying to understand the magic of what's going on in Aniam Zemiroth. There were a few years, which are the precursor for the next 10, 12 minutes or so that we're going to have here. There were a few years straight in Reshit when all of the excitement of Ma'ariv on Yom Kippur kind of died down, post-Kol Nidre adrenaline rush, where I'd sit with a few of the most beloved and cherished Talmidim and just sit and learn Aniam Zemiroth with them for a couple of minutes, particularly some of the lines that we're going to highlight in a minute. Aniam Zemiroth is not praise for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Right almost from the very get-go, we see that something else is going on in the descriptions that we find here. And some of these are going to be more compelling than others. Some of them are going to be more obvious than others. Some of them you're going to agree with more than others. I'm going to run through them quickly, not because we're pressed for time, although we are. I'm going to run through them quickly because there is a flow and a rhythm that is important, much like when we daven in order to understand them. But I did you the favor, you can utilize with me kind of the worksheet form that you have on the, you have a different format than I have. This would be the one that has all of these arrows on it and the gray boxes in Aniam Zemiroth. Follow along with me and let's look at what a close reading can lead us to understand. And we probably should, we'll go slightly out of order just once. But to me, the line that we come back to every single Yom Kippur, and that is so critical to look at. And it could be that, I'm just going to get where. If you look at the boldface, there's only one boldface line on the entire page. This is on the page that starts, or the column that starts with the Aniam Zemiroth with the gray boxes. So the fourth gray box on the page, about 40% of the way down, is the letter Daled. Dimu oscha. V'lo kifi yeshcha, vayashvucha lefi ma'asecha. Those first 5 words, Dimu oscha v'lo kefi eshcha, that's a fairly remarkable statement that we make and tells us that something is amiss in the tefillah of Aniam Zemiroth. Dimu oscha. The Nevi'im, Chazal, described you, but not according to what and who you really are. There is a distance and a mask that defines our relationship with the divine, that defines our relationship with Hashem. We spend time in allegory. We'll come back to that in a moment. We spend time speculating on what this is all about, on where those kedushos can be found, and we're never 100% sure that our answers are accurate. We get very, very distracted by many external things, and we lose sight of the essence of that connection and of that reality. Dimu oscha v'lo kefi eshcha. It's not what we'd be expecting to find here. You know, as we're jumping around the base medrash, singing this to Gishmak to be a Yid, that's what we're saying. All these descriptions of God, none of them are right. None of them are accurate descriptions of an unknowable, intangible God. God himself, forget about Aniam Zemiroth for a moment. God himself is shrouded in mystery. Shrouded is a word that we use for garments. Aniam Zemiroth, the shirim e'erog. I will weave together, erog, our first gray word, our first bold-faced word, shaded word. Erog, I will weave together. You could use the word weave for many, many things, but we primarily use weaving for textiles. We use weaving for a garment. My prayers are making a garment for God. What is a garment for God? So actually, there used to be one more arrow on this page. It was an arrow that compared or equated to something in the letter tzadi. Sach ve'adom, lilevusho adom. God is described later on in Aniam Zemiroth as wearing a garment. The garment that he wears are the things that we use to refer to as God. The acts that we do that are approximations, that are disguises for the meaningful yichud and the meaningful devekus and connection that we are capable of having with the Ribono Shel Olam. Right at the beginning, the Paitan, Rabbi Yehuda Chassid, according to some, is the father of Rabbi Yehuda Chassid. He is describing and hinting to the fact that we are grasping at straws. In fact, even though it's not in the gray box, think about poetically. Ki elecha nafshi sa'arog. My heart is yearning. My soul is yearning. Sa'arog. Of course, it is a pun for erog and sa'arog. They're not the same word at all. But sa'arog, I am. Ka'ayal nafshi, ka'ayal ta'arog alafike mayim. Like a starving animal thirsting for water. I am desiring a relationship with God. I ask all of you the following question. It's why we came here tonight. A description of desiring, yearning for God is a description of closeness or a description of distance. That question, gentlemen, is a paradox. Yearning for something is an ultimate expression of closeness to that thing. But you cannot yearn for something that is in the palm of your hand. You cannot yearn for something that you are constantly connected to and a part to. Even that yearning, even that beautiful desire, chemdas yamin, the desire to be connected to something, can only exist when there is a distance and a loss. It can only exist when we are in a state of confusion and in a state of darkness. Speaking of a state of darkness, nafshi chamda b'tzel yadecha. My soul desires the shade and the shadow of your hand. This holiday of Sukkot, we have so many times in which we will speculate about the shadows, the type of tzel that exists, the shade of a sukkah. Why do we desire the shade and the shadow of God's hand? Why do we not just desire God's hand itself? What is the implication of God's shadow? So we have many implications of shade or shadow. One of them would be, like on the holiday of Sukkot, it's divine protection. It's the way in which the terrible sun is kept from damaging our skin or our bodies. Sometimes we live in the shadow of an older brother or a dominating parent, and we can't get out of their way. That would hardly be the type of thing that we would pray for. Another implication of shadow, two of them that matters, is that shadows are dark. Shadows are places of confusion. Shadows are places of uncertainty. When the day gets long, we get a little bit less sure of ourselves as we walk through the street. The things that we see are fuzzier. They're not in as sharp focus as they were a few hours earlier. And shadows in their essence are not a thing. They are a projection of that thing that is caught by the light in a certain way. Once again, a description of closeness is used poetically. The words that are used poetically are the words of distance and the words of a degree of confusion. Asapra kivodcha v'lo re'isicha, adamcha achancha v'lo yidaticha. These are just expansions of what we read earlier for Os Dalet. I will speak of your glory, even though I don't know what I'm talking about. I will describe you, even though I don't really know you. The Python is speaking and giving us voice to every doubt we've ever had, every sense of confusion we've ever felt, all of our uncertainty, all of the gaps in our knowledge and the gaps in our understanding. Vayechezu bicha. And they made a mashal for you. It's only a mashal. It's only an allegory. Now, I want to show you something that is absolutely fascinating. Because if you look, and there's a lot of work that is done in Aniam Zemiroth in understanding where the transition point exists in Aniam Zemiroth. Where's the point of the different sections of it? For the entire first part that we were just reading, you have the author, the Python, he is struggling to identify what it is that we're about to do. Why am I singing and dancing and jumping and learning a Tosfos and Bava Kama? I am doing all these things and they're only creating this vague kind of mist in my religious experience. And then we start with the analogies and the standard praises of God. They will go for quite a while. And if you look at them, I want to point out to you something quite fascinating. We've just described the fact that these analogies are not all that valuable because they're not all that accurate. And you would think that what we would do next is not have that many analogies. But yet there are about to be 30 or so lines of the most vivid descriptions of God that we ever had before. First of all, just to point out, stylistically, structurally, and these are not my ideas at all. These are remarkable insights that you can open up any of the Perushim on the Siddur and you can find them. First of all, at the critical moment in Oz Zayin of Zikna B'Yom Din, we move subtly from first person to third person. We are referred to you, God, and then we essentially give up. When it comes to the analogies, this is the poetic way of reinforcing what we've spoken about up until now. When it comes to the actual analogies, we don't dare use first person. There's no more Baruch Atah. There's no more presumption of a you, because we're having an out-of-body experience, not out of our body, out of God's body experience. We're describing something, but we do it with the respectful distance of third person of a he. That transition, by the way, is made in Oz Zayin. Oz Zayin is neither second person nor first person. The change is so abrupt and so significant that there's one line that is just a statement that leaves out the person altogether. Zikna B'Yom Din, you could read it in English. Old age on the day of judgment, youth on the day of battle, like a man of war who has many talents. The only line in the entire Aniam Zemiroth that is neither a you or a he, because it is the transition and the pivot between those things. Who learned in high school literature that there's such a thing called a metaphor and another type of analogy that is called a simile? What's the difference between a metaphor and a simile? The difference between a metaphor and a simile is whether you use the word like, whether you acknowledge that your analogy is an analogy, or you make your analogy as a definitive statement. He is like a deer is I think, a metaphor or a simile. I don't know which one is which. But the other one is he's a deer. That means I'm saying, obviously in both cases, I probably don't mean literally that this base runner is like a gazelle. But if I use the word like, it's a slightly softer type of metaphor. Do you know that in the entire Aniam Zemiroth, which has the most contrived, wild analogies that we find anywhere in any writings of Chazal anywhere, do you know the word like almost never appears? If you look, it's fascinating. This translation came off the internet. It was just an easy format to be able to do. I found a mistake in it. I think it's a mistake. I highlighted it. I think it's the only English word that is highlighted. Chavash kova Yeshua birosho. Like one who wears the helmet. There's no word like. The word like is not found in the Hebrew. If you open up an art scroll, you will not find like one who wears a helmet. We go hardcore. We give the analogy of he's wearing a helmet. Those are the words that we say. God's wearing a helmet. God has black hair. Look how definitive the statement says. There is a little bit like pure gold. I think there are 2 actual likes that we find here. But mostly it is not. Excuse me, that one's also a mistake. Kesem tar puz demus rosho. It is translated as here, his head is like pure gold. That like does not appear in the Hebrew text. I think the only like that appears in the Hebrew text is found. Anybody want to find it for me? I know it's here somewhere. There is one like, and it is towards the beginning, where Kish Mochama Yadav Lo Rav. I highlighted it for you. Like, there is one chaf in the entire Aniam Zemiroth. The entire descriptions, we refuse to even use the softer. How do we understand those kinds of contradictions? How do we understand the fact that a minute ago we said these analogies are worthless, and then 2 minutes later we're giving 30 of them, and all 30 we don't even have the decency to proceed with a like? We went from, he doesn't have any gold hair whatsoever, the whole thing's a joke, to, I'm not even going to say it's like he has gold hair. He has gold hair. He has shiny black curls. He's wearing a red blood-stained garment. Not like he's wearing a blood-stained garment. How do we understand that? Gentlemen, the story of Aniam Zemiroth is the story of our lives. We acknowledge at the beginning that we are up against a lot. That it is the job of a lifetime to search for something that is real and something that is meaningful. But then we get caught up with all of this stuff. We get caught up with all of the rituals and all of the expectations and all of the jumping around and all the singing and dancing and all the schedule and all the obligations and all the mitzvos. And we can forget for a long, long moment, we can forget the fact that dimuoscha velo kefi yeshcha, that there is a lifnei Hashem titaru that stands at the center of Rosh Hashanah, of Yom Kippur, of that Ne'ilah experience. That's what it was all about the entire time. Lifnei Hashem titaru. Limancha Elokim chayim. All that we're asking for and all that we want is limancha. It is connected to you. Hashem Hu Elokim is not our way of saying goodbye. It is our way of introducing and grabbing hold on. Kasha alai pridascha. The final pivot in Aniam Zemiroth is found at the end. We finish the praises and then we pause and we recite Os Reish. Rosh Devarcha Emes. God, at the end of the world day, we must be true. You began the world with truth. You are nothing if not honest. Nothing if not real. Rosh Devarcha Emes. We recognize and we say, look, we tried. We gave it a great shot. 30 lines, 30 praises, all of the poetry, all of the singing, all the enthusiasm. Rosh Devarcha Emes. Dimuoscha velo kefi yeshcha. We've been describing you, but we've been missing the essence. We've been missing the heart. We've been missing the soul. We refer to ourselves referentially as Tikar Shiras Rosh Beinecha. The prayer of the poverty-stricken should be taken as being valuable in God's eyes. The simple explanation, and Ein Mikra Yotzei Midei Pshuto, even if this is not an actual pasuk, is the fact that we were referring to our bereft state of not having a Beis HaMikdash. That's the Shiras Rosh, the Shira of a pauper. You know what it really means? Not just that we don't have a Beis HaMikdash, but that we don't have clarity, that we don't have sunlight, that we don't have the definitive knowledge that one would think we would have to do all of the things that we do. And we ask Hashem to accept our tefillos anyway. We ask Hashem to acknowledge that our being here and our yearning and our honesty is the most valuable korban. Our vulnerability is the most valuable korban that we could ever offer up to him. This made me almost fall off my chair in emotion and in depth of meaning. Uvevirchasi sinana lirosh. And when I reach out and bless you, God, I know we're not going to get much. I know we're not going to get 1967. I know we're not going to get open miracles. I know we're not going to get a warm physical embrace from God. But God, could you nod your head in our direction? Can you give me just a little bit, in the words of Akiva Turjaman, Tainli Od Sima? Can you give me a little bit of a hint? Can you give me a little bit of just a wink, a nod of the head that tells me that in this cosmic universe, as we're trying to feel our way around like a blind man, that we are not mistaken and we are not alone? And of course, the reason why I was so astounded in preparing for tonight, Sinan Eli Rosh, is the words of Na'anuim. As we go with the lulav and esrog that we don't fully understand and we certainly don't fully appreciate, shaking and nodding, we're looking for God cosmically. We're looking for God in the heavens to acknowledge us just a little bit. Lecha Hashem Hagedula. You, Hashem, are really the one who is the source of everything. And we say, Mi Yamalel Gevuros Hashem Yashmi'a Kol Tehilaso. The additional psukim that we say, which of course means who could actually praise God. Usually what we mean, we just did praise God, didn't we? We understand that euphemistically. I am speechless, and then I'll continue to speak for the next 25 minutes. Well, I guess I wasn't that speechless after all. But needless to say, and then I'll say something for 25 minutes. I guess it wasn't that needless to say after all. Mia Malel is not a rhetorical question. We acknowledge the tfilas rash. We acknowledge the fact that there is a poorness. We acknowledge the fact that there is a poverty to our belief and to our actions, but we ask God for that to be enough. We ask Him to give us a sign. We ask Him to connect to us. Rav Ari Leibowitz quotes from a variety of sources that the reason why children are the ones that have been chosen by the tzibor to be able to daven the tefillah, to lead Aniam Zemiroth, is because when we open up that Aron Kodesh, and when we take the opportunity to be vulnerable and to be real, Rosh Devarcha Emes, in the tefillah of Aniam Zemiroth, when we put aside everything that has distracted us over the past 3 weeks, and we just say, Kasha alai pridaschem, it is difficult for us to say goodbye. It is difficult for us to end this relationship. When we yell out Hashem Hu Elokim, when we ask for one more chance for what we really came here to be able to do, Lifnei Hashem Kitaru, when we enter into our own Kodesh HaKadoshim tomorrow morning in Shachris, what will we find in that place? We will find the Kruvim. We'll find innocent, pure children, the children that you and I were once upon a time, before we were distracted by line after line of song and of all sorts of things that we thought were God, but really weren't. That we thought were the purpose of our life, but really, really weren't. We go back and we hearken back to what we always find in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, Leiv Tahar Birali Elokim. I always have felt that when the Aron Kodesh gets opened, it's like how does the factory work? Like what's in that mysterious box? What's lurking behind that curtain? Open it up for a couple of minutes and I get to see where they keep the good stuff. Get to see where the deepest part of the architecture can be found. That's it. That's our Kodesh HaKadoshim that we dare not open up all the time, but when we do, and we go lifnayu lifnim, we will find the purity of a childlike soul that is in there, a soul that believes in the nods of an almighty God, a soul that believes in Hashem Hu Elokim, a soul that yearns for that which it does not have right now, but that it hopes and prays it will achieve very, 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 very soon. Why do we put on a kittel in a few minutes? Why do we have one last remnant of Yomim Noraim? Because our mission has not been accomplished. In many ways, unfortunately, even after all those hours of tefillah, our mission has barely started. We must acknowledge our own vulnerabilities and limitations. And we must recognize and believe and have the fullest of confidence and tefillos that with our efforts and with our reaching out, with our brachos to Hashem, sinana li rosh, we will receive the slightest of nods in return from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We will receive the acknowledgement that we are on the right path, and slowly but surely we will get there. And that we will not leave behind the accomplishments of the past 3 weeks, but rather we will take them into the shadows of winter, into the darkness of the rest of our lives, and to be able to shine that incredible light and to recognize that what we have is the beginning of a journey that we will be on for the rest of our life. Lo alecha hamlacha ligmor, v'lo ata ben chori lehibatel mimenu. It is not for us to finish this journey, but not one of us could pretend that it is not our mission and not our instruction to try to do. A little bit more clarity and a little bit more light in our lives. And when the Tsar will ask us for our efforts, what is it that we want? We will say what we want is you. What we want is to be in this inner chamber. What we want is to have this feeling of connection. What we want is to be lifnei Hashem titaru, limancha Elokim chayim. Everybody should have an exhilarating and uplifting end to this season of Yom Tov, an incredible choresman of learning to follow, and just filled with hakaras hatov to Yeshivat Hakotel and to all of those involved in creating this incredible confluence and allowing us a chance to discover that yichud with the Ribono Shel Olam that is found in the kedusha of makom, the kedusha of zman, the kedusha of Torah, and the kedusha of all of us, the kedusha of Am Yisrael. Have a very, very good Yom Tov.
Joining us in the next round of Shurma at 10 o'clock.
Yes.
I'm telling you.
Joe, this is my dinner. Joe.
Actually, how you got? He doesn't. How do you? Speaks up once at 5.
Yo, can you respond on the freeze list? I'm in the Soka. Someone was looking for me.
20 minutes, bro. That's long.
Dan, you want to talk to tonight?
Yeah.
You want another one? Josh, you want another one for the road? Got one right here. No? For the road? We're going to wait a couple minutes. I see Rav Raz is finishing his shir. I'll let people come and go. Samantha, good to see you. All the way from Los Angeles. All the way. How you doing, guys? Had a nice Chag? Great to be. Great to have you. You finished?
Yeah. I didn't realize, is this it? Yeah. I didn't realize God Rishika is here.
Yeah.
Gotta take good care of him.
Doing our best.
Okay. That's what he said to you. He
said you brother.
But that's right.
Many of my Rebbeim have studied under you.
What's your name?
I'm Shlomo Prater.
Nice to meet you.
I speak Torah, and as far as I remember, both.
Wassermans.
Yes, both of the Wassermans studied
Nice to
under
meet you. Good to have you with us tonight.
Yes, it's a real company.
Anyone who plans to stay for the shir should please take a copy of the story we're going to be taking a look at. So I'm giving it to Leifer and to Micah. You guys can, One of the biggest problems that people have in general, and particularly in our world, are worries. what people call today anxiety. And the truth is that there's a lot to be worried about. And the more a person is connected to social media and you read about all kinds of terrible things happening to countries, to cities, to individuals, it's understandable why people would be worried. I want to address this topic tonight because I feel it connects deeply to Sukkot, the theme of Sukkot. And the truth is we could relate to the topic just through classical Makoros. But I want to begin by learning together a short story written by Rav Nachman Breslov. He wrote it initially in Yiddish. We're going to look at it in English. And we'll look at the story, but then we're going to try and see where it came from and get a better appreciation by looking at the Makoros from the Torah, from Chazal, from Hasidus, etc. Rav Nachman wrote a story that he entitled Maaseh B'Bitachon, a story about trust. What's interesting, though, is that when you look at the story, it doesn't seem to be talking about bitachon. It actually seems to be talking about worries. And in truth, it's about the relationship between the two, bitachon and worries. Let's take a look at the story. There once was a king who said to himself, "Who can have fewer worries than I have? I have everything good, and I am a king and a ruler." So the king thinks that he should have the fewest worries. Why does he think he should have the fewest worries? What about being a king? Does he believe this is something else? Should give him the fewest worries? No? Anyone? What does he say about himself? I am a king and a ruler. I'm in charge. So I'm in charge. I have nothing to worry about. Anyone who's ever been in charge knows that people in charge have no worries. In any case, is he confident that he has the fewest worries? If you're confident that you're the fairest of them all, you don't ask the mirror its opinion. He thinks he should have the fewest worries, but it seems like he has a lot of worries. And he's trying to figure out how he can live a life with fewer worries, because that's a good life. He went to investigate this. He walked around at night, standing behind the houses to listen and determine what people were saying. He heard each one's worries and how things were not going well in their business. At one person's house, he heard that the person had troubles and had to obtain an audience with the king. In this way, he heard each one's complaints. His initial feedback, his initial evidence supports his theory. He should have the fewest worries because he's in charge. Everybody else has worries, and who do they need to help them? Him! So he has the fewest worries. But now the story takes a twist. There are 70 English copies rolling around, so there are more English copies of the stories than people. Could be they're sitting on the thing, people can look on with each other, etc. Then he saw a very low house that was sunken in the ground, so that its windows were literally at ground level. Its roof was fallen and broken. This guy does not live in a very secure house. He can't see very far. He doesn't even have a roof over his head. Inside, he saw a man sitting and playing his fiddle. But he had to listen very well to hear the sound. The man was very happy. He had a plate and drink in front of him. The drink was wine, and he had other food before him. The man appeared very happy, full of joy, without any worries. So here's a guy who has every reason to be worried, yet he lives his life without any worries. In the morning, the king got up. Well, let's get the paragraph. The king went into the house and asked how the man was getting along. The man replied. The king saw the pot of food, the wine in front of the man, saw the joy in the man's face. The man gave the king some wine and drank to the king out of love. The king also drank. The king then lay down to sleep. The king saw that he was totally happy, without any worries, whatever. In the morning, the king got up, and the man also got up and accompanied the king. Where did you get all this? Asked the king. I am a repairman, replied the man. Not very Jewish. I can fix anything that's broken. I can't make anything, but I can fix things. I go out in the morning and fix things. When I have 5 or 6 gulden, I buy myself food and drink. How does this guy live? How would you formulate that? How would you describe it? Anyone? He lives day by day. He gets the money he needs for the day. He enjoys the day and doesn't worry about the next day. When the king heard this, he said to himself, I will ruin him. Why does the king want to ruin him? What would you guys say? Why does the king want to ruin him? What? He's jealous. I want to explain that a little bit more broadly. I agree with you, right? From the time the king was a young boy, a little Simba, they told him, if you want to live a life without worry, you have to become powerful. You have to become in charge. You have to become the king. You have to trample other people, work your way through the system. You have to go to high school and work hard to get good grades, to get to a good college, to get to a good graduate school, to work hard to get a good job. Now here's some guy, sheepish guy, goes into business, doesn't have a college degree, didn't work hard in high school, and everything's fine.
You are jealous. You have to show that can't work because it undermines everything you spent your whole life working towards. Is it possible to live a life without worry, without having any power? Is it possible that that's the only way to live a life without worry? So the king has to show that this doesn't work. If you were the king, what would you use to try and bring down the fixer?
Make him worry about that day.
You would try and use your power to ruin him, and he's very susceptible. Why is he susceptible? Yoni, everything okay? Nachum Silvan. The guy is very susceptible. He's in a dangerous situation, right? Because if one day he doesn't make money, he's done. He's got no savings. He's got nothing to fall back on. So let's take a look at page 2. The king returned home and issued a decree that if anyone has anything broken, he should not give it to anyone to fix. He must either fix it himself or buy something new. The next morning, the fixer went out and looked for things to repair. He was told that the king had issued a decree that nothing be given to others to fix. This was bad for him, but he had trust in God. This is where trust comes in. Trust in God, bitachon, is not presented by Rav Nachman as a mitzvah, a chiyuv. It's presented as the only way you can live each day without worrying about the next day. And if you are always worried about the next day, you can't enjoy today. For Rav Nachman, bitachon is the way to live life without worry. By the way, bitachon doesn't mean you don't have to act. Next line. He walked a while and saw a wealthy man cutting wood. Why are you cutting the wood yourself? Asked the fixer. Isn't it beneath your dignity? I tried to find someone to cut the wood for me, replied the rich man, but I couldn't find anyone. I had no choice but to cut it myself. Let me, replied the fixer. I'll cut the wood for you. He cut the wood, and the rich man gave him a gulden. He saw that this was a good way to earn money, so he cut more wood until he earned 6 gulden. How much did the fixer earn on a regular day? And remembers bottom of page 1? How much did he earn on a regular day?
5 or 6.
5 or 6. So a day that began with him losing his job ended with him making the high end of what he usually earned. Meaning, things worked out well for him. He took the money and bought himself his meal. The meal was a feast and he was very happy. The king went out again that night and stood outside the fixer's window to see what had happened. He saw the fixer sitting with food and drink in front of him, very happy. King came in and saw the same as the previous time. They then went to sleep as they had done previously. In the morning, the man got up and accompanied the king. Where did you get your food? Asked the king. How did you earn money for it? My usual work is to repair things, replied the fixer, but the king made a law that nothing could be given to another to be fixed. So I went and chopped wood until I got enough money for what I needed. After leaving the fixer, the king issued a decree that no one should hire anyone to cut wood. King's not giving up. Okay, fixer got lucky once. When the man heard this, he was upset since he had no money. But still he trusted in God. He walked a while and saw a man cleaning out his stable. Who are you to be cleaning out his stable, he asked. I looked all over, replied the other. Couldn't find anyone to do it for me. Therefore I had to do it myself. Go on page 3. Let me, replied the fixer. I'll clean it out for you. When he was finished, the man gave him 2 gulden. How much was he earning per job the day before? 1. Now he's earning double. Meaning, as things get worse, the silver lining keeps bringing him something better, a better opportunity. He cleaned out a few more stables and earned himself the 6 gulden that he needed. He bought his entire meal, returned home. The meal was a feast for him, and he was very happy. The king went out again to see what happened. Again, he saw him happy. The king came and spent the night. In the morning, the fixer accompanied the king. The king asked him how he got the money, explained what he had done. The king then issued a decree that no one may be hired to clean out barns or stables. That morning, the fixer went out to clean stables, but he was told that the king made a law that no one be hired to do such work. Not having any choice, the fixer went to the recruiting officer and joined the National Guard. How common was it in Eastern Europe for a Jew to volunteer for the army? What do you see from here? By the way, Rav Nachman therefore explains, some soldiers are drafted, but others volunteer for pay. What do you see from here? That hishtadlus doesn't mean a token effort. It means doing whatever you have to do. You're not worried about tomorrow because you'll believe it'll be there, but you have to do a real effort, the best effort, the desperate effort, whatever it takes. The fixer hired himself as a soldier, made a condition with the recruiting officer. They would only join temporarily, he would be paid every morning. He immediately put on his uniform, put his sword at his side. At night, he took off his uniform, and with his pay, he bought himself his meal and went home. The meal was a feast for him, and he was very happy. The king went out to see what had happened. He saw that everything was set before the fixer. He was very happy. He entered the house, spent the night with him as before. The king asked how he was getting along. The fixer told him the whole story. King called the officer and told him he should not lift a finger to pay any of the men from the treasury that morning. When the fixer reported for duty, he asked the officer for his pay for the day. When the officer would not pay him, he said, but we made an agreement, you would pay me every day. True, replied the officer, but the king decreed no one get paid today. The fixer devised a plan. He removed the blade from his sword and replaced it with a wooden blade, so that no one could tell the difference. He then pawned the sword blade and bought his meal as usual. The meal was a feast. The king came back again and saw the fixer completely happy. He came to visit and spent the night and asked him how he was doing. Fixer told him the whole story. I removed the sword blade from the handle. I pawned it to buy his meal. When I get paid today, he finished. I'll redeem the blade and fix it. No one will know the difference. I can fix anything. The king will have lost nothing. We're now up to the last round, page 4. When the king returned to his palace, he summoned the officer in charge. He said, I have a criminal who was sentenced to death. Call this fixer who you recruited as a mercenary. Give him orders to cut off the criminal's head. The officer went and summoned the fixer. The king gave orders that all the soldiers should see this joke. He told them that one of the soldiers had replaced the blade of his sword with a wooden substitute. When the fixer came before the king, he fell on the ground before the king and pleaded, Your Majesty, why did you summon me? To decapitate a criminal, replied the king. The fixer begged and pleaded, I had never killed a man. He said, please get someone else to do it. That's just why I'm ordering you to do it, replied the king. Is the case really that clear? Asked the fixer. Maybe the case is not clear. Maybe he doesn't deserve to die. I never killed a man in my life. How can I kill someone who didn't even deserve to die? There's no question whatsoever. He deserves to die, replied the king. The verdict is unanimous. You must be the one to carry out the sentence and execute it. The fixer saw that he would not be able to dissuade the king. He looked up towards heaven and said, God Almighty, how many times does the story tell you that the fixer prayed? I'm sure he did pray, but it tells you dafka here that he prayed when it's not even a tefillah. Let's take a look. I never killed a man in my life. If this man does not deserve to die, let the blade of my sword turn to wood. Like many of Rav Nachman's stories, it ends with a cute joke. Obviously, he doesn't need to pray. With that, he drew his sword. Everyone saw the blade was a piece of wood. All those present had a good laugh. The king saw what a fine man the fixer was and let him go home in peace. What's the moral of the story? Anyone? Let's pass these out. What's the moral of the story? What would you guys say? What's the moral of the story? Don't be shy. What's the right way to live life? What allows you to enjoy what you have in your life? Yes?
You assume that things are always going to be better?
You should assume things are always going to be better than they are today?
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe you don't mean better. Maybe you should assume that. That what about always? There'll always be, yeah? Tomorrow, yeah? What about tomorrow?
Like you always have an opportunity to
Meaning, the only way to enjoy what you have today is if you can use what you have without being afraid that you won't have enough for tomorrow. I'll give you an example. Let's say you go to work one day and you earn $1,000. Let's say $1,000 is what you need to enjoy today. Do you go home and enjoy the rest of your day? What do most people do if they earn $1,000? Do they go home for the day? Why not? Why don't they go home? They have enough that they need for today. Why don't they go home and spend time with their children, learn, do things that are important to them? What are they afraid of? No? Tomorrow. I have enough for today, but what about tomorrow? Okay, let's say I earn $2,000. Should I go home today? Oh, what's the problem? Okay, let's say I earn $20,000. Let's say I have enough for the month. Do I go home? No, why not? Okay, let's say I earn $200,000, $2 million, $2 billion. The interesting thing about white-collar crime is that you have to have a lot of money in order to commit them. Why does a person who has $235 million feel like he needs to cheat to have $240 million? How does it change his life? People are insecure. No matter what they have, they're worried they won't have more tomorrow. And no matter what they have today, they can't enjoy today because they're worried about what's going to be tomorrow, what's going to be next year, what's going to be next decade, what's going to be with my children, my grandchildren. Maybe the market will go down, the market will go up. A person who's worried about tomorrow can't enjoy all the good they have today. So what do you need in order to not have to worry about tomorrow? But Rabbi, we need to worry about tomorrow. What's the only way that you don't need to worry about tomorrow? What's the answer Rav Nachman gives in this story? The answer is bitachon. Bitachon is what gives the fixer the ability to go out and earn what he needs for the day, come home and enjoy it, without worrying that there'll be more tomorrow. Now this is intentionally an extreme expression of how to live life, and I think Rav Nachman presents it because he wants to give us something very different than what we're used to. So we can think about what we're really relying upon and whether we're living our life in a way that we're enjoying what we have or not. Let's see where all this comes from. Let's take a look here at the Makorot sheet. We're going to talk about 3 points. The first is the importance of focusing on the day. Let's start by talking about how significant each day is. Everyone knows that the Jews were punished because of the Chet HaMeraglim, and they had to stay in the desert for how many more years?
40.
40. Why 40? Anyone remembers? First source? A year for each day that the Meraglim toured Israel. What do you see from here? A day can impact a full year. Each day of the Meraglim's visit ended up having the impact of a year. And so you shouldn't think this is just some idea. If you look at the Gemara in Chagiga Daf Hey, it quotes a pasuk from Yeshayahu Perek Nun Chet, V'oti Yom Yom Yidroshen, and the Gemara learns from there that anyone who learns Torah, even for a day, it's as if he learned Torah for the whole year. Later it says, if a person does an Aveira, even for one day, it's as if he did an Aveira for the whole year. What's the point of this? The point is that people don't treat each day of their lives seriously. We don't always appreciate how significant what we do with each day can be. And this is why. It's critical for us to maximize each day, to take advantage of each day. I want to show you 3 examples of where this idea is discussed by Chazal. By mitzvos, by Torah, and by tshuva. 3 decently important things. The pasuk in Dvarim Perek Zayin says, keep the mitzvos. Asher anochi mitzavecha hayom la'asotam. Sefer Dvarim uses the word hayom many, many times. The emphasis on the day. The Gemara in Eruvin teaches us that the message here is hayom la'asotam v'lo lamachar la'asotam. Ultimately, we only have each day to do mitzvos. We don't know what's going to be tomorrow. We'll talk about this more at length in a few minutes. Do the right things today. Don't delay till tomorrow. And this idea is emphasized by the Mishnah in Avos, where Hillel teaches, don't say, when I'll have time, I'll learn. Maybe you won't have time. Maybe you won't become free. We always tell ourselves we'll do it later. Later will be easier. We don't know that later is going to be easier. And that's why we say there's no time as good as the present. And finally, and most sharply, Rabbi Eliezer taught in the same parak in Avos to do tshuva the day before we die. His Talmidim asked him the obvious question. The Gemara in Shabbos Daf Kuf Nun Gimel tells us that they asked him, but we don't know what day we're going to die. V'chi adam yodea ezeu yom yamus. He said that's why we need to do tshuva each day of our lives. A person should not make the mistake of taking the day for granted and assuming there'll be many, many more. We should never say we'll do it tomorrow because we don't know, in truth, if we'll have it tomorrow. We're shocked when someone we know doesn't wake up in the morning. We should be shocked when people do wake up. It's just that it happens so often that we take it for granted. Let's continue with this theme on page 2. The pasuk in Mishlei teaches us, don't celebrate what you assume is happening tomorrow because you don't know what's going to be happening tomorrow. Lo teida ma yeled yom. The Gemara in Sanhedrin flips it over and says, don't be frustrated. Don't be upset about what you assume is going to happen tomorrow. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You assume, but you don't know. Ibn Ezra famously expressed this through something Avram Fried turns into a song. The past is gone, the present isn't here yet. All we really know is the present. Why worry about the future? Rav Nachman Breslov, not surprisingly, has a lengthy description of this idea where he says, a person who has a little bit of seichel can understand that time is really nothing. The past is gone, the future isn't here, and the present is fleeting. The ikar zman a person has is the moment he's experiencing. This is the moment we make decisions about how to live our lives. To skip over the moment, to be rushing towards the future, is a mistake. Because all we have is the moment. And in the future we'll have that moment. The Gra called this view the yesod of the whole Torah. The recognition that we don't know about the future and we have to maximize the present. I want to share with you in the bottom of page 2 an idea presented by Rav Weinfeld, who says people always have a tendency to think about the past and plan for the future. But the truth is, it's really about the now and the today. There is no future, and the future is only an accumulation of all the nows. And therefore, if you're thinking about the future, you won't have a future. Because your future is what you do now, as opposed to the future you're thinking about now. Let's continue speaking about the day on page 3. The Chafetz Chaim famously named his sefer, he got his name, based on a pasuk in Tehillim Perek Lamed, which he said is the most important skula in all of Judaism, learning how to fulfill this pasuk. Mi ha'esh Chafetz Chaim ohev yomim liros tov, nitzor l'shoncha meiros v'asecha midaber mirma. Most people think these psukim are about the Yisur of Lashon Hara. That's incorrect because they're not in the Torah, they're in Tehillim. Tehillim is not about Isurim and mitzvahs. The truth is, these psukim are about living a desirable life. Who wants a desirable life? The answer is a person who's Oev Yamin, who loves every day of his life. And how can we love every day of our lives? By seeing the good each day. A person who wakes up in the morning, sees all the good in their spouse and their children and their parents and their community and their school and their shul and their workplace. They're going to have a wonderful day. They're going to feel like they're surrounded by such a wonderful world. If you're from New York or New Jersey, or the Russia or the Hoshana, you see such a person as naive. Right? You're naive, you think everything's good. You're from New York, you're trained to wake up in the morning and see all the bad in your spouse and your family and the people in your community and your shul and your school. You get in the car, you turn on talk radio, you can hear all the bad about the sports managers and general managers, you can hear all the bad about the politicians, all the bad about whichever station you tune into. You may have an accurate view of the world. What kind of day you're going to live? The advice of Sefer Tehillim is to hold ourselves back from speaking about the bad so we can focus on the good and love each day of our lives. But it begins with being an Ohev Yomim. An Ohev Yomim. Rav Nachman, and the reason I'm quoting from Rav Nachman so much is because, again, it's his theme, but again, everything he's saying comes from earlier sources. He just formulates it his way. Explains through this why we call our holidays Yomim Tovim. What word does the Torah use to describe holidays? Anyone? Moadim. Mikra Kodesh. Never uses the word Yom Tov. First place that uses the word Yom Tov is in Megillas Esther. Why is this the phrase we choose? Rav Nachman says the goal of a Yom Tov is to learn how to celebrate a day and see it as a good day, appreciate it, love it. To see that a day can be a Yom Tov. And then he says, the hope is that when we have that unbelievably great day, we can come to appreciate that every other day is also good. And he says beautifully, what makes a day worth celebrating? The fact that God made it. Which day is not made by God? Every day is a day we can say, he says on a remez level, sometimes you have to sweat it out though to see the good. He says, you have to sweat in order to be able to see the good in that day, to love every day. So what do we see so far? A day can have a major impact. We have to learn to maximize each day. We have to learn to focus on the day, to love the day. And now, page 3, the 5th point about the day, which is going to bring us to our idea. We have to realize that our avoda in this world is to do what we need to do today and not worry about tomorrow. What do I mean? The Gemara in Sanhedrin Daf Tzadichet tells us that Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi met Mashiach. And he asked him, when is he coming? And he said, Hayom in Bekolo Tishmo. So most people explain the Gemara based on the end of the pasuk. It depends on whether we do the right thing in Bekolo Tishmo, right? If we'll listen to God, then Mashiach will come. Rav Nachman focused on the first word in the pasuk, Hayom in Bekolo Tishmo. Let's read together the piece, Siman Ayin Reish Beis. Hayom in Bekolo Tishmo. Ze klal gadol ba'avodas Hashem. Shelo yasim leneged einav kiyim osu hayom. Hein be'esek parnasato v'tztarchuto. Tzarich shelo yechashev miyom lechaveru kemuva b'svarim. We'll see which svarim. B'chein ba'avodaso yisbarach. Lo yasim leneged einav kiyim oto hayom v'oto hasha. Ki kisherotzim likanis ba'avodas Hashem. Nidme leha'adam ki'ilu hu masa koved. If shar lalisa masa koved kazo. Ava kishiyachshav she'en lo rak oto hayom lo yelo masa klal. וגם שלא ידחה את עצמו מיום ליום, לומר, מחר אתחיל, מחר אתפעל בכוונה ובכוח, כיוצא בו בשעה. כי יום המחרת הוא עולם אחר לגמרי. היום אם בקולו תשמעו, היום דייקה להבין. Translation. Rav Nachman says, when you start any major project in life, whether it's spiritual or physical, whether it's your parnasa, your degree, whether it's your avodas Hashem, finishing Shas, growing in a spiritual way, when you look at how far you need to get in your life, it's intimidating. And it causes people to back down. If I tell you you need to earn $20 million in your life, you'll say, I can't do that. If I tell you you need to earn $100 today, I can do that. If I tell you you need to finish Shas and Poskim in your life, I can't do that. You need to do one daf today, I can do that. Rav Nachman says the ikr is to focus on the day. And just to extend it outside of Judaism for a second, Rabbi Dr. Abraham Twersky, a very famous psychologist and Rebbe, dealt a lot with alcoholics and addictions, said, in my work treating alcoholics, I have found that the greatest success for sustained abstinence from alcohol is through participation in the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. One of the fundamentals of this program is taking one day at a time. The addicted alcoholic cannot conceive never again being able to drink, inasmuch as he has relied on alcohol to feel good. He sees a lifetime of sobriety as being completely unrealistic. There's no point in even trying to do the impossible. Therefore, he is taught a new philosophy. Take one day at a time. There's nothing you can do today about tomorrow's drinking, so there's no point in thinking about it. It's not impossible for you to stay sober just for today. That is certainly within your ability. Stay sober today, and when tomorrow comes, you'll deal with the challenge then. One of my friends would write down each day how many days he had been sober. When he died at age 83, it was found that the night before he had written the number 16,472. He had been sober for 46 years because he took it one day at a time. The Medrash formulates it this way. The Medrash says if you want to know the difference between a wise man and a fool, the wise man and the fool both walk into a base Medrash together. They see a bookcase full of svarim. The fool says, I can never learn all those svarim, turns around and walks out. The wise man says, let me take one sefer off the shelf and work on it. And that day he works on one sefer. And the next day he works on another sefer. And eventually he learns the whole bookcase. Not to be intimidated by how much there is to do in our lives, to focus on maximizing each day based on the work of this day. Tzfar Shlomo, there's a number of svarim. This is Rav Shlomo Miradomsk, explains through this beautifully what Rabbi Tzadok was doing at the time of the Churban. The Gemara tells us in Gittin that Rabbi Tzadok fasted for 40 years that the Beis HaMikdash shouldn't be destroyed. And famously, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai asked for a doctor for him. And the Tzfar Shlomo asks, didn't do anything. In the end, it was destroyed. What came from all of his fasts? Tzfar Shlomo says, his goal was that each day it shouldn't be destroyed. And because of his fast each day, the Beis HaMikdash stood another 40 years. Kind of like the Alcoholics Anonymous guy, Lahavdil. It could be we can't save the world forever. It could be we're not going to be able to do it forever. Let's do what our avoda is today. This is the piece, Rav Nachman, that we just saw, that's parallel to this story. Focus on what your mission and your job is today. Before we turn over to page 5, I already mentioned it before, but let's reiterate it. Living life in a way that you can be happy and you can enjoy things besides the grind of work hinges on being able to focus on enjoying today without worrying about tomorrow. What makes that possible? What did we say before? What makes it possible to do that? Faith, right? What's the source for this concept in the Torah? You remember the Jews left Mitzrayim in what parsha? Bo. They arrive at Har Sinai for the Torah in what parsha? Yitro. What parsha is in between? The Shalach. The first part of the parsha is a continuation of Yetzias Mitzrayim, Kriyas Yamsuf. What's the second part of Parshas Shalach about? Does anyone remember? The Jews are hungry, they have no food. They're thirsty, they have no water. And you're wondering, someone once asked me the following question. How could the Jews complain 3 days after Kriyas Yamsuf? They saw this great miracle. How could they have so little faith? 3 days later, they're already complaining. I smiled at the person who asked me that question and I said, have you ever been in the desert, in the heat of the desert, for a day without water? The guy said, of course no. I said, how about 3 days without water? Your whole family that you're responsible for, your cattle, go do that for 3 days, come back and ask me the question afterwards. Why did God put them into that kind of situation? No drinking water, no food. Obviously they're going to complain. The answer is very simple. It's given by the Torah. God wanted to see if they're ready to receive the Torah. How does it test whether they're ready to see the Torah? What are they going to do when they're desperate? Let's take a look at page 5. When the Jews complain about not having food, Hashem says to Moshe, I'm going to give them food from the sky, man. The people are going to go out to collect. Here come 3 very important words. Dvar yom biyomo. Each day. What they need for the day on that day. Leman anasenu. So I can test them. Hayelech b'toratiyim lo. To see if they're ready for the Torah. At the end of the year, we're going to see how this connects to being ready for the Torah. But let's first talk about the test. What was the test? Rashi says, to go out and collect only what they need for the day, not for 2 days. Imagine, you're starving. You go out, there's a field full of food. Think about yeshiva bacher, right? Free food. How much are you going to take? They come home with all this food. Now, you're going to eat it all today and save a little bit for tomorrow. Save a little bit for a rainy day, or in the case of the mun, a non-rainy day. Maybe you want to save a little bit for a non-Monday. Yeah, pretty corny. Anyway, I get back to the point. It was an isser to save. Why? Why was it an isser to save? No? Somebody say, why was it an isser to save? What? To teach them to enjoy what they have today without worrying about tomorrow. I mean, that was obviously the lesson. The Rashbam makes the point, the Rachai makes the point. The Gemara in Yom Dafayin Vav quotes Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, who said it in a very strong way. We're going to see a lot of Rav Shimon Bar Yochai speaking about this topic. That's why I underlined it. Talmidim asked Rav Shimon, why did he make the Jews schlep out every day? Why didn't he just give them their food for the whole year? He said, imagine a person going to sleep, this is Rav Shimon Bar Yochai's language, with 4 or 5 kids. Empty cupboard. Can he sleep that night? Now one could say, this was a cute thing in the desert. Not relevant for us. How do you know the story of the man is relevant for us? Not just the fact that it's in the Torah. There was a special tzivui to do something interesting with the man. Second part of page 5. Shmos Perek Tes Zayin. Moshe was told by Hashem to take a flask, fill it with man, put it next to the Aron as a mishmeres l'dorosechem. Why? We see very clearly in Dvarim Perek Ches, Moshe references the man in the lesson, and he says to teach us that we don't live off bread alone. We live off the Word of God. If we think bread comes from our own efforts, so then God's irrelevant. And we realize that bread comes because God provides for us, even when we do our effort, so then God's Word makes a big difference. The Mechilta writes in the bottom of page 5 a very strong language. Rabbi Lazar HaModoi learned from this pasuk, anyone who has what to eat today and is worried about what he'll eat tomorrow lacks faith. I want to give you an extreme expression of this. I'm not saying people have to live this way. The Divrei Chaim, when the great Chassidish Rebbe's had a custom, he was makbid never to go to sleep with any money in his house. He had money lying around, he would give it stuff. He said, if I'm holding on to money, it's because I don't believe there'll be more tomorrow. By the way, where do you see that on Sukkot? Anyone? Where do you see on Sukkot the mitzvah to get rid of the last things you have because you believe there'll be more? Everybody knows the Simchas Beis HaShoeva. They would party all night. What were they partying about? Beis HaShoeva. What was the Shoeva?
Water.
They drew water, right? What did they do with the water the next morning?
Pour it out.
What's the significance of that? How many of you have been to the Shilach in the last few weeks for Tashlach or something else? Anyone? How much water is in the Shilach now? Not a lot. Why? It's the end of the summer. Very little water left. Why does God command us to take the little bit of water we have left and pour it out and celebrate pouring it out? Because we believe there'll be more. Can we celebrate pouring out the last water that we have? We turn to page 6. We're all familiar with the Gemara in Beit Daf Tes Vav. That teaches us that how much a person's going to make in the course of the year is set from Rosh Hashanah to Yom Kippur. If we believe this, we would live our lives totally differently. We know we're going to have what we need to have. In fact, the Gemara continues there and tells a story about Hillel. I underlined Hillel because we'll see a few stories about him that connect to this theme. The very same page talks about the famous machlokes between Shammai and Hillel about how to prepare for Shabbos. Shammai would begin setting aside good food already on Sunday. Hillel was said, no, I trust there'll be stuff later. Kol ma'asav l'shem shamayim, shenemar baruch Hashem, yom yom. How's it l'shem shamayim? Says Rashi, boteach shetizdamnin lo noah l'Shabbos. He was confident that there would be something good later for Shabbos. Same page on Tesvavim days. It's a question of how one lives their lives. Continuing on page 7, the Hoshanah Rabbah explains that this is a very important aspect of how we look at hishtadlus. Again, we are commanded to put in our effort. We're in the world to work, to feel like we're providing for ourselves. We're meant to take responsibility for ourselves. But to remember that how much we make is determined by God. I want to share with you a scary story about the Brisker Rav. And again, we're talking about very high levels. I'm not suggesting anyone lives this way. But it shows you how far you can go. The story is printed here in the bottom of page 7. It's told over by Rav Melech Biderman. When the Nazis invaded Poland, the Brisker Rav was in Warsaw. People were running for cover, running into the forest, hiding on the ground. Everyone was doing something different to try and get away. And the Brisker Rav's family asked him, what should we do? He said, "I'm going to think about it overnight." In the morning, he said, "The right hishtadlus is we have to run away to the forest." Okay, they started packing. He said, "We believe that God determines what we have. Don't take food. If we're supposed to have food, we'll have food." Okay, that's what he said. They went into the forest the first day. Guy shows up with baskets full of food. He says, "My daughter was supposed to get married tonight. I had to cancel the wedding. I have a 4-course meal. Right, the opener, fish, meat, dessert. Please." So they all ate. They ate a full 4-course meal. The Brisker Rav said at the end, "Enjoy, don't take for tomorrow." The next day, they're in the forest again. Guy shows up, 3-course meal. I had to cancel my bar mitzvah for my son. I have an opener, I have fish, I have the meat, I don't have dessert. They're all didn't care. They all ate. They're very happy. The Brisker Rav was perturbed. Why is there no dessert? Why is there no dessert today? Why did Hashem not give us dessert? He gathered the family after the meal and he said, "Did anyone take yesterday for today?" He said, No. Someone, please. Did someone take? Finally, the little boy was embarrassed. He said, "I took dessert from yesterday. I was afraid we wouldn't have today." The Brisker Rav said, "That's why we don't have dessert today." Now again, it sounds otherworldly, but that's the message of the man. We have to do our ishtadlus. We have to live our lives. We have to work. But not to have to save from today to tomorrow. How many times are we not able to enjoy the blessings of today that we should enjoy today? Because we're worried about what's going to be tomorrow. Let's continue this theme on page 8. When we get to Shemayim, we're asked the first question, Nasata v'natata be'emunah. Right, the second question we're all familiar with, that's the second question. Many ask, this is the most important part of Judaism? Whether you did business dealings fairly. I'm not being mezalzel, that's not one of the Aseret Sadibros. And another interesting aspect of the question is, it doesn't say Nasata v'natata be'yosher. Nasata v'natata be'emes. Nasata v'natata be'emunah? With emunah, what's pshat? So the Ateres LaRosh Tzaddik writes that a person doing business fairly hinges on their recognition, on their belief, that how much they're going to make does not depend on how they do their business. They have to work hard, but how much they're going to make, that depends on God. Now, if you're going to make the same amount anyway, why cheat? A person who cheats is assuming that how much they're going to make hinges on what they do. So if they're straight, they're going to make less money. If they cheat, they're going to make more money. Nasata v'natata be'emunah. Does a person do business with faith? We find this idea in many, many places in the Gemara and the Chumash. I'll show you a few examples. Hoshanah Rabbah, the first of Balatanya, writes a person should be nizhar, lisa v'litin be'emunah. To do business be'emunah, not to lie. Right? He talks about the pasuk hin tzedek. Should be honest, and he says anyone who lies in business, it's as if they serve avodah zarah. What's going on with avodah zarah? I believe in God. I'm just lying in business. If you believe in God and you believe He's going to provide for you, why would you lie in business? It doesn't make any sense. That's why the Gemara in Bab Metzia Daf Ayin Aleph says, someone who lends money with interest, he's trying to make extra money by violating the halacha. When he signs that document, he's signing that he's a kofar. That's what the Gemara says. Why? Again, the answer is very obvious. And finally, along these lines, there's a very famous Rashi who explains the fact that the Torah juxtaposes the attack of Amalek to unfair business practices, having unfair weights and measures. Rashi says, if you lie about your weights and measures, you better watch out for the enemy. And the obvious is, well, what's the connection? The Netziv explains. Amalek comes when people doubt God's presence amongst them, right? They said, Hayesha Hashem Ekirbeinu Umayim. A person who lies in business is denying God's existence. And that's when Amalek attacks. The connection between the Ben Adam L'Chavero of business and Ben Adam L'Makom isn't just God wants us to treat other people nicely. The question is whether we act out of faith. Just to conclude this before we get to the last 2 points, on the bottom of page 9, there's a very powerful idea that Rav Nachman explained based on the Ari that's based on the Zohar. The Ari said that it's good for a person to live in a house that has windows that you can see the sky from. In fact, the Zohar says a person should make sure to look at the sky every day. Why? So I'll tell you a story about Rav Nachman. One day he was traveling with a Talmud of his, and they stopped by a second Talmud, and the second Talmud was very poor, dirt poor. The Talmud Rav Nachman was traveling with said to Rav Nachman, "It's real Rachmanis to look at this guy. Please give him a bracha. He should have money." Rav Nachman said, "I know this guy. It's not going to be good for him to have money." Talmud says, "Rabbi, do it for me. I feel so bad. I can't look at this." Rav Nachman says, "Look, I'll do it for you, but I'm telling you, it's not going to end well." So he gives the bracha, and sure enough, the guy becomes very wealthy. He becomes so wealthy, he's so busy with his investments, he has no time for anything else. No time for learning, no time for davening, no time for anything spiritual, no time to visit Rav Nachman. And many times Rav Nachman sends messengers, "Please come visit me, I miss seeing you." Doesn't come. One day, Rav Nachman hears that this new rich guy is in town. He's doing business. And he sends a messenger, "Please come to me urgently. It's urgent, you come to me right away." Guy drops everything, he comes, "Rebbe, is everything okay?" He says, "Tell me, what are you doing here?" He says, "I'm buying and selling carriages and horses," and he tells him the whole thing, what he's doing. He says, "Let me ask you one question. Did you look at the sky today? Come out with me. Let's look at the sky together." I think he's crazy. They go out, look up at the sky. Rav Nachman says, "Tell me, you see any horses there? Any carriages there?" We live in this world, and we're meant to do our shtadus and do what we're meant to do. But sometimes we forget that what we see laterally isn't the whole story. There's something above where these things come from. And that perspective is critical. Let's conclude this part on page 10 with the words of the Hoshanah Rabbah, which are actually Rav Nachman's story and the topic of this year. The Hoshanah Rabbah writes that bitachon is not just a mitzvah. Bitachon is something that can help you avoid worrying constantly about the money you have, the money you don't have, the money you could have, the money you should have, the money you would have, and what you're going to do to get it. Again, we have to do our shtadus. The question is whether we have to worry yom v'layla. The Sfas Emes explains that this is why Sukkot is called Zman Simchasenu. When a person sits in the Sukkah and is reminded of the fact that what they have and their security is based on Hashem's involvement in their lives, that realization brings the greatest simcha, because then you don't have to worry. And I want to share with you a powerful word of the Lev Simcha, one of the great Chassidish Rebbes. We know that Bilam tried to pattern his actions after Avram. He tried to emulate Avram, imitate Avram, hoping he would have the same schuyos. If you read through the parasha, Vayakam Bilam Aboker, V'yachavosh Asasono, he saddled his own donkey. There's one thing missing by Bilam that it says by Avram. By Avram it says Vayashkem Avram Baboker. Infers the Lev Simcha. From the fact that it says that Avram woke up, we can infer that Avram slept. If God came to us, Chas v'Shalom, and said, "Tomorrow I want you to go and kill your son," how many of us would sleep the night through? How could he have slept? He didn't know what was going to be. Obviously, it was very perturbing to him. But he knew it's in God's hands. And he went to sleep. Most people can't sleep. They're full of worries. Mar b'nechasim, mar b'da'aga, the Mishnah says. The more we have, the more we have to worry about. Now, obviously, again, I want to reiterate, our job is to put in our effort. Our job is to work hard. You have to work hard. Chazal say with both hands. Ma'aseh yadov, berachta. God only blesses the person who puts in their effort. We got to work. We got to think. We got to do a serious, responsible effort in this world. But to realize that in the end, what we have doesn't depend on just our efforts. Ultimately, it depends on what God decides to give us. And this is expressed beautifully by Rashi on page 11 regarding the Mishnah in Avos, which says, Ezeu Ashir, the rich man is hasameach b'chelko. I mentioned this in my sukkah the other night, but I want to reiterate 2 points. We live in a world where people have so much more than they had in the past, so much more than their ancestors. But ironically and paradoxically, the more people have, the less happy they are. There are 2 reasons people are unhappy, if you have to summarize it. One is, no matter how much I have, there are people who have more than me. No matter how much I have, there's people who have more than me, and I want that more, and I don't have it. And the second reason is that in order to be happy, people need to feel their lives are meaningful. That's ultimately the truth. Happiness you don't find through pleasure and possessions. You find when you look in the mirror and you feel like you're living your life in some meaningful way, in the way you're supposed to be living. But if we go back to point number 1, why should I be happy with what I have? I'm not happy with what I have. There's other people who have more. I want what they have. Rashi says the word chelko doesn't mean your portion. It means the portion he gives. When you realize that what you have because God gave it to you, you realize that you have what you're supposed to have. What you don't have, you're not supposed to have. The Ibn Ezra says very powerfully, the Torah commands us not to desire what other people have. It's in the Asar Zadibros, right? Lo tachmod. How can we be commanded not to desire what other people have? I look at what he has. He's got a big car. I want that car. He's got a beautiful home. We can keep going. No matter how much you have, there's always someone who has things that you don't have. He's smarter than I am. He's better good looking than I am. He's got a better wife. He's got better kids. We can keep going. Says the Ibn Ezra, people don't desire what they know they're not supposed to have. I don't desire things that aren't right for me. It doesn't make sense for me. That's not the right fit for me. I don't desire that. We'll get back to this in a few minutes. Rav Aryeh Levine writes very powerfully. The word da'aga, which is the Hebrew word for worry, has all of the first 5 letters of the alphabet, with the exception of one. No? Which letter is missing? Bet. Why? If you have bitachon, you don't have da'aga. Or in other words, if you have da'aga, it's because you don't have bitachon. There's no two ways around it. And I want to share with you a beautiful skula that Rav Shlomo Zalman Auerbach gave for people not to have worries. He says a person, bottom of page 11, should write down all the good things Hashem does for them. We don't think about this. A person should write down on a piece of paper. God brought me back to life this morning. God makes me healthy. God has helped me in business. God has given me a beautiful wife and a wonderful family. God, you write it all down. He goes, and then say it when you say modim. He says, you won't have any worries. And he added, it's baduku minuseh. It's checked and tried. Tried and tested, the way we would say today. Because if when you say modim, you're busy talking about all the great things God does for you, you realize how much is being done for you. You realize God cares about me. The Chofetz Chaim was once asked, how do you daven along Shemona Esrei? Obviously, he's asked by Yeshiva Bacher, right? Chofetz Chaim says, the truth is, I don't understand how everybody finishes so quickly. How do they finish modim? How do they finish modim? Does God have to take away chas v'shalom? Even a little bit of all the good He gives for us to appreciate all the good He's giving to us. 2 last points, page 12. Remember we saw earlier that the man was a test to see if people were ready for the Torah. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, who we saw earlier, explained the significance of the man, says, Lo nitna Torah lidrosh ela le'ochlei aman. The Torah can only be learned properly by people who eat man. What does that mean? So Rashi explains, the time of Yirmiyahu Hanavi, people weren't learning Torah. Yirmiyahu took out the man and he said to them, look at this. Remember how God is the one providing for you. Give time to learning. If people are afraid that they're not going to survive, then they have no time for learning. They have no time for learning. They have no time for hobbies. They have no time for their children. They have no time for anything because they're constantly terror. I got to keep working. I got to keep working. I got to keep working at home. Now I have a cell phone. I got to keep on it at night. I got to not only invest when the market is open, but worried about the post trades and the pre trades. And we're afraid Yom V'Layla. You can't do anything else. We say this every morning in the bracha before Kriya Shema. Avinu Malkeinu, ba'avura avotenu shebatchu b'cha. Because our ancestors trusted in you, vatilamdem chukei chayim, so you taught them the Torah. Kain techanenu utilamdenu. Relate to us the same way because we relate to you the same. And this is why the question of kavata itam la Torah is the question asked after nasata v'natata be'emunah. Because if in business we have faith, then we can set aside time for learning. If not, we can't. I want to show you how the great Tana Hillel, who we saw earlier by Shabbos, right? He trusted there would be food, applied this to his life, and how God expects us to all learn from him. And then I'm going to tell you a modern day version of Hillel. Then I'm going to tell you who I heard it from, and I'll tell you where you can find him so you can check out the story if you want. The Gemara in Yom Daf Lamed Hey says when we get to Shemayim, and God asks us why we didn't learn enough Torah, every Jew's got an excuse. Jews are very good at excuses. This one says I was too rich, I was too poor, I was too fat, I was too thin, I was too tall, I was too short. You name it, every Jew's got an excuse. But God created the Jews, so he knows the excuses and he's ready. Everyone's excuse, God brings out someone who had that excuse much more than you and he learned anyway. For example, says the Gemara, someone says I was too rich. God points to Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, who was filthy rich and yet he learned. I was too poor. God brings out Hillel. Hillel used to work every day and earn a tropic, was a coin. Half he would use to support his family, half he would use to pay entrance to the base medrash. This is the model for Rav Nachman's story. One day, everyone knows the end of the story. Hillel didn't earn enough. He couldn't get into the base medrash, so what did he do? Everyone knows the end of the story. Climbed up on the skylight and it snowed. That's the part people know. But the beginning of the story, that's a powerful part. The ability to finish working when you have enough for the day, or not enough for the day, and not to worry about tomorrow. There's a person who runs the yeshiva in the Golan. He's the director of the yeshiva. His name is Rav Bitzalel Tamam. You can look it up, the Yeshivat to Golan, it's called in Chispim. He went to KBY. So he told me this story. When he made Aliyah, he was on the Chevra Kaddish. You guys know what the Chevra Kaddish is? The burial society in the city of Netanya. One day, family came in and asked the cemetery to buy back a burial plot. This is not done. A, because Jews don't, no backsies. Number two, the way the burials work in Israel, at least, is a man and woman cannot be buried next to each other unless they're first of kin. So the way they do it is husband, wife, wife, husband, husband, wife, wife, husband. So a burial plot, it's got to be next to a man and a woman. It's got to be related to one of them. Anyway, what was the story? The parents of this family had been married in Netanya. Soon after the wedding, there was a car accident. The man was killed. The wife survived. They buried him and bought a plot for the woman next to him. She was a young woman. She remarried, lived her whole life up north in Nahariya. Her second husband died. She died. They were both buried together in Nahariya. And now they found the plot in Netanya. They couldn't bury her again. So they came to sell it back. And usually the cemetery doesn't buy it back, but they were a very poor family. They had Rahmanis. They bought it back. The next day, says Rabbi Tzalel Tamam, the next day, if Rav Chanoch Teller was here, he would say, ay, 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 ay. The next day, a body was brought in from a local funeral parlor. Didn't have any family. He had one request. He wants to be buried next to his mother. Where is his mother buried? Next to the empty plot. Husband, empty plot, his mother. The people were flabbergasted. God had obviously prepared the plot for him. That no one knew who he was. But Rav Yoshev, who was the Gadol Adar in Eretz at the time, was maspid him. He figured it must have been one of the Lamed Vav Tzadikim. And they did some research. No one knew him. But finally a woman came forward. She said, I knew him. He was a guard outside the local supermarket. He earned 5,000 shekel a month. How do I know him? He lived in a one-room apartment. And on the 10th of every month, when he got his salary, he would come to me in the Talmud Torah I run. And he would give me a check for 2,500 shekel. He said, I only need 2,500 shekel. The rest is for the Talmud Torah. That's who God prepares a plot for. People who rely on him. Let's conclude now on page 13. Shulchan Aruch writes that it's good to say the Parsha of the Man every day. The Mishnah explains why. We should show our faith that what we have comes from HaKadosh Baruch. As we say in the Hi Ratzon, we ask Hashem when we say the Parsha of the Man that you should give Parnasa to all the Jewish people and me and my family and everyone else. Mishnah Berurah continues going back. We should realize that working extra won't help us. And then he says, the Yerushalmi says, anyone who says the Parsha of the Man is guaranteed he'll have what he needs. Rav Dessler, the great Mashgiach, said something very powerful. Everyone's got to pay taxes. There are two things that are inevitable are death and taxes, at least death. Everyone's got to pay taxes. Let's say you pay your taxes and then you wake up one morning and decide, I want to pay more taxes. You run after the agent and say, the goodness of my heart, I want to pay more taxes. Rav Dessler says, what kind of tippish is that? A tax is a knas. You got to pay it. No one pays taxes because they want altruistically. Hishtadlus is a tax. We're forced to do our hishtadlus. Why do extra? It's like paying extra tax. And I want to conclude with a beautiful idea of Rav Elimelech Biderman on a very interesting bracha we say towards the end of Birchas HaShachar. We have a whole stream of brachas that are all the same. Matir, Asurim, Somech, Nofim, Rofei, Cholim, Baal B'Sharum, Pokeach, Ivrim. All present tense and impersonal. Then all of a sudden there's a very different bracha stuck in. Past tense and personal. She'asa li kol tzarki. Very strong bracha. Where does this bracha come from? Why is it so special? Rav Elimelech points to the Gemara in Brachos Daf Samach, which tells us that they used to say these brachos as they experienced different things in the morning. The rooster crowed, they said, right? They opened their eyes, Pokeach Ivrim. When did they say Shasali Kol Tzarki? Says the Gemara when they put their shoes on. Elimelech says, with all due respect to shoes, what's pshat? He says, imagine, we talked with Daniel about this. Daniel, should we offer you the shoe store guy again? Or we should get someone else involved? Imagine Josh needs a new pair of shoes. What size are you, Josh? 38? In your size. 9? 9. Okay, Josh is size 9. He needs a pair of shoes. He goes to his friend Leif. Leif, you have a shoe store? I want new shoes. Leif likes more. He says, look, I like you. Instead of a size 9, I'm going to give you a size 13. The difference is on me. What's more going to say? No thanks. That 13's too big for me. Leif says, but I like you. I want to give you a bigger shoe. What's the problem? You don't understand. It's got to fit. When you put your shoe on in the morning and it fits right, you're meant to realize that God's given you everything you need. You might look at somebody else who got more, but that's because he's got a bigger foot. What would you prefer? A bigger shoe or the one that fits right? When we say the bracha of Shasali Kotzarki, we're meant to reflect upon, internalize, recognize, appreciate the fact that God has already given us everything we need. We might have more things tomorrow that we need. Tomorrow will be tomorrow. When we approach life that way, we live very differently. No matter how much you have, you'll be worried that you don't have enough, frustrated that you don't have enough, and worried that you'll lose it or you won't have more. The only way to live a life without worry is to believe that there'll be more tomorrow. That allows us to enjoy what we have today. And that's very intrinsically connected to the message of Sukkot. The Simcha Space of Shaveva, the ability to celebrate when we pour out water, to the Sukkah, the Simcha that comes from realizing that we're not like the 3 little pigs who believe that the only way our house stands is if you build it out of brick. You can build it out of brick and not be safe. You should build out of brick, because that's the right ishtablos. But it's not the bricks that make us safe. Every once in a while we go out into a straw hut, into a Diras Harai to remind us what makes us safe. If we think that our security hinges on our efforts, we know we're lying to ourselves and we'll be worried tomorrow. When we recognize that we build houses of bricks, but our security and what we have depends on God's involvement in our lives, then we can actually be happy and be calm because we have something real to rely upon. Chag Sameach.
Where was the even answer?
Shmos, over the Sars of Dibros. You believe that they're in the first now of the Shemos? Thank you. Who's speaking here next? Rav Turetsky and Rav Joey Rosenfeld will be here any minute. And the other shir in the base medrash is Rav. That's IMC centers in the base medrash. Everyone should enjoy.
One of the guys screwed up. Now he's like, oh, when you find him in Sia. First of all, I thought that was in Greece. Huh? Big on Martin. His cola was like gangsta. Oh, yeah.
Wake me up. I'm here to come from the Torah. Are you coming to the Red at 1 in the morning? Are you going to the Red or this is the one shit I
That's what he said. That he's a soldier. He's a soldier. It's great. Everyone said it's great.
I've never done cut at all. Yeah, they like talking about Aaron's number.
That's the show. Going live to the ceiling. No. Going live to the ceiling.
Rebbe, you make light through the ceiling.
Start in a minute or so, so you can get another minute for Joey to come. And then
I think I'm saying you could just think like this. There's no clear before you can have that. And then, what's the status of a lost actually is me. He goes back to classes. It's a simple.
one of your friends.
Friday night.
Okay, maybe we will. Wait 1 second. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here.
We are just waiting. Joey should be here any minute. I think just making your way to Deal City tonight was a little bit more complicated. I don't know if it was for anybody else. It certainly was for me. It's a great schus to be able to be here. Had the opportunity many times. I always like to reference while here. I believe, I don't know what year this is of this particular program, but if I remember correctly, the idea came from, I don't know if anyone knows him, Willie Roth, who's a very chashuv guy who had the idea many years ago. And I always think it's a very impressive thing sometimes. We all have ideas, and sometimes a person starts an idea, and through that idea, he's moved on, done a lot of different things now, but the idea itself sometimes can give birth to something which continues, and he certainly has a chelek in all the Torah taking place tonight, and all the Torah that's taken place over the many years. Your slot, it's a really, really beautiful, thing. It's also nice to be able to do it. I'll, mikta shvacho, would be befanav, but I'm not going to attempt at saying kulo. But it's great to do it with Joey Rosenfeld. Joey's a very unique kind of a figure. I happen to, and I would say this if he were here, and I mean this very deeply, I like him a lot. I very much enjoy talking with him. And we don't get to hang out that often, so this seems to be an opportunity for us to hang out in public, but it's better than anything else. So it's always a pleasure to be able to spend some time with him, be able to hear some of his insights. I want to try to frame a little bit of what we're going to talk about. I say that having coordinated minimally with him, but I'm here and he's not, so I will decide what it is that we are talking about, and we will more or less go with that, and he will or won't continue the conversation from wherever I leave off. But we'll do the best we can. And we'll see where things we'll see where things go. There's for most of us, as we are learning in yeshiva, for most of us as we are spending some significant time learning, so we have different areas that we tend to focus on. The majority of us learning yeshiva, so our morning seder looks like more of a focus in the world of halacha broadly, the world of lamdas. That seems to be what takes place. Some of us may be in yeshivas with heavier doses of machshava, of Jewish thought or Jewish philosophy, or Torah Sanister and Kabbalah and things like that. And it's always an intriguing thing as far as even just looking at the schedule. The amount of time, often people, when they're reflecting upon yeshiva daily schedules, I don't know how often they do that, but if they were, we focus on how much time a person spends learning Gemara, how much time learning Gemara Be'ien, how much time a person spends in the world of machshava, in the world of Jewish thought, and different yeshivas have their allocation of time, structured differently. My son is in a Merkas Harav kind of a high school, or is in a Merkas Harav high school, so there they have their own allocation in terms of the way that they do, limud emunah. Way that they to apologize for Robin that I missed attending Joey's son's bris, so I apologize. There's a just framing things as I want them to be framed. It's great. Okay. So it's an interesting thing in that, in the world of yeshivas, in the world of how these things look, you often have this phenomenon of how much time is spent learning Gemara, how much time is spent learning machshava, how much time is spent learning whatever it happens to be. And etzem, the question presumes often that they're very, very different. There's the limud of Gemara, and that does whatever Gemara does, and that's lumdus. And in the world of lumdus, we speak about, people speak often in yeshivas learning how to learn in a certain kind of approach. And then the world comes, and it's the world of machshava, it's the world of something else, and then it's perceived as being very, very sort of different. And one of the things I think that we're going to try to talk about tonight, at least I'm, being koveya right now, one of the things that we are going to see tonight is that so true? And does it need to be that way? Does it need to be that there are such different sort of structures of things? And that people relate to, Gemara in one kind of a way, and people relate to the world of machshava, big and vast as that is, in a different kind of a way, and what are points of similarities and what are points of differences, and maybe, can there be walls that are broken down between different areas of Torah? We're celebrating Simchas Torah in another day or so, and that Torah that we're celebrating, so are there all different sections of that Torah, or is it as the Tosefta says, Kol Torah Kula, Inyan Echad that we're celebrating? So we'll try to reflect upon that a little bit. I guess I will turn the floor over, if that's okay, to hear from Joey a little bit, but I guess reflections on that broader question of how are things similar? How are things different? In what way are they integrated? Start with wherever you want, and then I'll tag myself in, I guess, at some point.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Especially when I diverge. Hey, Chevra. I'm Joey, and I just walked a lot and was in a scary cab ride, so I'm still coming to my senses. But I'm like out of breath, so if I'm out of breath, it's because of that. It's a supposed to be in the old city. It's supposed to be in Yerushalayim. It's supposed to be in Yeshivat Hakotel. It's supposed to be with Rav Turetsky. It's supposed to be with everybody here. It's supposed to just be here. And to start to try and answer the question is that what I was thinking the entire time I heard half of Rav Turetsky's question was this Aniam that the Rogachover Gaon, Schus Yogan Aleinu, really loved to point out, which is that the Tosefta says that there's a mahalach, there's a shita that says Kol HaTorah Kulahu Inyan Abbas. The Rogachover, obviously, who was the shoyresh and perhaps the ideal or the prat that's Magala, the klal, the particular individual who reveals an archetype. But the Rogachover took this and used it as a fundamentally significant foundation at the heart of how he learned to understand the Torah in Gansen. And so, first and foremost, when a person sees two divergent paths, the natural, immediate desire that a unity-informed mind seeks is to say, no, it's only one path. It's only one path. There's not two paths. The two-pathness of it all, the duplicitousness of it all, right? Duplicity implies already a form of lying. It implies that, no, there's not two paths. There has to be one path. And we want to collapse both paths onto one another to show how there's really no machlokas between anything, and we want a singular truth that contains both. And so the natural tendency of Panimius HaTorah is to say, no, there's obviously no difference between Nigla and Nister, even though obviously there is a difference between Nigla and Nister, or Machshava and Limud Aliba de Hilchasa, learning in a more intellectualized way. So we can't be infantile about it and say there's no machlokas, because obviously there's a machlokas between the two spaces. That's why we call them two spaces of machshava and what we'll call lamdas. Machshava obviously contains the broad spectrum of Panimius HaTorah, Hasidus, Vilna Gaon, Ramchal, and lamdas implies the study of the text itself without flights of fancy into the translation into human experience. As if the content and the information is so significant that how you feel about the content really makes no difference, which is a heilig shita of Torah Lishma. Both the Vilna Gaon and the Baal Shem Tov agree upon this. Torah Lishma is L'Shem HaOsios, meaning how you feel about the sugya doesn't make a difference. But Bekitzer, there are two paths. There's a path of lamdas and there's a path of machshava. Just as Rabbi Yisrael Salanter points out in his famous Igeres HaMusar, that there's a path of seichel and there's a path of dimyon. And we're going to find ultimately, hopefully, what I believe is that the two are ultimately applicable to both categories. If you look at the relationship between seichel and dimyon, Rabbi Yisrael Salanter says famously that ha'adam chafshi b'dimyono v'asr b'sichlo. The individual is free in their imagination, and they are contained within their directness of thought. And I don't know how anybody else read it, but the way I was taught it from Rav Moshe Weinberger Shlita, I heard it on a shiur, is that this doesn't mean what it probably really meant to a certain degree, although it's obvious from Rabbi Yisrael Salanter and who he was. He was the Lamdin who became the Baal Machshav at the same time, and the Footner uses it as an example. Okay, I have to... Bekitzer, there are two paths. There's a path of lamdas, there's a path of machshava, there's a path of understanding something from a cold, intellectualized way, and there's a path of understanding something from almost a feverish hope that this content can have a really powerful impact on my life. And we have to understand that there have been two bodies of Torah. There's revealed Torah and there's concealed Torah. But ultimately, the biggest secret of revealed Torah and concealed Torah is that there's no difference between the two of them. The difference is the framework in which we approach the Torah. That's where lamdas exists, and that's where seichel exists. How we approach the text. So the first thing we have to understand is that whether I'm learning a daf of Gemara or a Rishon, or I'm learning a Sefer Machshav or a Sefer Hasidus, There's no text that does not offer me a direct access point into a hisoirus of Yiras Hashem or Avos Hashem. Nothing. Sometimes it's more immediately clear where Amuna means Amuna. Sometimes you have to abstract a little bit to see how Shor Shanaga Chesapar implies a certain psychological experience in a person's life. But the difference between the texts is not the ikr, the difference between the way that we look. And there's dimyon and there's seichel. Rav Weinberger says that ha'adam chavshi v'dimyono means that my imagination frees me. I'm no longer stuck in the confines of understanding something exactly as it looks. And seichel is where I'm contained. And so I think it's the answer to this question is going to be that ultimately there's a difference, but that difference leads to the same place, which is the utilization of dimyon de kedusha, what Rav Kook, Sklusia Ganalenu, spoke so often about, what the Dra spoke so often about, what Rav Sadok spoke so often about, what Rav Soloveitchik spoke so often about, what the Tzaddikim Amitim speak so often about, is the utilization of imagination, which is narrative structure, creating narratives for ourselves that work, that make a difference, for the purpose of coming to a place of understanding Torah Lishma. So I'm sorry for some element of rambling, which hopefully you'll be able to do cleanup work on.
I'll share it like this. It happens to be I'll stand only because it's hot and sitting is hard. It's an amazing thing. I don't know about you. There are like figures that sometimes we hear about that impact us. The Rogachover, for me, I've said this myself many times in the past, is one that's very impactful for me. When I heard a story about the Rogachover when I was a kid, my father, I remember once, I must have been, 6, 7 years old, and there was a guy in shul in Connecticut who was who grew up in Dvinsk, and he had seen the Rogachover and seen the Or Sameach, and he had seen the Chavetz Chaim, and it was very important that my father would bring him New York Times, I think, in the morning to read. And it was very important that I have some shaykhs and that I see someone, who saw the Rogachover. It was a real Indian of people that were able to merge parts of Torah. One point I guess I would say was, a person sits down and they're learning. A person sits down and they have a text, whatever that text happens to be. So one thing that I think authentic machshava and authentic lamdas holds is that which you see is the beginning, and that there is something deeper that is there. There is something that's driving the particular sefer that you happen to be looking at. What Reb Chaim did in Lamdas, or whoever you're quoting in Lamdas, was to say, if I'm looking at a Rashba, so I can read a Rashba and translate the words of a Rashba. But if you want to be better at looking at a Rashba, there's something deeper going on that's informing the way that he viewed Torah. That there's the words he used, but how did he understand, kavana in tefillah that led him to say this? How did he understand the din of zachin that led him to say this? And in real machshava, I think that's true, also. The real machshava is, I once heard a professor who had the line, I like this line a lot, that I was just last year, I apologize, that learning Maharal as if it's a collection of words is like learning Beethoven songs by hearing them in TV commercials. Like da-da-da-da, whatever there's a commercial, it's like a short thing like that. That's not Beethoven. That's like a very infantile version of what it really is. And real Bali Machshava are always expressing ideas that are deep and that are real and that tell you something really, really chashuv about it. So the first step always in the world of appreciating is the tools that we use in one and the other. There is something that's real and true about both in the world of lamdas and the world of machshava, and to use them well. What's that additional layer which is going on? The Maharal says something. So what's driving? How does he understand the world of Torah to be able to say that? What's his underlying shita? Not as a collection of ideas, but what's really there and what's really driving it. I'll just say, maybe I'll frame a question now to keep this going a little bit. It's pasha to me. If the Rav learned the sugya of the mitzvah of sukkah, if the Rav was learning the sugya mitzvah of sukkah and he came to a truth that was relevant about sukkah, so you would anticipate that if you were learning, let's say you're learning Gemara Sukkah. I don't even learn Gemara Sukkah this past Elisman. We're learning Gemara Sukkah. and then you're learning the sugyas of sukkah. Okay, very, very nice. It's good. And then it's sukkah's time. You open up a sefer machshava about sukkahs, and they're also talking about sukkah. Wouldn't you anticipate that if one is true, that they would actually agree about certain things? If you would talk about the nature of sukkah, being its relationship to the world of Beis HaMikdash, be it in Lamdas or in Machshava, there should definitely be a degree of overlap in my Lamdas and in my Machshava. I guess if I'm framing a question, part of what I would say is like, in your world, in the way that you view things, I'll say it in an extreme way, so you'll appreciate this. Should we blow up the whole system? Like, why does there have to be like an Ian Seder in the morning and like a Machshava thing here? Like, Sukkah is Sukkah. They're all talking about it. And why not just learn it properly? Which is to learn it properly would mean that instead of learning like my Machshava Seder in the afternoon is I'm learning, my Mutzah in the afternoon is I'm learning about Zrizas, and my morning Seder is learning about Zachin, so why not merge them? Why have that distinction? If they're all gaining, if you really understand Sukkah, so understand it, properly and well, which is Kol Torah Kula, is Inyanach, it's all one, so learn it as one. Why should this system be as it is? For the Hakotel people here, I don't know if this means anything to you, but we're conscious of the fact, I am at least, I'm sure you are also, that this is the expansion of Shagar. This is his zone. Yeah.
I know
I also. Yeah.
But, so I love.
You're also.
Yeah. My brother, Josh.
Shagar.
Josh is based on.
Yeah.
So we let him also. But so with regards to Rav Turetsky's question, there's an answer which has to do with an externalized educational model and the question of quantity, quality in terms of Chanuch Lenar Al Pi Darcha. And I think it's a profoundly significant question. And the ultimate answer is that now we have Svarim like Masifta, or we have already had Svarim like Likutei Halachos, and you find it in other Svarim as well that did this very job of interpreted Niglos Sugyos through the lens of Machshava and showed the shiluk between them. But I want to go a step further in borrowing from Rav Turetsky's conceptual kind of definition of Lumdus as what I understood as, to borrow the language of someone I don't even remember who, but it's not a din in Kol HaMevi Davar B'Shem Omro, it's that Lumdus is ultimately a radical assault on the origins. It's a radical assault on the origins. It's a willingness to question the ground upon which the thing itself stands right in front of you. And what we find is that in Niglos HaTorah and in Panemius HaTorah, what we'll identify as Machshava and Lumdus, you have a chiasm of sorts where each one reflects the other in an inverse way. By Niglos HaTorah, we have a somewhat simple and definitive description of information, and we assault the origin to try and find the depth of the matter. It's revealed in front of us, and Lumdus is the basic assumption that what is revealed cannot ever be it, and therefore we have to dig deeper to see what's hidden. As opposed to Panemius HaTorah or Machshava, I would love the next covering we do should be on the definition of the word Machshava, because my Rebbe Rav Moshe Weinberger, I remember telling me when I called Rav Tzadok, this was many years ago, I referred to Rav Tzadok HaKohen Me'Lublin as a Baal Machshava, and he said it's mamish sheker v'kasov. He said because Rav Tzadok HaKohen Me'Lublin was an Eish Lahava. He was a chassid muvhak of muvhak, but muvhakim of the Meshiloach. He was mamish and Eish Lahava. But again, one can say that Rav Tzadok ultimately, and mamish Rav Tzadok, who started off in Lita, as you see in his Shalos and Shuvos, and ended up with the Rogachover kind of on the way, giving a head nod and saying that this person knows how to learn, he found himself by the Meshiloach. And Rav Tzadok straddled both worlds, and Rav Tzadok is the one who shows that ultimately, I'm trying very desperately to hang on to the thread of my thought. It's one thing. It's one Torah. The question of how we learn Torah, means that in Nistaros HaTorah, it's the opposite of Niglos HaTorah. I apologize. Thank you. In Niglos HaTorah, it's revealed in front of us, and the content that we seek is concealed from us. In Nistaros HaTorah, the subject matter, the surface matter, is depth, and there's a certain tendency to assume a posture of accepting things at surface level. So when it comes to Niglos HaTorah, there's a surface level that demands depth, and by Nistaros HaTorah, there is a depth level that demands a certain level of surfaceness, of taking things on a surface level. Yes, please.
There's I work in Shalvim. The Rosh Kola there, Gidon Binyamin, is a Chashuva Posek, who also happens to dabble a lot in Kabbalah. So dabble is not the right word. He's Posek in the world of Kabbalah. So he once came over to me. I asked him like a halachic question about something, and he looked at me, and he was like, "You really need to start learning Kabbalah." I don't know what he identified in my neshama that was clear I needed it, but probably everything. Yelled, he needs something, and maybe this will be the answer. But I remember one of the things he said to me when he was like pressuring me to attend a particular chabura, which I, Skatadi Masker Yom, have not attended. When he said to me, he's like, "You're going to have a really hard time learning Kabbalah." So I said, "Okay, why?" He said, "Because you spend the tools of learning Lumdus, the tools of learning Gemara require like real questioning. That part of what you're taught, She'ilas Chacham Chatzi Tshuva, the Kadmonim say, a good question gives you, it's halfway there towards the answer. A lot of, I know, I'm sure many of our shiurim, it's like learning how to ask good questions is a real maila, and the idea of saying like Sod Hashem Li Reyav in a Gemara shiur, like this is just pshat, so be mekabel it. So many of us are taught that in the context of Gemara shiur, you're supposed to respond like, I don't buy that. Like I don't know. Like I have a kasha on that. If I have a kasha on that, that kasha like stands. And in the world of Kabbalah, he was saying like it's going to be a different part of your brain, where you're going to have to say, not that I can't ask questions, but the questions are very different kinds of questions. It's not a question like, if I don't buy it, it isn't pshat. Like, it's a Kabbalah. We are receiving this. It sort of is what it is. So I guess part of the question is like, is that part of it? It's the different parts. Is that what you're driving at? It's different questions that we're asking and the kinds of questions.
There's no difference between a sugya of the partsufim in the world of Atzilus, as the Arizal describes in Sefer Eitz Chaim, and a conversation between Shor Shanagach Esapar in terms of the practicality of the laws of applicability of damage and monetary payment.
There are those here that would argue they are different sugyas.
They're certainly different sugyas. As we said, the seeking out of unity on any level can never be at the expense of the destruction of the split. The split is where two sides come closer together. That's the secret of Lumdus, which is coming from a place of Havchana. The Shoyresh, Ramchal says in Sefer Higayon, the Shoyresh of Lumdus ultimately is Havchana. Hanoisen Sefchi Bina Lahavchin Ben Yom Uvein Laila. Bina is Hamevin Davar Mitoch Davar, which is seeing something as it is. It's like a Chachma says, Re'ei Ma, this is what it is. And Bina is Mavin Davar Mitoch Davar. It sees something and it says, no, it's not one thing, it's two things. Where does that radical impulse at the questioning of the origin of some ground of unity we assume to be real come from? It's the recognition that the closest we can come to HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Achas Diber Elokim Shtayim Zu Shamati. Hashem spoke once and I heard twice. The ultimate tachlis of Talmud Torah is moving through the double speak, so to speak, or the delay or the transition between hearing it from Har Sinai and trying to understand it from Har Sinai, is that the main focus has to ultimately be driven towards the willingness to break the surface. The willingness, and as Rav Turetsky says, the only purpose of breaking the surface is because you are aware that the surface level is not enough to satisfy the appetite that the Jewish mind has for Liba de Hilchasa. Like Yonah ben Amitai, he finds himself lost at sea, saturated, drowning in the Yam HaTalmud. Drowning, completely drowned in the particularities of what's what and what's up and what's down. And in that place he finds Levav Hayam. The notion of a lave at the heart of the sea, a lave is a centering agent. The lave is the sea is decentered completely. But the heart of each and every individual is the vessel through which one wades through the sea of Talmud and the Yam HaChachma and the Yam of all things. And it's ultimately dependent on the willingness to assault what I assumed was true, which demands an immediate act of faith. I'm sorry, can I go right down this point for a second? Not that you said anything. But this assault on the barrier is ultimately, it's a two-step dance. First and foremost, there's bittul. The tachlis of all things is bittul. Bittul, self-nullification. Self-nullification, obviously, in the healthiest and most profoundly nuanced way one can imagine, also in a very simple way. It's not about negating my selfhood. It's about lessening and slackening the ownership that I have on my selfhood and allowing myself to view myself as a messenger of a truer self, which is Ani Hashem Elokeichem. And at that point, we access the lumdus of Shlichus, which Rabbi Nachman was all about, what Lubavitch Rebbe was all about, what Rav Soloveitchik was all about, what Rav Chaim Brisker, what the Navardiker was all about, what every tzaddik is on shlichus to be megala the fact that this is the message, take the message and run with it. I'm going to kind of come back. But the bina, the willingness to disrupt the sturdy faith of a simple understanding and boundary, is the willingness to recognize I don't know. The ultimate force at the origin is the fact that I don't know. This is not enough, and I'm dissatisfied with this. And then memela, any search for moreness that a Jewish person does is an act of searching out what we're truly searching, which is the thing that the liba de hilchasa, and memela, any tool we utilize to get there is now valid. That's the chiddush of lumdus. That lumdus does, Kabbalah, so to speak, panemius, is a set of principles. And there's really no permission granted, and there's a real fear, and really something that's never been crossed over, and when it's crossed over, it's abundantly clear. There's no new language. There's no new language. You cannot create new language in terms, as Rav Turetsky said, it's a Kabbalah. The language is what is most sacred, so to speak. It's like the segula of it all. But what we can find are new vehicles of understanding language. And lumdus is a technology. Lumdus is a technology that was introduced. It was always present. You know, there's amazing articles about the history of lumdus and conceptual learning in Safed and in the northern parts of the world, in Spain, the early Kadmonim. Because there was also, like, the Rambam's Mor Nevuchim obsession was, not obsession, yeah. But that's a mahalach in thinking. That was lumdus. Those categories of kamus and ekus and elyon and tachton, and it comes back to the Rogatchover.
Yeah, so I'll maybe translate a little bit, and I'll also. The last point's a really important point. One of the things that I don't know if people are familiar with this at all. One of the amazing things that Rogatchover did in his learning. Rogatchover was a chassid. Wrote amazingly important works on Rambam, a lot of very innovative svarim. One of the things that Rogatchover did that was like very wild was when he would analyze sugyas. So we are familiar with, like, if you, in the world of brisk, people think about, like, you know, I guess people think about chetz and gavra. Again, in the world of like superficial, you know, poor brisk, I'm using these terms. You know, like chetz and gavra and like two dinim, and people will speak about Maisa and Totsa'a, and people, all these things that, like, whether Reb Chaim would have recognized this or not, we can reflect upon. We probably should now, but we're not going to. But the Rogatchover used really different language. When the Rogatchover spoke in lumdus, the categories he used, this is Stam, it's an unbelievable thing, if Kasha points out, were not the categories of Maisa, Totsa'a, and Chefza and Gavra. He lifted categories the Rambam had in Mor Nevuchim, and he took those categories and he used words that were found in Mor Nevuchim to go through all of Gemara and like reorganize things, but in like totally different ways. So like quantitative and qualitative or things like that, where he was lifting Maimonidean terms in Mor Nevuchim and analyzing Gemara in that way. That's why the Rogatchover may have done it.
Ad Psak Halacha also. Right?
Oh no, so he also held the 3 dinim, not 2 dinim. Like, he has a lot of like really interesting things the Rogatchover did, and he mamish paskin, and he paskin based on these things. Like the Rogatchover, they joke. There's some Misorah. The Rogatchover may have had like a small Shulchan Aruch with no Nosei Kalim, like somewhere on his desk. You look at them, like he was doing this straight. Like that merging was a merging that was very much there of like a lumdus and machshava, and like why does it have to be so different? What's interesting is that the way people like mix them, or way people. Really, Soloveitchik also did and didn't. The Rav, I don't know if people here, I don't know how much learning of the Rav people do outside of lumdus, but the Rav is amazing. No, Mamish, I think I just want to point in the following way. I hope it's okay. I think there's a little bit of this like You know, it's like if you, I'm projecting, every Rebbe I've had in pretty much since I'm at least in 9th grade, and you touched on it earlier, is either a Talmud of the Rav or a Talmud of a Talmud. So I grow up with that. Again, every primary Rebbe, you grow up with that. When you grow up with someone, sometimes you can take for granted what they were and what they were doing. You take it for granted, like who they were. The Rav was unbelievable, like mamish unbelievable. I'm taking a step back to appreciate what he did. He was the real deal. If you hear some stories, are we not any shaykhs to him? He has some amazing. The Rav was holy. The Rav was holy. And he gets no credit for that. Like he was really holy. The Rav was
mind, not their heart.
Yeah, exactly. The Rav was amazing. But the way he did was also important. No, in his Lumdus, you can go through the Shi'urim in Lumdus pretty much, and you can walk away as you can feel at times, you really can't, I think, but you can begin to feel as if he wasn't also the Rav who wrote other works. But in halachic mind, the Rav is really clear about this. Rosenzweig tried to do this in a couple of, I think, really important ways. If you read a sefer on Shuva and Yom Kippur, like, there's a merging of things. There's a merging of things. That there's, it's for Rosenzweig and for the Rav, it's derech Ian, but derech Ian, you then come up with ideas that are very, very, very real, and that have overlap. I think he said it this summer at one point. Rosenzweig. I don't want to misquote this. I mean, I do want to misquote it, but I don't, because it's like a good misquote. If not, but no, I think he was. Someone told me he's going through Shemi Shmuel at this point. Pretty right? Someone told me that. Rav Reichman, the Baal Rishima Shiurim, Rav Reichman Shlita, has said, I think the reason why he got into Shemi Shmuel, I heard this when I was in high school. The reason why he got into Shemi Shmuel was because Shemi Shmuel works similar to Lumdus. It's like, and I guess Maral. They all.
But the Rav quotes Rabbi Nachman already.
And the rugged, the Avnei Nezer, he's like super influenced by.
From Kutz, because Kutz had the Avnei Nezer, the Chiddushei Harim, all of these Gedolei Hasidus were also postim and halacha and geniuses and shas, and then you have Rav Yosef Engel. Rav Itchemeyer pointed out this is why.
Engel's very like it. Best.
Yeah, because that's the real application of this. Rav
People
Yosef
have heard of Engel at all? Is it? I don't know. The things that are important to know. Meaning, salvation is a good. No, because the people who did really important things, and in their writings, sometimes it requires like looking at all their writings to appreciate like who they were. Joseph Engel was one of these like real genius.
He's a tzaddik, and his Torah, his Svarim also. There's a sefer they put out on Chumash, Tiferes Yosef, like they did for the Rogachover. It takes immediately. It applies. There's a great volume on this concept also of the concept, the symposium for Lumdus, of what exactly is Lumdus doing, and the impulse is seeing, wanting to see one thing, coming to terms with the fact that there are two things, and then learning the ways, no matter how much gymnastics it takes, to get to the place where those two things are ultimately part and parcel of revealing the same thing in different ways that reflect upon one another to reveal it in a more intense way. That it is a echad shehu shtayim. It is one that is two. It's achas dibur aleikim shtayim zu shamati. It's a tashma. Tashma already implies a distancing.
I want to follow up with a specific question. I am Baruch Hashem married to my wife. Achronim talk about how there are two dinim in marriage.
Yeah.
There's like a kinyan, like I was, whatever that means in that context. There was an acquisition. And then there's what some would call an isser, or like a more personal relationship. Some would say, Rav Gusman spoke about like three dinim. When we talk about like there being two dinim in things, so in what way, I get how that's two. There's two elements of my relationship with my wife, or how I was mekadesh her. How does that make it one? I mean, how do we get to the oneness?
Right. I didn't realize I was doing this, but what Rav Froman would do when he was talking about, when Rav Froman Schusa Ganalena was talking about peace, ultimately making shalom, which Rabbi Nachman defines immediately as coming to terms with the gap between things, is ultimately shalom. Rav Froman, there's videos on YouTube after Evyatar Banai plays beautiful music in their caravan. So Rav Froman's sitting there with two fingers up like this. He says it's not by chance that this is a sign of peace, because it's the space in between. Now, Rav Froman was very fond of a teaching in Rabbi Nachman, as was Rav Shagar, and as was Rav Shagar. And he said that through clapping, a person comes to mitigate severity. So let's pause for a second to kind of go into these categories. Severity is the conception of duplicity, the two-ness, the way that I walk around in my life. When I wake up in the morning, my basic set point is that this world is a multiple thing. There are multiple categories, there is multiplicity, there is chaos, there might be interconnection in accordance with the level of anxiety. There's the fear of the disconnection. In accordance with the rigidity, there's a need for connection. But ultimately, each and every person is very well aware of the fragmentation that one is faced with by waking up. And it takes some time, but not much time, to come to realize that not so much the world that's fragmented, but rather it's my perception and conception of the world that has categorized it as a fragmented thing. Now, ultimately, this fragmentation, the Ramchal kind of describes it as clearly as possible, ultimately is the distinction between good and evil, or good and the opposite of good, right? It takes a lot to understand, but good and the opposite of good. So that's the basic structural kind of division at the heart of all things, good and the opposite of good. Now, when I come in contact, we have to understand the context of Torah Sheba'al Peh should be in front of one's eyes when they learn in a Gemara, in the sense that Torah Sheba'al Peh is an act of Mesiras Nefesh for the sake of survival. It was like a last-ditch effort to try and ensure something that was seemingly fragmenting. So the whole Gant's purpose of Torah Sheba'al Peh is to hold two things together. The application of Lundus, if I'm looking at this thing, if I'm looking at the way that I relate to the purchase of a new home right now, and again, on spiritual terms, because that's the only reason a person should ever be learning any piece of Torah, spiritual terms. There is deep need for the acceptance of spiritual inauthenticity. And again, it's a tautological thing, because anybody who is learning Torah is ultimately learning Torah for spiritual terms, because the Torah is it's like honey, so it has the capacity to transform anything. The Torah is the biggest thing imaginable, and when we make unity in what appears to be disparate in our lives, it's a yichud. It's a comfort. I come to be aware of there's one I here. Ani, bein betav, bein bebish, when it's good, when it's bad. So when I am looking at a chefsa gavra situation, I'm relating to my home. I'm relating to the notion of kinyan. What is kinyan? Is this? Let me pause and reflect. A shameful thing that I've done. Shameful thing that I've done. So if I've done something shameful in my life, so I identify that because I assume that the objective behaviors that I experience are reflected of the true subjective reality of myself. That's the ultimate perception prior to the tzvei dinim. And tzvei dinim is by definition dinim. You don't have tzvei chasadim. Leshem says you have chesed pashut. You don't have din pashut. Din is by definition utilizing the difficulty of this world against itself. World, Hashem, you send me into this place to see two. I'm going to learn every ounce of yourself and come to terms with the fact that there's one. It doesn't matter how backwards I have to bend.
So I'm going to go forward, shifting a little bit. There's it'd be awesome if Mashiach came. Period. It'd be good. Oraisa of Yisrael Chadhu. So Klal Yisrael and the Torah are one. Oraisa, Torah, Yisrael Chadhu. So there are some who argue. I guess this is sort of I think my question all the time. I don't know if anybody else does. It's pretty clear that the way Torah was learned was different at different times and often in different places, but certainly in different times. You don't have to be that subtle of a learner to notice that the Baliyat Tosfos were doing something a little bit different than Rashi was doing. In Rashi's base medrash, if you'd walk into Rashi's shir, I imagine many of us would anticipate that shir looking one way, and Tovas shir would look a little bit different. If you just sign up for shiurim, there are people here that would say, like, I'm more of like a Rashi kind of person. They'll say, I'm more of like a Tovas kind of person. Again, we're speaking in broad generalities. But people that could feel that a little bit. That same thing is true. I imagine many of us would assume if I went into a shir that was given, I'll give a modern day example, by Ravadia Yosef, that there's a certain style that Ravadia was invoking. People invoke different styles. I went to the following question. I didn't think it's clear, but I'll ask it. The way people learn, is it supposed to evolve at all over time? It's supposed to be different. It's supposed to be that in certain eras they learn and they keep things one way. And are there eras where their goal is could be in certain eras? Let's say some would argue in our generation, the goal is to is to collect. A lot of Sfarim that come out are Sfarim that collect. Mesifta, referenced before. It's an unbelievable sefer that collects different things. But a million Sfarim that are just great at like bringing you a sugya and like here it is. And that could be a sugya in Gemara. I think there are dafka less Sfarim that do it in Machshava. I think that's a real, I think, need on some level. But in Halacha, it's very much true. In Lamdus, it's very much true. In Chumash, it's true. If you know where to look, you can find like ready-made Chumash shiurim. They've all been gathered together. I don't know how good the shiur will be if you just read it from a book. But there's something which is there. Is that like from a machshava level? Like the Rav spoke about like why Reb Chaim wasn't that innovative, but also was innovative. But why Reb Chaim, like at that era, that was important? Is there like lefi the world of machshava, the world of Pnimius HaTorah? Are there supposed to be different darkei halimuds at different times? Are there supposed to be different ways of mixing and matching things different times? Or is the goal like, if I'm good at giving shiur, it should mamish be the same thing that was given over in 1870 in Volozhin? Like lefi Pnimius HaTorah. I mean, a Pnimius HaTorah take on development of Lamdas. It's supposed to shift or not?
Wow, good both. I think we should do this every year.
This is great.
I think we should do it every year.
Once a week, yeah.
But the question, look, this brings to mind the most significant question, which is the question of novelty and difference within a self-same system. If the operant ground is that the Torah, as it was given and as it had developed into a certain closed moment, so then the Torah must remain what it is. Yet at the same point, the Torah cannot remain what it is in accordance with the contextual framework of each and every individual's innermost experience. So it's not that we self-sacrifice ourselves to the fact that the Torah is written in stone and therefore we have to accept what the Torah is saying. The Torah is such an infinite thing that it reflects itself into each and every person's way, b'derech emes, that the way they feel will be found in the Torah, if you're within the Gedarim of Aniam. And this question, the development, the process change, the content changes, but the process remains the same, and the process accelerates. The tools remain the same. But again, the tools we're utilizing are Darkei Halimud. There's Pshat always has to be the orientation. But there's a certain time where Pshat is going to take too many levels to penetrate the heart, that the heart-oriented content now becomes the most significant thing, which will hopefully give a person enough life to then want to go back and try and understand the system. But the revelation of Pnimius HaTorah is a survival. It's a survival thing. It's not a meritorious thing. It's meritorious and survival-oriented at once, because when one realizes that they need it in order to survive, so that becomes the merit of it, that you now have the schus to go deeper. Omek, the necessity for depth demands, it's the same gematria as gevura, it demands a breaking of the concrete. So the way of looking at a text is always the same, but the questions that the text has to answer shifts in accordance with each and every individual. The Baal HaTanya did an insane thing. And I think this best answers the question in terms of the process in which, because the Leshem has an arichos on this explicitly, very similar to the Grizis Hakdama to the Grach in Chedushay Rav Chaim, very much in tandem about the process and the historiographical framework in which Torah develops. Rav Kook was very much about this also in terms of Bavli, Yerushalmi, Ukedoma. But ultimately, the question, I have to give me a second to hold on to the nakuda that I just wanted to say, because it's an important nakuda. That the reason Pnimius HaTorah is revealed is because it's in accordance with the necessity of which one needs it. So when I learn a text, it's going to seek out what I needed to say, and that's going to be the derech halimud of me for that text. The derech halimud for me of the text is what I need the text to say. What draws me to the text is the derech halimud of the text. Does that make sense?
The way I would say it, this is how. There's an element of I'm learning a Gemara and I'm learning Torah Sheba'al Peh, so of course my own, based on who I am, I can't learn with not in the context of me. I can't on some level. But But I was thinking in the following way. I think there's some who
Before
write.
you go, can I say one thing? Because I forgot to say what the Baal Tanya says. And then with this, we'll be Rav Trotsky's. The Baal Tanya was he could not give Yechidus anymore. There's a famous letter that caused a deep disruption. The Baal Tanya basically said, Ich kenish, I can't carry this. I feel everything that you feel, and I feel it more in one way or another, and I can't handle this. And they made rules and declarations of how often, who can come, how, out of survival instinct. And then the Baal Tanya wrote the Tanya, and in the Hakdama Samalake, what the Baal Tanya writes there is that this book should be seen as a stand-in for Yechidus. This text should be seen as a stand-in for a face-to-face encounter with the author of the text. And the impossibility of that, because text is truth and individuality is fragmentation, but I think that's the Derech HaLimud always. So who needs Yechidus will always change. Whoever needs Yechidus will always change, but the book is always saying the same thing.
The way I would say it is that, like wow. Is like to what extent I think there's some who write. I think in the Hakdama to the Sefer Piskei Tshuvos, he writes that based on Mar Shabbos, based on Maharal, that Orais of Yisrael Chadu, and that if you want to have Klal Yisrael come back together, so it has to be preceded by Torah coming back together, and that those who are able to unite Torah are the people. The more that we unite Torah, the more that we're also bringing Klal Yisrael together. That if you're learning a sugya and you're able to show and to quote in that sugya, a Ramban or a Tosfos or a Rabbi Nachman or and Reb Chaim, that there's an element of yichud that you're bringing things back together. And if Oraisa v'Yisrael are one, so what that means is that the more that I start being able to learn in a way which brings things together, so that act is an important act. It brings Klal Yisrael together also. I mean, it's almost like, the way I would say it is like there's two kinds of people. There are those that highlight and are all about divisions, and those that are able to note an element of bringing things together. Not saying that they hold the same thing, but an element of being able to be miyached, to be able to unite things in ways that really work. I think our.
Can I ask one question?
Do whatever you want to do.
What time is it?
53.
53. Yeah, so we have 7 more minutes.
So hopefully everyone in this room is going to teach Torah one day. And Eretz Yisrael. So we're past. I think Eretz Yisrael is more past this discussion. We're aware that it's united. So my question is as follows: I've heard different types of shiurim, read different svarim. I find that some are giving panemius of, and some are connecting panemius to. So
can you elaborate what that means for those that?
Yeah, like I can give a shiur about Aniam of a comments here. You can give a shiur about a comma, and you're wondering like, okay, what does truth mean? It says like sometimes revealed, sometimes hidden. Give a whole word on times are good and times are difficult, and connecting to Revolvi and connecting panemius to. Or like really explain like what is the panemius of short Magat Sapara, like explaining a truth that exists beneath the surface. So I'm asking, is that equally as good? Because one is easier than the other.
I personally think all roads lead to the same place. Whatever it is that a person is doing in any form of Torah, if it's with the bracha and if it's with a notion that Shem Havaya is behind the person's eyes, and however one is accessing any piece of Torah, the entirety of the Torah is laid out in front of them. Because this is an imagined distinction. It's a necessary imagination. It's a necessary illusion that there's a difference. But ultimately, in is out, out is in, and that's what it means that the Torah is me'uchad. It's ashir b'makom echad, the ani and mechusar b'makom acher, because it's mamish. You could take from one thing, as we started off with the Rabba chapter. Kol Torah kulu inyan achas. The question of drachim gets mevutel when you kind of switch the letters of drachim around to Mordechai. Mordechai Yadav, there's no derech halimud. There's only the way that the Torah kind of accesses my mind and my heart, and I think that's the best preparation for teaching. Because chanoch lanar al pi darcho, then gan ki askin when he gets older to teach Torah, to walk in the streets of Yerushalayim, to work, then he'll hold on to it, and the Torah will come out in uchad.
I'll say one thing, which I think is on. If you're listening and paying attention like closely, there's something wild in a certain sense, which is there's like a mahalach in learning that says that I can break down certain barriers, or that certain barriers don't actually exist. That there's a world that says that the Ian that we learn and the machshava that we learn, that there's something there which is different, but also in many ways similar. One of the things which I find for me, and maybe this is a point of almost like simple chizuk, the more that all of Torah is interconnected, the more that all of Torah is one, and if you learn svarim of certain tzaddikim that did this, that are able to bring it all together, so what that means is whatever Torah I'm learning, I'm tapping into something amazing. It means whatever Torah I'm learning is a Torah which also is part of something very, very real. It's very, very holy. And in that sense, at least for me, it's like, I don't know if you ever be around people once. I remember like, it's like you say like a vort, and like if it's not like the pshat, they start like developing hives. I don't know if you've ever seen such like a scene, like, it's not pshat. So again, that orientation, which you can feel my condescension towards it, as I said it, but that orientation is like, the more you understand how the world of Shivim Panim LaTorah or Pardes or whatever you want to call it, different sides, is connected, it's also all good. And if there's a nice board and it's very nice, so that's good, and that's part of something really awesome. And Adarabba, I happen to believe, if it's really a nice board, you could unpackage that and you could tackle that and explain it in ways that are very, very deep. So there are ways where it's more explicitly deep, and there are ways where it's like a stam cute idea. But I think like, we'll end it. If Simchas Torah is celebrating Torah a little bit, so it can be celebrating the entirety of Torah. And celebrating the entirety of Torah means you're celebrating very deep ideas, means you're celebrating deep ideas in Brisk or deep ideas in Rabbi Nachman. But it means you can also celebrate all ideas, because all ideas on some level are part of something which is bigger, and it's part of the Torah that we got, and it's part of Torah which is beautiful. And in that sense, it's like the aspiration of connecting it all, and the simple knowledge that anything you hear, it's all good. Kol Torah Kula is Aniam Achas. It's all one, and therefore a vort is awesome. Is awesome.
Amen.
Have a great night. That was
Where we go? Can you collect that? Thank you. Someone just told me that. You want me to give this to you? Yeah. Thank you so much. What's your name? From where? America and Yeshiva. Is that out of 10 or inside? I don't know. Go out. TABC? Maybe. What? Are you going? You sit there and show us? You were with? I'm with 8. Okay. You have my mom? Yeah. Goldenberg? Someone just for me to see. You have my mom? Gosh. You here? Yo, what's up? Oh, gosh. Wow. Oh, my Lord. Yeah. What? Dumbbells in the base? The dumbbells in the base? I can't get a great seat anymore. I lost my seat. Yeah. Whose computer is this? I told you, I was right. No, I told you, it's my accent. It speaks very well. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to translate. That's what he's trying to I like that so much. You're giving like
There's a break-in starting in here now with the Rosh Yeshiva, the remainder of the Yeshiva. Anyone who wants to stay is welcome to stay. If you're not interested in staying, feel free to attend the other things going on. Great model.
Shut up. Yeah, like, oh, it's really fancy.
I look forward to it here. It's very special. I know, amazing. You got to check it actually, Hoshana. You got me. I know. I was nervous.
Let's go home. Like, I wish I would have had today.
Yeah, so there's a magician. He's an amazing singer and amazing concert.
The same idea, not for a singer. No, and that shit is a very quiet closet, but we don't like crowd knows that it's good.
But no, so that's is Jake, he's got it broken down. Ellie, you're also a great person, okay? Don't give yourself you're also a great person.
Tomorrow, my point is that tomorrow is the story gets. Today was not.
I disagree with you. Nothing.
Methodology.
No, he absolutely. He's such a
He gives hugs there. He gives hugs.
Yeah, he's
Exactly the shit. That's why he was aware of you, like, in the back. You're like, I'm trying to stick it. I know. If you were interrupted, someone you like didn't say anything. I would try to say. That's it.
You guys just have it for a living. You guys just yeah, no, I didn't know what you guys were talking about, but it was like,
נחום, לכבות?
לא.
זה ביוטיוב של האמריקאים, אולי עדיף להעביר את זה ליוטיוב של הישראלים גם.
אז, כמה סוגה יש לי? זה סבבה.
אפשר לכבות.
לא, אבל...
זה של היוטיוב של האמריקאים, לא?
צריך להמשיך. צריך להמשיך בעוד שעה.
נכבד זה. שעה זה יפעל
לא,
ככה.
אבל עם אותו קישור.
בסדר, לא נורא. זה...
אם אמריקה רוצים לראות את הראש ישיבה, אז זה נהדר, לא?
אבל עדיף ביוטיוב של הישראלים. עדיף ביוטיוב של הישראלים. יש, זה אותו חשבון.
אבל אני לא רוצה שיהיה הפסקה
עדיף להחליף גם דברים אחרים, זה עם אמריקאים וישראלים. תשלח קישור חדש לאמריקאים, מי שירצה.
יש מישהו פלאפון בשלוח הישראלי?
אתה רוצה גם וגם?
כן.
אני יכול לעשות את הטלפון שלי, אבל...
אני רוצה את הקישור.
אין לי קליטה טובה פה. אין לי קליטה טובה פה. אני מדיף נקודה חמה, עוד פעם.
יש וואטה?
זהו, אני מדיף מפה. יש לך אולי סיכה? של הטלפון? של האסיר.
בחדר שלי, כן.
לא, אני לא יודע אם זה שידור הישראל. אולי נעשה מה שאנחנו הישראלי, באותו קישור.
עכשיו,
כותרת גם עברית וגם אנגלית.
אבל השידוכה של...
אף אחד לא צופה בזה. אין לזה צפיות. יש לה צפיות. תכבד את זה נראה לי.
שאל אותי היום בערב, נתתי פה איזה שיעור קצר, פתיחת הערב בבני חול. שאל אותי בחור מאש התורה, שאלה מאוד מעניינת. כדי לענות אני אפתח בסיפור. הרב קוק פעם בחול המועד סוכות היה, לא זוכר באיזה סוכה, זה מסופר במועדי ראיה. הרב משה צבי נריה מספר, הוא סיפר שבשבת, אני לא זוכר באיזה שבת, באחת השבתות הגיע צלם לרחוב יפו. הרב קוק, השכונה שלו זה נווה צדק, זה ליד הדולפינריום, שם הייתה השכונה של הרב קוק בבית כנסת שלו. הייתי שם ברית פעם לבן של עקיבא תורג'מן, בבית כנסת של הרב קוק, וזה אני מכיר את זה. וראש יהודי. והגיע צלם שם לשכונה של הרב קוק, ושם באמצע הרחוב מצלמה, והתחיל לצלם. אחרי כמה דקות, באו אנשים וככה, בא יהודי אחד שהיה יותר חמום, בא עם דלי מים, שפך על הצלם הזה עם תדלי מים. הצלם הזה בא לרב קוק, הרב של המקום, אמר לו, מה זה? איזה מין התנהגות זאתי? אז הרב קוק אמר לו, תשמע, אם הוא היה בא לשאול אותי, אם לשפוך עליך את המים, הייתי אומר לו שלא ישפוך. אבל אתה צריך להבין שמה שהוא עשה, הוא פעל מתוך הרגש הבריא שלו, שהוא לא יכל לשאת את החילול שבת הזה, ולכן הוא התפרץ עליך. אתה צריך להבין את זה. מה זה קשור להושנה רבה? אז אני חוזר לשאלה, עוד מעט נגיע. אני חוזר לשאלה של הבחור החמוד הזה, מאש התורה, שהיה בשיעור שלי. אני הסברתי, אני אגיד את זה עכשיו במשפט וחצי, אני הסברתי מה זה העניין של 4 המינים, כתוב בזוהר, שהקדוש ברוך הוא לוקח אותנו לחלקו בימים הללו, ואנחנו לוקחים אותו. איך אנחנו לוקחים אותו? כשלוקחים את 4 המינים. כי 4 המינים זה מרמז לשם השם. זה כתוב בתפילות, מי שאומר את היהי רצון, שעוקדים את הלולב, מי שאומר את היהי רצון לפני שהוא מברך על נטילת לולב, כתוב שם אותיות שמך המיוחד, 4 מינים זה 4 אותיות של שם הוויה, ולכן האתרוג צריך להיות מחובר ללולב, שעושים את ההושנות מחר, זה מסובך, הולכים עם הסידור, גם הלולב, אז צריכים שכל הזמן הלולב והאתרוג יהיו מחוברים. שזה בבית יוסף מובא מהרקנטים, חלם חלום, לא רוצה להאריך, חלם חלום, והפתרון של החלום היה שהוא רואה שמרחיקים את ה-A משם הוויה, ואז הוא ראה מישהו מהמתפעלים שהוא מחזיק את האתרוג לא ביחד עם הלולב, ואז הוא הבין, כי האתרוג הוא שם A, כך כתוב ביהי רצון שאומרים, האתרוג הוא כנגד שם A של י' K ו' K, י' K ו', ו' זה הלולב, גבוה, הלולב צריך מחובר כמו שם הוויה. אז 4 המינים זה השם, ולכן נותנים 3 ערבות, 3 הדסים, זה כנגד היוד, זה כנגד הספירות האלה, ככה כתוב הכל, אני לא ממציא, זה הכל כתוב ביהי רצונים בסידורים. אז שאל אותי הבחור, ברגע הראשון חשבתי מה הוא אומר, הוא שואל שאלה מצוינת, הרב רובי נשמע. הוא שאל, אם הרב אומר שזה שם השם, אז איך חובטים, איך מרביצים עם הערבה? היא מסמלת...
זה לא חלק מהדל המינים, זה ערבה אחרת. לכן צריכים ערבה אחרת. זה לא הערבה של הדל המינים. זה מסביר.
יפה. הרב רובן אומר שכתוב בהלכה, בהלכות... עדיין זה קשה, אבל תירוץ טוב. לא, הוא אומר שכתוב יש סימן על הושנה רבה, לא יודע אם נתגלגל פה, אבל לא באתי ללכת עם הציבור, אז יש פה סימן הנה של הושנה רבה, ופה כתוב מה שהרב רובן אמר, נותנים ערבה ביום זה מלבד ערבה שבלולב, זה מנהג נביאים, לכן לא מברכים על זה, והם מברכים עליה. הוא אומר, זה ערבה אחרת. טוב, תירוץ טוב. אבל נגיד לרב למה זה בכל זאת קשה. אם אדם אין לו ערבות לחוות, האם הוא יכול לקחת מהלולב את הערבות ולחוות בהם? כן.
הוא מפריד, ברגע שהוא מפריד זה רק היי.
דרך אגב, 5 ערבות, מה שאנחנו קונים ועושים, זה על פי הסוד.
אותי.
כן, לא, אותי, האי השני, י' A.
הראשון.
האי הראשון, כן. אבל 3 ערבות, צריכים לוקחים, 2 ערבות שלוקחים בלולב, זה כך וכך, הספירות זה וזה. אבל 5 ערבות שלוקחים, זה מספיק ערבה אחת. כן? כתוב ככה בשולחן ערוך, שאפילו ערבה אחת, על פי הקבלה לקחו 5 ערבות. טוב, לא. אבל השאלה, טוב, אפשר להגיד שאין שאלה, הרב רובן אמר אין שאלה, וזהו. אז אני חוזר לסיפור של הרב קוק.
לא, מה הרב ענה?
אמרתי לו שצריכים לימוד גדול. אמרתי לו שבפשטות הדברים, הרב כץ ככה מסביר פה את העניין של הושנה רבה עם הערבות, וכך כתוב בחלק ממפרשי השולחן ערוך. פשטות הדברים שהערבה מסמלת את החלק בעם ישראל בלי תורה ומצוות. נכון? 4 מינים כנגד כל החלקים של עם ישראל, נכון? אז פשטות הדברים, זה מה שעניתי לו. אמרתי לו, אבל האמת היא שיש לרב קוק הסבר. אז אני אגיד לכם את הרב קוק. אז אותו צלם בא וצילם בשבת, והרב קוק אמר לו שקנאים, יש גדר של קנאים פוגעים בו, וזה היה קנאות אמיתית. כי אם אחד מקנא מחמת לא מידות טובות, זה קנאות פסולה. זה הרב צבי יהודה, זה הרבה נאמר על זה. אז הוא אמר, יש גמרא בסוכה, שהרי יש ויכוח, האם הרבה דוחה שבת? אם סוכות יוצא ביום הראשון, היה צריך ליטול לולב. ואנחנו לא נוטלים. בזמן המקדש היו נוטלים. אם הרבה יוצאת בשבת, היו עושים הושנה רבה בשבת. גם בשבת. אז הצדוקים חולקים על הדבר הזה, כי זה תורה שבעל פה. ולכן, מה עשו הצדוקים? הגמרא בדף מ"ג מספרת שהצדוקים הלכו למוצא וכתבו את הערבות והביאו אותם ושמו אותם במים כדי שזה יהיה כתוב בשבת. הלכו הצדוקים ושמו עליהם אבנים כבדות. מה הם חשבו? למה הם שמו אבנים? מה, אפשר להזיז את האבנים? מוקצה. אז הם חשבו, הם יסבכו את הרבנים, האורתודוקסים. למה? כי אבנים זה מוקצה. תוספות ביצה אומר שמותר לסלק להזיז אבן לצורך אוכל נפש. אבל זה לא אוכל נפש. אז הם חשבו ככה, אנחנו נתקע אותם. הם לא יוכלו להזיז את האבנים, כי זה מוקצה. ואז הם בעצם יבטלו את מצוות הרבה. ואז אנחנו נוכל להגיד, בעצם, הנה אתם רואים, ביטלו את הרבה. סימן שמצוות הרבה היא לא עושים בשבת. נו, מה קרה? מי זוכר את הגמרא? מה קרה? איך זה קשור לסיפור של הרב קוק? אז הגמרא אומרת שבאו עמי הארצות, והם הרימו את האבנים והזיזו אותם. אמר הרב קוק, שאל הרב זצ"ל, למה הגמרא מספרת שזה היו עמי הארץ? מה זה חשוב לגמרא לספר שעמי הארץ הזיזו את האבנים? אמר הרב, זה בכוונה כתוב, כי אם היו שואלים את הרבנים מה היו אומרים? מוקצה. סימן ש"ח, גמרא מפורשת, למדו פרק כל הכלים בשנה בישיבת הכותל. מוקצה, אבן זה מוקצה גמור. זה המוקצה הקלאסי, אבן. זה מוקצה מחמת גופו. אבל עמי הארץ, הם לא חשבו פעמיים, הם פעלו לפי הרגש הבריא. אמר הרב קוק, זה מה שהיה לצלם הזה. היהודי הזה שפך עליך מים, עמי הארץ. ולא צריך לעשות את זה. אם הוא היה שואל אותי, הייתי אומר לו, מה פתאום? אחינו לא שואל, מה אתה שופך עליו מים? אבל היהודי הזה לא שאל שאלות. היהודי הזה, כאב לו שמחללים את השבת, ששמים מצלמה באמצע הרחוב ביפו, ליד הבית הכנסת של הרב קוק. הלך, שפך עליו מים. אמר הרב קוק, תשובה לבחור הזה, הרב רובין, ויש התורה, אני חושב. אמר הרב קוק, אנחנו לא חובטים את הערבה, אנחנו חובטים בערבה. חזק, אה? אמר הרב קוק, הערבה היא מסמלת את עמי הארץ. דווקא עמי הארץ יש להם שבח, כמו שהגמרא בדף מ"ג אומרת, יש להם שבח שהם הצילו בו את התורה מהקושייה של הצדוקים. איך אמרת, הטבעיות והרגש הבריא שלהם, הם לא חשבו על דרבנון ולא על המוקציה ולא על זה, הם אמרו, עכשיו זה כבוד ישראל וצריכים לקיים את המצווה, הם הזיזו את האבנים. אמר הרב קוק, ולכן את הערבה לא חובטים אותה. זה נגד ההסבר שהרב כץ תמיד אומר פה, וזה כתוב באחד האחרונים על השולחן ערוך, שהערבה מסמלת את הרישה וכאילו חובטים אותה. כל מבשר ואומר, לכל הרישה כולה כעשן תכלה. אבל באמת זה לא הרישה, זה הפשוטים מעם ישראל, לפי הרב קוק, זה הרבה יותר חזק. חובטים בערבה, ועל פי הסוד זה הולך פה, אני יודע מה, אני לא מבין בזה, אבל 5 גבורות, וזה ממתיק את הגבורות, וזה גמר הדין, וזה עושה טוב. כל פנים, זה תשובה לבחור הזה שהוא שאל. הוא שאל, חובטים, הערבות זה מבטא חלק משם השם, זה מבטא חלק מהספירות שהערבות הן נגדם. אז אני אמרתי לו שלפי הרב קוק זה מתורץ, בגלל שלא חובטים את הערבה, חובטים בערבה, זה פעולה. העניין הוא החיבוט, העניין הוא הבטישה, כמו שנקרא בספרים. זה העניין, רק עושים את זה על ידי הערבה או בזכות הערבה. הערבה היא גורמת את התיקון הגדול הזה. חנן מרוצה מהפשט. זה ניגון ככה של עניינים נוראים.
זה בדיוק נקודת חצות.
נקודת חצות, זהו, חנן אמר לי מקודם, מה שכתוב שזה ליל החיתום, זה החלק הראשון של הלילה, עד חצות, אז זה עוד מעט ככה חצות, לא?
עכשיו.
עכשיו? זה ניגון של...
צמא לך אוי כמה לך בשרי ביציאה ועייף בלי מים איי 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 תרידי ולא
ונראה כל אחד מעלת חברינו ויד רבה עדן בליבנו שנראה כל אחד מעלת חברינו ולבלו חסרונו ושנדבר כל אחד את חברו בדרך הישר והרצוי לפניך ואל יעלה בליבנו שום שנאה מאחד על חברו חלילה ושנדבר כל אחד את חברו בדרך הישר והרצוי לפניך ואל יעלה בליבנו שום שנאה מחד על חברו חלילה ותחזק אותנו הזכרנו מקודם את הגמרא עם הרבות והמארצות שעשו את זה, כן? המשנה היא אומרת מה זה מצוות ערבה? המשנה בדף מ"ה אומרת מה זה מצוות ערבה? היא מספרת שהיו יורדים למוצא, הם מביאים ערבות גדולות וזוקפים אותן למזבח, ערבות של 11 אמה, מורביות, 11 אמה, 5.5 מטר, ובכל יום מקיפים את המזבח פעם אחת. עם מה היו מקיפים? עם מה היו מקיפים את המזבח?
4 המינים.
4 המינים? מה אתם אומרים? ערבות. כיוונתם למחלוקת. האם הקיפו בערבות? כתוב פה, זה קשור לערבות פה. או שהקיפו ב4 המינים. שער הציון מביא את זה פה. כן. הרמב"ם באמת כותב, לדידי של הרמב"ם כותב שער הציון, הקפה הייתה בלולב לבד בכל יום פעם אחת, וביום השביעי 7 פעמים. לדעת רש"י, זה לא הייתה הקפה בלולב כלל, אלא מתחילה היו לוקחים אותם ומנענעים אותם, אחר כך זוקפים אותם בצדי המזבח, וכל יום היה הקפה בערבה פעם אחת, וביום זה 7 פעמים. מחלוקת. האם הם הקיפו, מה הקיפו? אז גם שאלה מחר בה, לתפילה, כל פנים, ואז מה הם היו אומרים? מה היו אומרים שהיו עושים את העסק הזה עם הערבות, או עם... פה מדובר על הערבות, מה היו אומרים? אז המיתנא קמא אומר, ואומרים, אנא השם הושיענה, אנא השם מצליחנה. רבי יהודה אומר, אני ואו הושיענה. מה אנחנו אומרים?
גם וגם.
מה?
גם וגם, בהלל אומרים אני הושענא
לא, אבל בהקפות.
בהקפות אומרים כמו רבי יהודה.
כמו רבי יהודה. למה הרב חנניה זה דעת יחיד לכאורה? אומרים אני והושיענא, מה זה? מה זה אני והושיענא?
זה גם הקדוש ברוך הוא.
מה?
זה לא רק בני ישראל, זה גם הקדוש ברוך הוא.
אז רש"י פה, יש רש"י, רואים שרש"י היה מקובל, לא רק רש"י איזה פרשן. רש"י פה אומר שכאן זה שתי שמות מתוך 72, שם של 72. שתוספות שואל, למה? הוא מביא את הרש"י הזה, הוא שואל, אבל למה דווקא שתי השמות האלה יש 72 צירופים? למה דווקא אני והוא? באשכנז כתוב אני והוא, נכון? מי מתפעל פה אשכנז? זה אני והוא, נכון? אני והוא. אז תוספות, במשנה כתוב אני והוא. תוספות אומר, הוא שואל, מה נשתנו שני שמות הללו? דאמרינן לעוטפי, משום דדרשינן באיכה רבתי. איכה על מה מדבר? מה הנושא במגילת איכה?
חורבן.
חורבן. מה זה החורבן? כלפי שמיה, מה זה החורבן? זה פגיעה בכבוד שמיים, לא? חורבן בית המקדש, תראו ככה הר הבית. גויים מקרקרים בהיכלו. זה אומר, כתוב ביחזקאל, ויש פסוק בירמיהו, והוא אסור בזיקים. מי זה אני בתוך הגולה? יחזקאל. יחזקאל נמצא, פרק א', הוא אומר, אני נמצא בתוך הגולה, הנהר, כבר בגולה. אבל בירמיהו מם כתוב, ירמיהו קשר את עצמו בשלשלאות של ברזל והוא הולך עם הגולים, ושם כתוב, והוא אסור בזיקים. מי זה אסור בזיקים? אומר התוספות, כביכול, הוא בעצמו. מי זה הוא בעצמו? אמר אנחנו מקודם, הקדוש ברוך הוא. הקדוש ברוך הוא כאילו הוא קשור. למה הוא קשור? למה הוא קשור? כי עם ישראל הולך לגלות. אז הקדוש ברוך הוא אין לו ברירה. הוא כביכול, זה מה שירמיהו קושר את עצמו והולך אל הגולים. כי מה? כי הקדוש ברוך הוא, איזה פסוק אנחנו מכירים על זה? אמו אנוכי בצרה. אם עם ישראל הולך לגלות, אם עם ישראל סובל, כתוב במשנה בסנהדרין שיהודי סובל, אז בשמיים אומרים, קלני מראשי, קלני מזרועי. יש צער בשמיים. למה דווקא ראשי וזרועי? מה יש בראש ובזרוע? תפילין. תפילין. דהיינו, מי זה התפילין של הקדוש ברוך הוא? אנחנו עם ישראל. קלני מראשי, קלני מזרועי. הקדוש ברוך הוא מופיע בעם ישראל ויש צער. אז כשעם ישראל הולך לגלות בירמיהו מם, אז הקדוש ברוך הוא הולך לגלות. אז מה זה אני והושיענא? מה התפילות של הושנה רבה? של ההושנות? בכל יום זה פעם אחת, בהושנה רבה זה 7. מה התפילות? מה התפילות יהושע? שהיהודים בארגנטינה, איפה בארגנטינה רבה? מברזיל? מה? ברזיל. שהיהודים מברזיל יעלו לארץ. הקדוש ברוך הוא מסכן, לוקחים אותו לברזיל. הם לא באים לארץ, הוא צריך להיות בברזיל. אסור להגיד את המילה שאמרתי, לא? אבל זה מה שכתוב פה, כביכול, ביטוי באור החיים הקדוש, מתמסכן עמוד הקדושה. הקדוש ברוך הוא כביכול מתמסכן, מכריחים אותו להיות בברזיל, בריו דה ז'נרו. מקום של טומאה. יש יהודים שם, אין לו ברירה, הוא צריך להיות שם. אז מה זה הושנה רבה? הושנה רבה, מה זה רבה? איזה מילה זה מזכיר לנו? איזה משפט זה מזכיר לנו רבה? איפה אנחנו אומרים את המילה רבה? מה?
קידוש הרבה. קידוש הרבה.
קידוש, נכון, סדרה. איפה אנחנו אומרים רבה? רבה.
יש רבה.
אמן יהי שמי רבה. אמן יהי שמי רבה זה שמו הגדול. אנחנו בעצם מבקשים מראש השנה, צריך לדעת את זה, מראש השנה ועד שמחת תורה, שהם ימי הדין, אנחנו מבקשים על מה? על שמו הגדול. מראש השנה שהתחלנו להגיד, זוכרנו לחיים, וחובנו למענך אלוהים חיים. למה למענך? כי אם עם ישראל בעלייה, אז הקדוש ברוך הוא מתגלה בעולם. אם עם ישראל מושפל, אז הקדוש ברוך הוא גם כביכול מושפל. אז מה מתפלל? ובכן תן כבוד השם לעמך. למה מבקשים מהקדוש ברוך הוא שייתן כבוד לעם ישראל? למה? למה? כי אם יש לעם ישראל כבוד, אז זה כבוד השם. אמרנו באלול שהתשובה, הרב קוק אומר שהתשובה העיקרית בזמן הגאולה זה התשובה לכבוד השם. כי כשעם ישראל חוזר אל הארץ, זה כבוד השם מתגלה. ש3 מיליון יהודים הולכים לכותל מראש חודש אלול ועד עכשיו אולי עדיין ברחובות, זה כבוד השם. יהודים רוצים, יהודים חיים בארץ הקודש והולכים בשקט בירושלים, ואי אפשר לנסוע פה ואי אפשר ללכת פה ואי אפשר כלום. כי ברוך השם, נכון, אתה גר פה, ישוע, נכון זה ככה היה. אי אפשר לנסוע, אי אפשר ללכת, כל הזמן, נחלים של בני אדם. ראית פה? ראית? לא יאומן. אז שעם ישראל הוא במקום טוב, אז זה כבוד שמיים. אז אנחנו מבקשים בהושנה רבה ובהושנות, אני ואו, או אני ואו, תושיע אותנו, ובעצם עיקר העניין שלנו זה לא אנחנו. אז אנחנו מבקשים בעצם עליך, כי אכפת לנו ממך, שאבא שלנו יהיה לו כבוד, שאבא שלנו לא מושפל. זה עיקר הבקשה מראש השנה, זה הזכות שלנו. וזה כל העניין של הושנה רבה. זה השיא של הבקשות. השיא של הבקשות זה לבקש באמת שיתגלה כבוד שמיים. הושנה למענך אלוהינו, למענך בורנו, למענך גואלנו, למענך דורשינו, הכל זה למענך. זוכרנו לחיים. הזוהר הקדוש שואל, איך אפשר לבקש זוכרנו לחיים? ככלבין דצבחי נאב. איך אפשר, מה זה? אנחנו כמו כלבים שאומרים, הב, תן לי. והתשובה היא, ואיך אפשר להכניס את זה בברכה הראשונה? ברכה הראשונה זה מגן אבות, זה שבח של הקדוש ברוך הוא, איך אפשר להכניס כאן בקשה אישית? אז התשובה היא זה למענך, אלוהים חיים. אנחנו רוצים שתיתן לנו חיים שנוכל לקדש את שמך. רוצים לקדש את שם השם במציאות, להופיע את שם השם במציאות. ואיך שם השם מופיע במציאות? על ידי עם ישראל. וזה ההושנה. ולכן מבקשים על גשם, כי הפשט הפשוט, המשתברא אומר, למה הושנה רבה זה יום הדין, גמר החיתום? כי גמר החיתום זה על המים, ועל המים נידונים בחג, ובלי מים אי אפשר לחיות. אבל באמת, 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 זה גמר החיתום, כי אחרי כל התהליך מראש השנה שאנחנו ישבנו בתשובה מהירה ביום הכיפורים, והגענו עכשיו לאהבת השם העצומה של חג סוכות, הכל שופע אור אלוקי בתוך הסוכה, נמצא מתחת ענני הכבוד. צריכים לחשוב שנכנסים לשם מצווה, לא לשיעור או להתוועדות, נכנסים לשם מצווה לסוכה, זכר ליציאת מצרים, זכר לענני הכבוד. וזה אנחנו בעצם באים מבטאים את האמון הגדול בקדוש ברוך הוא ששומר עלינו, שמוביל אותנו ומגלה את שמו. זה הסוכה, זה העניין של חג הסוכות. אבל אפשר להגיע לזה רק אחרי הטהרה של יום כיפור, שבעצם האדם יודע שהוא חי באור האלוקי שמקיף אותו. סוכה זה אורות מקיפים, חי באור האלוהי שמקיף אותו בחיים שלו, אז הוא לא דואג מה יהיה עם זה, ואיך יהיה עם זה, ומה יהיה לו פה, ואיך יהיה לו בריאות, ואיך יהיה לו פרנסה, ואיך יהיה לו ילדים, ואיך לא יהיה לו, ואיך כן יהיה לו, והכל הכל. כי הוא בקדוש ברוך הוא באור האלוקי. ובעצם כשחיים באור האלוקי, אז זה כבוד שמיים. זה כל הימים הללו, והם בורחים לנו עוד מעט מהידיים. ניגון של קדושה של ימים נוראים, ככה, משהו, נו. למענך עמידתנו עלים וריקים למעמך אלוקינו עשה ולא לנו ראה עמידתנו דלים ורגים איפה יקר? אנחנו שרים להתפלל, זכרנו לחיים, שרנו בנעילה.
מלך,
זה הרגיל, כן.
זאת הספרדית. זה מה שהוא שר פה, אז חשבתי אולי...
זוכרנו,
לא יודע, זה מה שהוא שר פה,
מלך, מלך, חפץ בחיים, זוכרנו, מלך חיים, מלך, מלך, חפץ בחיים, Hakotel, עצרת היום בלילה עוד, ללמוד עוד. תפס, כתוב שנאורים כל הלילה. ל-5 אמור להיות שיעור של הרב כץ, בעזרת השם טוב בסמכם, תפילה גדולה ועליונה, היום הקדוש הזה. הושנה רבה, אבל קצת ניסינו לעשות, קצת. גמר טוב, פתקה טובה.
כן, אנחנו נקרא תפילה. בואו ניקח מהרב טעה.
שעתיים אולי?
Get to know him like not for sure. I'm a big fan of him. שיעור קצת נראה לך יהיה פה? יהיה פה? אני צריך להכין אותה, הבנתי את הרמז.
אתה עובד ימים ולילות, אתה ממש גבאי מדיה.
למה אתה חושב שאני אקבל פטור לעומתך?
אני גם מקבל פטור.
לגבי חדר אוכל?
איזה סגל? גבאי שמשתי. אבי!
אני רציתי לעשות משהו.
בוא רואים על איתי במיטאי,
יש לנו, אנחנו ספרדים, יש לנו את התיקון לעשות, אתה יודע.
אנחנו עכשיו של החוק, תגיד
יש לנו תהילים עד 4 בבוקר, מה אתה? לא יודע מה הולך איתנו. נשאיר את זה כאן, ואת זה. הרב כץ בטח ידבר הרבה על זה. הרב כץ ידבר הרבה. אתה לא נמצא את זה לרב כץ, אתה לא נכנס. הוא העביר פה שהוא ביום כיפור, השעה. פה ביום, בהושנה רבא שנה שבת, לעומת הרב נרצה, שהרב נרצה מדבר 5 דקות ונגרמתי כאילו, הוא הכי ארוך שעה.
שהרב כזה יכול לעבוד על זה.
לא בגלל שהרב נרצה לא יכול להעריך על איזשהו 3 שעות. מלך, מלך, חפץ בכם.
שמענו מאוד מנהלים בהצליחה. אז כתוב שכל העמים מנהלים טוביהם, וכל התשובה אין לה בעוד שם. כלומר, כל העם נהג בשמיים. לא כתוב מה.
More boxes coming all around here.
Ready? Spread them out?
Yeah, hey.
It's in the back. It's an energy.
Naaman, do me a favor. Pass these down. Thank you so much.
No, I just got here. My mom and sister here. Oh, right. A lot of go back together. They're here tomorrow morning. Every Tuesday. What program? What
He was friends with Rabbi Abrams and
What's the guy's name that you introduced me to? What's the guy's name you introduced me to? Sitting in the bookshop? Moshe? Carol? How do you spell that? Like Carol, like the first name?
Yeah.
Okay.
The C-A-R-O-L-O C-A-R-R-O-L.
Is he from DRS?
Yeah. You know?
No. It's crazy. Great to see you. I was just wondering, like, how do you know? Because he said he was from Shalom. I'm like, oh. I thought he was Hakotel.
You and him are the same person.
What does that mean?
Actually, no, you're a little like, more out there.
I was just about that. Hello, friend. Yeah. I was getting you over there. Crazy. I'm going to go look for these But before or after? Before. Kids, man. 7 to 1. What do you mean they didn't come here? I was looking for somebody to go right. Touch it. Please, you did.
here. It's not his voice. I'm gonna hold him game to do. Enjoy it. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you shots when you're
Every clubs are booked up. So sorry.
Yeah.
Blau and River Water. Wow.
Fish is also having one.
Who else?
Fish is having a thing also.
Bush. Okay, but Reformed also went over to chapter history, so like, everyone can make I'm not saying like they have to, they have a car.
Yeah. You never get to hear ever.
I haven't heard of him like this month. Yeah, we don't see this month. Start. In the fourth one, he'll be wrong.
What's your name? Elias what? Elias has and now? That's it. You're in the ultimate. I was just about to run back to my room to get a drink, but I guess that's not right. I'm here, but like I don't go out. So I guess it's probably why. How's it going? Here? What's your name? Yona. Nice to meet you too. Yeah, more.
Can I give him? $10? There's no way there's a little higher.
Well, I went to the army in the middle, but like trying to hang.
What's in your
Let people know that Rabbi Schreier is beginning a share in the base medrash. Our goal was supposed to be here. We look forward to his arrival.
Keep the right much.
No. You want to come from Ireland for a second? Let's take my seat.
Brett, are you here for some surf?
I should be.
Are you in reels?
I don't know. Just please ask me. But why? What's up? You have somewhere to go? You have a place to go?
Yeah.
Where? Israeli or Americans?
I've been invited out for both meals. The problem is I've got Shmirah.
Oh.
Sounds fun.
Good question. Probably legal.
Is it did in Shabbos or did it in the store?
Shabbos.
Get a new good one.
Which meal?
Huh? Not Shmirah, Torah.
Oh. I already did my Shabbos store anyway.
You know anyone who hasn't?
Hajj.
Hajj? Have you not done your Shabbos Torah yet? Have you had Shabbos Torah yet?
Same for Brad. I thought you were parents for a second. Sorry.
I think we worked it out.
That's why.
Why would you so upset when you make an admin of that show? You sent
What is this? What? Why? Is there a specific reason you got this?
Don't mind, right?
Yeah. But then I think I just said yeah.
That is so good. Wow.
I don't understand why there hasn't been doing
The robot is actually about to go off, though. You don't
It's good that you're not.
That's right.
You ended up making me an admin as well.
That's just so great. I literally just heard after tomorrow, and your dad had broke. I'm so so serious. No, it's not. It's not in the fact that I went to polo. It's in the fact that by going to a polo, I got to know a role.
Someone else is
Why do you have an
I speak on his behalf. You're gonna have to speak again.
We would have to have a back.
You're welcome. Happy to help you.
I have my hand.
We don't have anything on the shop. That's crazy.
What? What's what? I think so. It's not chocolate.
Not much. There we go. Here we go.
Turn over, how about yeshiva? What do you have to do now? He's not coming.
Oh, he's not coming? What? Thanks.
Literally woke up from my nap.
Sorry.
No.
No. No. Good. Okay, you drink. No.
No.
Nice try. I almost
Wait,
let you go.
Rabba.
I saw.
That was really good. I thought you could make.
What are you wiping on my saber? Really?
Halavai.
Hi, Saban. What? Yeah.
Parents.
543. The bottom drawer. It's in like the corner. It's open. You can take from there. We're all Americans here. You know you think I'm There's no way.
I really don't know when I made this. No, I've sent it to other chats before. No, wait a second. What other show I have? Oh yeah, I also made this. I don't remember. There's one more that I made. Oh, this one.
What's that?
Oh, you don't know what that is? That's right. That's clearly it. There's like 10 Israeli spam chats. Muting. By the way.
There will never be something.
You're right. But I love spam chats.
My mom was too scared. She was
Obviously, it's not okay. Quick getaway. I need to make a quick getaway.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's pretty fun. Like, you can't fill your car unless you're using it for Polaroid. But does that mean that if your car is empty, you can't fill it up all the way?
So you said you can.
Why?
Filling up your car, fill it up.
Okay.
I guess because that's you as one moment.
Oh, it's loaded.
Oh, look at that. We're building.
Where?
Building. He fell for it. It was good. We're building.
Welcome to Eretz Yisrael. Stay here longer. Or just don't leave, ever.
Is your brother ever going to visit?
Always You actually just missed him.
I'm joking. Was he in yeshiva?
He just boarded like an hour ago. He was here a lot last week.
No, that's so unfortunate.
I don't trust.
Not,
If I
what can I do
wasn't
on
there,
your
would you
phone?
have fallen over? Yeah. Oh.
So unfortunate.
It's a birthday. Jeremy Burger just came out with a cupcake. Jeremy, whose birthday is it? Happy birthday.
Thanks so much.
Why you?
It was. It's mine.
Why can't Jeremy and Morgan?
Real or both?
Last week.
My birthday's based this way.
Oh, so then, yeah, happy belated birthday.
Did you say your birthday is based this year? It commemorates the death of Gedalia. Of Gedalia. What? No, that's Som Gedalia. We don't fast Som Gedalia on Rosh Hashanah.
He was killed on base?
Yeah, he was on base.
He's killed on base.
Did not know that. It's good stat. Sorry for correcting you.
I don't know if he was killed on base, but he was killed on Rosh Hashanah. I don't know.
Who?
Gedalia.
Gedalia.
Ben Achikam. You know what Som Gedalia is? Gedalia Ben Achikam. I don't know if he was killed on base, but he was killed on Rosh Hashanah.
And Yirmiyahu and I think
Probably the horrid.
It's a built-in fast.
I want the fast built in fast. It's built in that it's Nitcha, yeah. Because you can't fast on Rosh Hashanah. But so much that was built in that if we were in times of like persecution, it would be a full fast, like Tisha B'Av, like the other fasts would be. As in, you know the pasuk, it's some. There's a pasuk that talks about all the fasts. In times of persecution, they're fasts for you. Yeah, I know. I'm forgetting the exact pasuk. So even though some Gedalia is needed that all the time, it would still be like a complete fast, just like the other fast would be a complete fast. And it's a partial fast, just like the other fasts are partial fasts.
It's not an initial fast. That's one right away.
this guy is he was saying
What?
it's not been based or something.
I don't know that, but you're talking that's stats.
Okay, I can't do my summer right now. I'm just going to go do like regular running. But really, I can't do a bit.
This guy comes. Yeah, no,
You look past that and you guy over there.
Tesla?
yeah,
Does it say what it is?
Brett, how many did you eat before you walked?
Kaz here above you, so he'd be Shana A right now. And I'm Shana 9, so he was in Shana back.
Oh yeah.
But it was Rosh Hashanah.
Yes.
Oh wait,
yeah, I bought it.
It was Machar Chodesh, Rosh Hashanah Darag. However, a couple of times it was a Rosh Hashanah. As you said. I think he was killed on Rosh Hashanah.
But we don't, I don't know if it's Alafita.
But it's Koveya. No, it's called. Right.
that's the other one.
TLF story? That's a crazy story.
Yeah, can I bugged out. You understand? I'm in Moriah.
You don't clap. When I saw that picture, I was like, I know that picture. But I didn't even clap there was a photo. I was like, read it. It's like, what? It was crazy.
Dude, I bugged out. I'm not bugged out. I'm rushing to the bus stop, whatever. My friend wanted to stay with me over in his morning. So I'm looking for something I'm not no other.
What did you
see it?
Oh, yeah, I see it.
You know that painting section in the front?
Yeah.
So I look at it all the time, Mamish. I'm always looking at the paintings. I'm like, should I bottom my room? Like, I don't know, it's look at, I'm like, oh my, there's two guys there from Itamar. And I'm bugging out. Like, dude, this whole night you should buy it. I'm like, no, they don't understand. I start talking with these two guys. And I'm telling them, like, it's crazy. Owner of the store overhears me telling the story. These guys, like, I just chat, whatever, and the thing, I shasha, and now it's here, it's Mamish Shasha, in Hebrew. And the owner of the store is like, I have a story happened 2 days ago. Like, this is what it's all about. Looks at me, he's like, the Moriah guy. Not the brother, not like the main guy.
The shorter dude.
The taller guy is the one talking about it.
The taller guy is the main guy.
Yeah? Fine, whatever, I don't know, fine. So he's talking to me, he's like, 2 days ago, I had a mop store. A lady named Hoshana asked me to print the mop store there, so I put it in front of the cover, Hoshana. But I printed it inspired from Ashkenaz. So here I have this mop store with Hoshana on it, inspired. I never giving her whatever, sort of thing out, whatever. So
This is when I want to start going this year in, and it's really late.
This is far. I can't sell it. Because who wants one with our name on it already? Like, who's gonna want it?
I might end up sitting in the back because I still have to one of those. I want to go to Rabba Mahorn.
No, it's so late. I'm so sorry.
I want to go to Rabba Mazer's. I'm upset that Rabba Mahorn's not here for Shabbos. I think General that all the Ramen come for Shabbos, no?
What's her name?
I know, I asked him as well. I had a schmooze with him tonight.
So that's what happened. And it was crazy. And it was Mama Wow. I'm like, wow. Wow. This is it. This is what it's all about.
Yeah. On the way,
He's not staying up the whole night. If you stay up the whole night, he's not going to be able to drive back. Unless his wife.
I was really tired.
His wife may come to pick him up, actually.
Next week. I need a Robo's for kind of. So, as I was walking back up in my office, oh, this guy, that guy, I'll figure it out later.
I bought extra.
I'm walking out. I dropped my mom off. So I'm walking down. Either go through Mila, go around that way, or go to the left. I don't want to go around. I don't want to go straight. I'm going to go to the left. I was walking with my head down. Within 30 seconds of me making that decision, because I had to stop thinking about it. I find a pack of Arabos just sitting on the floor. 5 Arabos, beautiful Arabos, sitting on the floor. I look around, absolutely no one there. The stomach, yeah, you should get there. I don't know. So like, it's a sign from Hashem. I made the right choice. I just got Arabos, first on Arabos.
I understand. I got 2 million to get me. Maybe I didn't, yeah? Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Is this something? I think this comes from a lot of people sitting here. Please, yeah. Oh, this is a personal beverage?
No.
Oh, fine. No, he gave me. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're wearing a jeans sock. It's just like, you know what climb are? Climb and you go rice.
There's someone. And I was for whatever reason I tried to see why any other people have this person. Oh look, it's my shave I can't. Oh, what are the shades I can't? Like division? Oh, that's not good. That means that I should know this person. I have no idea what this person is.
Right? And, oh, you don't understand.
I know I still know which pussy is. It's not that deep. Why is that? No, it's not deep. It's just I feel bad. No, it's fine. Put it out to know people. Today I was walking and someone stopped me and I had no idea. That also happened today to me. And I was like, before I actually had like I think the guy kind of realized the look on my face. I was just like very confused. So he like said his name. I was like, ah. It wasn't like one of those like random person trying to be funny by asking someone random comment. It's like a unique type of how you do it. You said Josh. I was like I was able to tell at least. I'm like, you know what I'm talking about, right? It wasn't that. You're at the yeah. You hear you dropped the song? You dropped the song? It was stuck in my head the other day. I was surprised I remember it. No. That's how he says it. It's different like giving a shit. Next week, okay? Sure. Is or D? I would even very much best. Not exactly. But he was the one that took me with references. He used to work at He won the what? Rabba. It's like making that research that I'm going to sleep. Yeah. It's sad. I was really looking for a good
Some of them are new. Some of them are really good. I was asked by a mother to use some for I'd love to see it. Today I was asked outside not to by like a 10-year-old kid. I gave him he's like, no, not like he was speaking like Yiddish. I didn't know if I could look on this. He's like, yeah.
What do you mean? Miami is here.
He was just getting started. I was 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, I'll call it. You never said that, but I'll call it. How? It's so violent.
Yeah. Also, do you know Ferdinand? Yeah, I know. How many is he not coming?
Oh yeah.
Sister, you know Naftali further? How do you know Naftali further?
Through all my notes. Barber, China. How do you know Naftali? How do you know Naftali?
Hello? So?
This is the same thing that happened with Spina.
I don't know, my reception went off, so my website's not working. But
Just know all my notes.
Oh really? That's so cool. Okay. Yeah, Naftali for me and Naftali go to Central. Obviously, right. Bunny.
I learned
I don't view myself me having a productive Friday or some because I don't sleep. If Terry and already spoke, so who's going to be after? Shrug your house? Who's after? I'm going to record after this. I'm going to cover Wow, it's so sad. I wish you guys would get to know the goddess of the world. The goddess of the world. I'm going to go in here and speak on your script, but I'll start to attack. You spoke on it? Are you saying about that? I think you should do whatever you. You know my sheet that some people what to do. But if you're asking, bro, you know yourself best to be part of the future. I get tired. Here's the thing though. I for myself, I would go to sleep if I started to fall asleep because I'm just not getting anything out. You know what I mean? But if you think you can stay up and like push yourself, it's obviously not going to be easy. If you can push yourself, then why not? You don't have to make play it by ear or feel it. Ones I really wanted to go to. I wanted to go to Reforma. It's worth the nice it's really good. I want to go to Shark Palace. I want to go here. I'm tired. I'm not supposed to be tired. What? Not coming?
supposed to pass by the
No, I didn't.
No. I'd be surprised if I was surprised what.
Is it worth it to go to the
Whatever
you want to do. I'm going to go sleep.
I think I have a few grades. I'm not sure.
I don't know. That's like my phone.
Although I was on, I got late rail about the passed out. So they
So the time has been taken. Are you sure?
Yeah, so luckily, she took that photo.
Tell her, oh my gosh.
This is a map of the again. You're not believing it. This is a map. You're being one year.
What does that mean? Tefillah shock and taking dining. Tell me what happened at the Mishmar.
Those places are still open. Wow. No, I went and there were long lines and I didn't want to be there. Why are you only here now?
What?
Why are you only coming now?
Oh.
How did you get here?
I saw a cameo.
What? There's still buses running now? Why were you in Vaca?
So I think it's possible to get solved and then try to study.
How is studying going? What? When's the final? It's next week. What day?
I don't know if it's the reaction to that. I'm saying
Like this one?
There was a guy. I don't know where it was exactly. But my son Anitropic storm. That's why whatever happened.
Well, there's nothing to do with one sugar has to be the way you live. And in Steyer, it's not supposed to be. Nobody lives there. How close that? And that's just like first it's like purpose and then that's third. It's like the men's going to go and say things like you don't go to the tree. Nobody stays in the house on the tree.
Hey, whoa, where you been? It's been so long. That's you. Yeah, I want to start.
I would stay in a place where it's rain. I would stay in that room, or at least not definitely not stay in that room. Close it off. Sorry. I find it so like there's a scorpion in the room, but I'm run out.
I'll tell you what's good. My son and I have to go to sleep. I was on a bus the other day for my 13th year. Bus driver was busing. He's in the back. We're Jewish. He's in the back in a minute. Came out of music. Whatever. Actual bus. The driver stopped the bus. Covered the stop. You guys see it back and forth. The driver goes, and like one of them says, "I'll show you." And so they got into the car. The driver comes out and says, "Get off my bus." And say, back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, it's just so crazy. Like, it's happening.
Oh my god! That's the saying that you know? You and I had such different childhoods. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never harm me. Words aren't supposed to hurt you, they're just words. Different gifts.
No, Max.
I don't know any other way to make it be a moment.
Aaron, Aaron, sister. What? Do me a favor. Finish the sentence. Okay. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Let's go! See, he confirmed it. Look at it. Listen, that's that, right? Listen to his Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will hurt forever. How does that make sense? I don't think that's the whole point. What's the Hillel part? It's my company music. Okay, interesting.
If you want lemon.
Okay, that's right. I've never heard that before. Right. Good night.
Yeah, now if you want lemon.
Oh yeah. Thanks.
Now come here.
He's also really good.
I know. Yeah.
Do me a favor. Finish the sentence. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Sorry, I just turned on the mic.
Who has? Oh, Raymond. This is Raymond.
I saw Raymond.
I saw it dinner. I ate dinner and just not.
Sorry, my appointment.
Yeah, you guys should go off the recording for joining us for a share.
Creating a building. It's fun.
Okay. Moedim Simcha, Moed Fito, Pit Katov, I probably should say. It's a tough slot, the 2 a.m. slot. If you have to stand up in the middle, feel free. Or put the rug up. Feel free to do whatever it takes to keep yourself. Makes me feel better. I'll try my best to be a little bit brief. Probably won't be the entire hour. I'll keep it short, but let's do what we can. As we finish the Torah and start Sefer Bereshis, gets everyone excited. There's always a lot of great stories in Sefer Bereshis. It's an exciting time of year. It's when everyone gets reconnected to Chumash. Lasts till about the end of Sefer Shmos, and then it, maybe picks up again. What I wanted to do is delve into one of the stories which I find absolutely fascinating, absolutely remarkable. I want to share with you something which I think is really cool. It starts off with a remarkably, almost like strange comment that the Targum Yonasan ben Uziel makes. When the pasuk describes Noach, the pasuk very simply describes how Noach planted a vineyard. Vayichal Noach ish ha'adama. Noach began. Noach, the earthly man, began. And the two most important words of the pasuk are Vayita Karam. He planted a vineyard. Very simple, straightforward. If I had to ask you to translate it, you probably would translate the way we translated the pasuk, which is Noach, the ish ha'adama, planted a vineyard. But if you look at the Targum Yonasan ben Uziel's got a remarkable perspective. He writes, "Ve'eshkach gufna de moshcha nahara min yininuse de Eden." He found a vineyard which was connected to the river from Gan Eden, and with that he planted the vineyard. And you wonder, you could look from today till tomorrow in this pasuk, and it's almost impossible. Tomorrow's not that far away. It's almost impossible to figure out where did the Targum Yonasan ben Uziel make this observation from. What prompts him to tell us, to let us, the readers, know that the river that supplied the water for Noach's vineyard comes from Gan Eden? Was his question, where did the water come from? This was after the flood. Presumably there was water. It seems like there's an arbitrary, bizarre, totally disconnected, random point that he's making. And I guess the question is, what prompts him to do so? Or to say in a frum way, what's pshat in the Targum Yonasan ben Uziel? If anyone's interested, usually it's the Targum Onkelos, who's kind of like the more pshat of the Targumim. He just kind of translates the words in the most simple level. It's somewhat typical of the Targum Yonasan ben Uziel to have all sorts of external comments and use midrashim. But even still, what's pshat in the drash? What's pshat in the Targum Yonasan ben Uziel? How are we doing? So far, so good? Okay.
In order to answer this question, I want to kind of zoom out and look at Noach's perspective of life and his perspective of himself as best as we can. There are several oddities going on in this story of Noach planting the vineyard. Enough. Planting the vineyard and getting drunk. The most basic question is, why does he do that? Why does he plant a vineyard? Why is grape the focus? Why does he want wine? Why is he attempting to do this? And he does take off his clothes. It's abnormal behavior. And I'm not suggesting that let me say it strongly, taking off one's clothing and rolling around on the floor is very unusual, unless you say, well, he was drunk. There's a lot of drunk people that we've all seen, and most of them had all of their clothing on. Meaning, if you see a naked guy, there's a good chance that he's drunk. But if you see a drunk person, there's a good chance that he has his clothing still on. I'd be willing to bet, if we took a quick survey right now, raise your hand if you've seen a drunk person in your life. Overwhelming majority. Raise your hand if they had none of their clothing on. 0. We're at like 100%, half maybe. Not even sure what that means, half. But at least most of us could imagine. And therefore, I guess the question is, why does he take off his clothing? What's he attempting to accomplish? What's he looking to do? That's a major question. There's a couple other small questions. I'll read the psukim carefully, but really I want to develop a theory and try to answer that question. If you look at this story, if you have the psukim in front of you, great. If not, just pay attention, and I'll kind of like read them out loud. Vayu b'nei Noach hayotzim min hateva. This is the story of the b'nei Noach who came out of the teva. Observation number 1, who came out? B'nei Noach. Who stayed in? Probably everyone else, including... No. Now that's not true, because this story takes place already 10 or 12 psukim after they came out and they brought karbanos and there was a rainbow. The Torah then says Noach's 3 sons left the teva, or are leaving the teva, yotzim min hateva. A, why is Noach not there? B, why repeat this story? And what's with the lashon hova of yotzim min hateva? If anything, it should be yatsu. They already came out a while ago. So it's a little bit of a bizarre pasuk. We'll have to discuss that. And it tells you Shem Cham Yafes, and that tells you Cham is Avi Canaan, asymmetrically. Like, what about the other sons? Were they Avi anyone? Shem had children. Yafes had children. Why only mention asymmetrically Cham? And it's true, it does foreshadow for the story a little bit later on. We'll get there then in terms of Shlosh El B'nei Noach, and these are the ones who developed the land, and then it goes to tell our story. So far, so good? I want to develop a little bit of a theory. Let me start off with one more question, a broader question about the Mabul. Question's a good one. The answer is a bit speculative. I hope you like it. I think it's meaningful and worthwhile, otherwise I wouldn't share with you, but you can't know for sure. Why did Hashem choose Mabul out of all potential ways of destroying the earth? He's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Very creative, and uniquely resourceful. Hashem can do whatever he wants. Why does he choose a Mabul? He could have chosen fire, he could have just snapped his fingers, he could have done anything. Maybe one can speculate based upon the following observation. If you notice, the way the Mabul unfolds, the way it occurs, is really based upon a previous story. You start off, there's water above and water below in the Mabul. What day does that remind you of creation? Day number 2. Then after that, the water kind of goes down, the water resides, and earth resurfaces. And if there's earth, there's all sorts of vegetation. You know that because the bird picked a little piece of branch. There's all sorts of flowers and trees and vegetation and plants. That reminds you very much of day number 3. Then Noach sends into the air birds, and fish had never died because it was a flood. That means the animals that are kind of out in the world are birds and fish, which is shockingly similar, strikingly parallel to day number 5. And then all the other animals return back to earth, which is day number 6. And then Noach, concluding day number 6,
What you have is like a symmetry, like a parallel. It kind of echoes. It reminds us. It shadows days 2, 3, 5, 6. And what I'd like to suggest is that it's not arbitrary. We'll have to get back to days 1, 4, and 7 momentarily. I didn't forget about them. We'll get there. But what's the message of repeating days from creation? I think the idea is Hashem didn't wipe out the world for Noah. This wasn't a violent act of destroying humanity. Rather, what was the Rabboni Shalom doing here? Recreating the world. Pressing reset. He's restarting it. And the best way to let the reader know that it's not just destroying everyone, but rather resetting it, recreating it, is by tracing the exact same footprints he took. 8 prakim ago, in Bereshit, Parak Aleph, Parak Beis, Kadosh Baruch Hu is recreating the world. And that's why it mimics creation. So far, so good? That's why specifically a Mabul, that explains it. What about days number 1, 4, and 7? Why is there no allusion to that in the Mabul? So I'd like to suggest, perhaps, Hashem didn't have to recreate light and dark. Didn't have to create sun, moon, and stars. Didn't have to recreate Shabbos. What Hashem wanted to create was planet Earth. In other words, only parts that are connected to the physical globe, planet Earth, the water, the earth, the people, vegetation, that's what had to get recreated. Hashem didn't have to recreate the universe with cosmos and space. He just had to recreate planet Earth. And therefore, that's exactly what he does. All the days that created planet Earth are recreated. 2, 3, 5, 7. But 1, 4, 7 he skips. So far, so good? If that's correct, that's a remarkable theory. I thought it was really correct. If that's the case, you know who may be aware of this theory besides us? Who may have been the first person to know, to be aware of, to think about, hey, this sounds a lot like creation. I'd like to suggest Noah. And then Hashem tells Noah, and again, if you think about it from Noah's perspective, how much history was there? How much world history was there? Very small amount. The fact that this is repeating history may really send his, wake him up, and kind of his antennas go up, and he's like, oh my goodness. Then Hashem says to him all these really interesting things like Peru Uruvu, which is awfully similar to what? Exactly what Hashem told Adam. And then Hashem says to him things like, B'Tselem Elokim I created you, which is awfully similar to what Hashem told Adam. Then he says things like Peru Uruvu, which is awfully similar to what he told Adam. And you can imagine Noah, who's now the first person after creation, being informed, being told the exact same things Hashem said to Adam. Noah now looks at himself and sees himself as, I don't want to call him Adam Sheni or Noah Harishon, but like a replication for Adam. I think there's even some type of Zohar or something. I don't know if it's a Zohar or what. Someone told me, I didn't see it inside, that Noah had the same neshama of Adam, which is reinforce our theory. Like a Gilgal neshama, some type of reincarnation. With or without that, I think the theory is pretty cool. Anyway, in which case, maybe Noah sees himself as the reincarnation or the continuation of Adam. Then Noah decides to get drunk, and I guess the question is why? Well, let's start this way. What major difference was there between Noah versus Adam? Adam was in Gan Eden. If Noah would want to replicate Gan Eden, what would he have? What was Adam doing in Gan Eden? How was Adam dressed in Gan Eden? Not wearing any clothing, and he wasn't unaware. Lo Boshashim. If Noah would want to replicate being undressed, unclothed, and unaware, what might Noah have to do? Get drunk and take off all his clothing. And what I'd like to suggest, it was a purposeful act. It wasn't just that Stami got drunk and had nothing to do. I think Noah was looking to recreate the full Adam experience. There are psukim that kind of reinforce this idea as well. For starters, it says Vayidgal when he takes off his clothing, which is a very innocent word. It's not like, he unclothed himself. It's not like a crass or sexual type of word. It's a very innocent word. More than that, where does he do it? He goes betoch ohala, which sounds awfully similar to betoch, va'etz hachayim betoch hagan. You have this phrase vayita karim, which sounds awfully similar to vayita Hashem Elokim gan be'eden. The story begins with Elo Toldos Noach, which is awfully similar to Elo Toldos Shamayim va'aretz. And if you're not yet convinced, remarkably, the Torah describes Noach here differently than it does elsewhere. Noach plants the vineyard, but when the Torah says Vayichan Noach, it just gives him another description. It's a very small pasuk. Noach began to plant the vineyard, but it describes him as Ish Ha'adama. Adama may be more than a random description. It may be saying the man who sees himself as Adam is mimicking, furthering, continuing the path of Adam. With this in mind, I'd like to suggest that's Pshat in the Targum Yonasan ben Uziel. What I'd like to suggest that the Targum is linking, like physically linking, the story of Noach and planting the vineyard to going way back to Gan Eden. This connection to Gan Eden that we uncovered, we weren't the first one to do it. It's already found in Chazal, it's found in the Targum, it's found in Targum Yonasan ben Uziel. And you kind of see the physical connection of, if you trace that vineyard back, physically, it's like, how can you illustrate a connection between the two stories? That's exactly what he's doing. There's the physical branch, the physical vine, I should say, which goes right back to the river of Gan Eden, as if to say, Noach's trying his best to continue. He found the branch of Gan Eden and he said, Rabboni Shalom, this is what you want from me. We'll have to discuss if it's correct or incorrect momentarily, but this seems to be what Noach's agenda is. This is what Noach's thinking. What he's trying to do is replicate, put himself in Adam's shoes, and after all, you understand that there was a recreation of humanity. He's now first there. God tells him all sorts of similar things. You can understand why he thought that way, and now maybe you understand why Noach unclothes himself and rolls around. He's looking for the lost innocence, that naivety, that, being lohis poshashu, that Adam once has and Noach is attempting to. You may wonder, why does Noach do this? Well, maybe he thought he was supposed to, maybe a little bit more, maybe he kind of wanted to. Larger conversation than one we're going to have right now, but Noach does seem to be someone who is not the extrovert, but rather the introvert type. There's a lot to be said about this, but you find it in all sorts of mafarshim, that Noach was not like Avram. Noach did not go out and teach and preach and educate and inspire and teach the whole world and try his best to pray for people. Noach had a different flavor. Noach is much more internal. Noach is much more stay at home. Noach is much more worried about who he was, opposed to inspiring, educating, praying for, impacting the generation. And therefore, when Noach found out, hey, look, you can go back to Gan Eden, that may be exactly what Noach was looking for. Going back to Gan Eden, that sense of, purity, that sense of security, that sense of introversion, that sense of blocking myself off and not being exposed to the world. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Noach may have been only too excited to do so. And perhaps that's the reason why the pasuk says that Noach's children left, because this is the story about mindsets. This is the story about how people viewed themselves when it came to leaving the ark. Maybe it's Dafka, Noach's children. Maybe it's Dafka, Shlosha Eila b'nei Noach, who Vayu b'nei Noach hayotzim in Ateva. They're the ones who are yotzim. This is not who physically left. Physically left, that was the previous story. We've already left the table. We've already brought karbanos. We've already had this conversation about a rainbow. This is the story not about physically leaving, it's about mental. Where are people holding conceptually, mentally? What's their perspective? What's their viewpoint? What's their vantage point when it comes to leaving the table? And the answer is 3 of them left. And left with passion, left with excitement, left with a vision. And that's what the pasuk says, Vayu b'nei Noach hayotzim min hateva. Yotzim, not yatsu. Their mindset is that of people who are leaving. Noach was still interested in remaining secluded, insular, and in the table. In a certain sense, he may have physically left, but he's not one of the yotzim min hateva. So far, so good? If this is correct, it sounds like the sons of Noach are the ones who are leaving the table. There's almost like a praise over there. One may wonder, what's their attitude? And how is Noach's attitude different? But before I get there, I'll just quickly point out, this theory may solve another major problem. If you've ever read the story, the Migdal Bavel story, it's a fascinating story. A bunch of people, I mean, it's fascinating for a lot of reasons. But I'll share with you 2 or 3 of them. The most obvious, overt, noticeable question is that Hashem comes down and is totally disheartened and upset at them, and you don't know why. There's about 10 or 15 different shittas and Rishonim why, and that just reinforces how glaring the kasha is. Rashi has 3, and the Sforno offers 1. All the different Farshim have different types of mahalchim. What did they do wrong? Rav Hirsch has a remarkable insight I'll share with you momentarily. More bizarre, but not whatever. Also interesting, is that anyone know where the people from Bavel began to build their tower? This is like the craziest thing, from a valley. They all get together, and they decide to go into a valley, into a hole, and then they decide to build this migdal, a big tower, big building. And the obvious question, you don't require a PhD in astrophysics, or you have to be an electrical engineer to realize, if you want to build a bigger building, you should just start higher, a mountain, or at least on flat land. If you look at the Pesukim carefully, we don't have time to do that, at least we're not going to do that. It sounds like they looked for this place, they were looking for a valley, looking for this type of insular hole in the ground, and then once they were there, they got afraid, they'd say, we can build a tower. So they built from where they were at. But why were they looking for a valley? And the answer may very well be, and this is what I'd like to suggest, they didn't learn from Noah. You wonder what they do wrong, as opposed to going out and inhabiting, developing, cultivating the earth, which was the Ratzon of Hashem. Hashem wanted the world to be redeveloped, re-inhabited at that point in time. Instead of going out, they went in. They went into a hole, they went into a valley. They were the most insular as they could imagine. They were not looking to go out and spread themselves out, the word of Hashem or anything. And that's actually their punishment. Hashem says, look what they did. What they did was become insular. In other words, Hashem responds, let's spread them out. Let's send them out all over the world. Let's give them different languages and different cultures and different nations. So this way they develop into different people all over the world. Whether that's our goal or not right now is not my conversation, but at that particular point in time, that's exactly what the shortcoming was. And that's what Rav Hirsch explains. Rav Shalom Shafalosh believes their mistake was, opposed to going out and developing, cultivating, inhabiting the world, they remained inside. And that's exactly why God gave them the punishment that he does. It's the perfect punishment that fits the crime. How did they know they should have done that? How should they have known? I'd like to suggest from Noach. If our theory about Noach is correct, that Noach made a mistake, and we'll develop it a little more, that Noach incorrectly tried to go back and relive the days of Adam, opposed to being one of the Yotzim in HaTeva, opposed to move forward the way he was supposed to, maybe they should have learned from Noach and not made the same mistake. If anyone's interested, it says the word Adam by them as well. In any event, what was the attitude of each of these people? What was Noach's attitude? The answer was to stay still, to be passive, to go backwards in time, to remain in the table. What about his 3 sons? Shem, Cham, and Yafes. So if you look at this story, which son has the most noteworthy role? Which, clearly, if you want to figure out the different attitudes of Shem, Cham, and Yafes, who would be a great one to start with? Who would be the easiest one to start with? Who does his story really talk the most about and tell his story most? What? I thought Cham. And if you look at the story, Noach is now unclothed, laying around, and 2 of the sons are not there, and the 3rd son is deeply, deeply disrespectful. Disrespectfully laughing at the naked father. Hey, brothers, come check out what Dad's doing. This is a great thing to laugh at. Look at him. He's on the floor, and it's like mamish, so crass and so vulgar. Matter of fact, if you look carefully, the Torah even uses a different word. When it describes what Noach does, it's Vayitgal in Pasuk Kaf Aleph. Whereas Cham sees Ervas Aviv, and that's a totally different word, Erva. Torah is not accidentally Torah didn't accidentally change words. Erva is like think of like Vayikra. You shouldn't sleep with Erva Saviv. Erva is a crass, naked word. And the real point is Noach took it off Vayitgal. He was looking to unclothe himself. And Ham saw his naked father and started laughing at him. Tries to call over the two other brothers, and they're very different. They have a different response. So, but for starters, who is Ham? So there's a beautiful Malbim with an unbelievable insight. The Malbim points out way, way, way back. We pointed out that Ham was Avi Canaan. We actually mentioned that twice in the story. The Malbim notes that none of the other brothers slept with their wives. It's Chazal say this, Rashi says it, it's even Mashma a little bit in the Psukim. None of them were intimate with their wives during the Teva experience. When the whole world was being destroyed, they all kind of mourned and refrained from sleeping with their wives. And you can understand that being somewhat respectful. In other words, as the whole world was being destroyed, maybe you would want to be doing something else besides sleeping with your wife. Says the Malbim, yeah, that's exactly Shem's attitude, and that's exactly Yafes's attitude. But Ham, he walked into the Teva with a certain amount of children, and he walked out Avi Canaan. The Torah is stressing to the fact that Ham, look what you did. And perhaps the entire story over here is about Ham's inability to control himself. It's his inability to control his own sexuality. And frankly, the word that captures the heat and the fire and the inability for Ham to control himself and cool himself off is the name Ham. Ham's on fire. He's burning out of control. He cannot control his sexuality. He can't control himself in the Teva. He sees his naked father and he can't do anything but respond, oh my goodness, let's exploit this sexuality. It's like a disgusting, repulsive individual who can't control himself. Frankly, he's burning out of control, and that's captured in the name Ham. Ham is looking to move forward, just in the wrong direction. Shem and Yafes are also looking to move forward. How do they move forward? Well, for starters, they cover their father. And on the most basic level, what they're doing is giving their father clothing, putting a blanket on the naked man. He shouldn't be embarrassed. It shouldn't be a busha. I guess in contrast to Adam who lo yitbo shashu, here's a real concern of big busha. Shem and Yafes put the clothing on him, and I think symbolically that if there may be a deeper level, meaning if Noach was taking off his clothing to say I want to become like Adam, Shem and Yafes may have said, as members of the Yotzim and Hateva, no, now's not the time to take off your clothing, Dad. Let's give you a symbol. Let's give you some clothing. Put this on. We're moving forward. We're not looking to move backwards. And in addition to the three of them moving forwards, Shem, Ham, and Yafes, Noach was kind of standing still, moving backwards. Well, if you look at their names, it's remarkable. Ham is the one who burns out of control. Noach is the one who's not moving forward. He's what? Resting, passive, or Noach. And if Ham's name captures his religious agenda, and Noach's name captures his religious agenda, let's move on to the last two sons. Chazal insightfully note that when they bring their father the Simla on Pasuk Kaf Gimel, it says Vayikach Shem v'Yafes. Vayikach is Lashon Yachid, Shem v'Yafes is plural. What do they do? Vayikach, and he takes it. Who takes it? The two of them. How do you explain that? So Rashi quotes from Chazal that Shem had a deeper, more pure motivation. He had a much more virtuous idea. He really wanted to cover his father because there's a deep mitzvah of kibbud av aim and spiritual reasons, whereas Yafes kind of wanted to look nice. And you look at it further, the bracha he gives each of them, Noach gives each of his sons Shem and Yafes the bracha, Yafta l'kim l'Yafes v'yishkom bo'al l'Shem. Yafes, Hashem should make Yafes really look nice, but he should dwell in the house of Shem. You get the impression that Chazal nailed it. Shem is a much more sincere, genuine person, doing things for the right reasons, while Yafes was kind of wearing a mask and trying to look good. And perhaps the name Yafes is because he wanted to look Yafeh, whereas Shem wanted to do things Lishma. Perhaps every one of these names captures different religious personalities, and you see the different approaches towards leaving the Teva. Noach wants to move backwards. He's Noach. He's not going anywhere. He's resting. Ham wants to go, but he can't go anywhere well because he's totally out of control. Yafes is a guy wearing a nice mask to project to the world, and Shem has sincere, genuine sense of Lishma. If that's the case, I want to just spend a few minutes just discussing a little bit the religious take-home message. And there's a few of them, and they're all important. Let's do one at a time. For starters, the religious take-home message from Chama. That's very, very obvious. It's easy for one to lose control of themselves. It's easy for one's sexuality to burn them. It's easy to get burnt by that. And therefore, the most basic lesson from Cham is control yourself. Number one. Number two, the lesson from Shem and from Yafes. And it's a different message. The lesson from Shem and Yafes is, on the one hand, similar. Do the right thing. Do the right thing even if someone's laughing, even if it's a situation of adversity. We value doing the right thing. And from Yafes, it's a very simple message. Better to do the right thing for the wrong reasons than not do the right thing at all. But from Shem, it's a more important message, which is do the right thing for the right reasons. From Yafes, the message is, if you can't bring yourself up from doing the right things for the right reasons, at least do the right thing. Figure out all sorts of shalom lishma ways to do the right thing. Figure out ways to control yourself shalom lishma. If the goal is just to wear a mask, and that's the reason why you keep Shabbos, it's better than being Machal Shabbos, and whatever the relative personal examples for you are. But the ultimate value, the ultimate goal is like Lishma, it's Hashem. The guy whose name is to do Hashem. To really do the right things because they're the right things. Not just to do the right things. To ask ourselves, are we doing them because you want to wear a mask, because you want people to see you, because you want it to look good, because you want to look frum, because you want to look not as frum, because you want to look however you want to look? Or are you looking to serve the Baruch because these are Baruch? There's a lot to be said about that. But I want to get to the last one. Perhaps the last religious take-home message is to learn from the take-home is from Noach. The Noach message is important as well. Because the Noach message is you're supposed to learn from history. We're supposed to gain perspective from the Masorah and Chachmei Masorah, but not to move backwards in history. Noach's mistake was not that he learned from history, knew history. Noach should have realized Hashem did a lot in terms of recreating the world, but didn't put me in God. There's a new reality, there's a new Metzius. The goal is to learn from history. The goal is to learn from our Chachmei HaMasorah. The goal is to learn from our Rabbanim. The goal is to learn from history, but not to repeat it. The goal is not to enter ourselves into it. There's a lot of wonderful yeshivas in Europe. There are great yeshivas. We should learn how to use what they did well to embrace the world we live in, not pretend we're living in the 1800s. The message, I think, from Noah is a little more nuanced, because how are we supposed to know how to handle situations in life? The answer is, we look to our Chachmei HaMasorah, to our Rabbanim, we look to Gedolei Torah of our generation and previous ones. We look to Jewish thought, we look to the Torah. But everything that was written until this point in time dealt with the history, not in this point in time, because nothing was written in the future. And therefore, the way we learn how to handle hashkafic difficulties, challenges, and situations are based upon the values of the past. We embrace the future with pride, confidence, knowing that we're following the path of our rebellion, knowing that Noach knew fully well and was aware that there are certain challenges and similarities, but simultaneously not to re-enter into that perspective. We should be zocheh to learn all these messages, those from Noach. I both have a wonderful, meaningful Hoshanah Rabbah, a good night. No question, I'll stick around a little bit afterwards and answer. Enjoy.
I was from the other side of the city, but then, I went to Shalom Tov. My parents said,
where you now?
We're Boston.
You're in yeshiva now or no?
Yeah, I'm great. Hakotel had much better programs.
Great to have you here. Yeah, great to see you. Oh, you called me. Yeah, good. That's your name.
By the way, I'm also in Shelter. I was going to say one. So I didn't know that. No, I went there for like 3 years. But no, I grew up in the Jackson.
You're not from Cleveland?
No.
You're studying in Cleveland. I went to the lake when you moved. You went to Cleveland High School. Okay. I met you in Cleveland.
Yes. Yeah, that was like between like 3 a.m. and 4 Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, we were classmates. Long time ago. Long time ago.
My brother's the youngest, but you know, so we have for a while on there. Yeah, I'm ready after 20 years. Hey, man. All right, great.
I haven't last Hoshana. So what about this? Yeah, construction.
The place where we're going, just to look straight out the window and look at sunrise, just not outside. Trying to go spend a bit of a bump road.
Speak to people you trust. I say Bachachma, the idea is to like
You are drafting.
Drafting in August.
In August? You're not drafting the normal high school?
Kush does August draft.
how far does one go?
Should I?
Fine. Okay, let's go slow. How many times a day should you double check with your head if you're wearing the same shirt and you change?
Yeah.
At some point, I'll be fine. Did you ask your Rebbe? Because I asked me this question. At some point in time, you can't, there are like a stream, like you find like a city and ask the guy, should you buy a blue car or a red car? The Rebbe would say, blue, and say, oh, that's the Hotel. Most people, even the Fisher, at some point, I mean, so in the Fisher world, they wouldn't tell you to do that. They didn't say, either they would tell you no one cares, and or they would say, you got to do something on your it can't be only that. Now the question is how much room and how much mastery about what's not Valley Machshava. That's the question. And even the Valley Machshava, some they tell you this question, one carries what's one. Large broader question. Great question. The answer is if you have none of your bank problems. I would, if you have all your bank problems, that's true. I don't know if that means that look, what it doesn't mean is follow every single decision. That's not what they speak to a lot of people, get a lot of perspective, and make the best decision they can.
It's not like a lot of
I can't imagine. I can't imagine. I can't imagine telling you who shot me. He was all over the place. There's too much disrespect. I love this. I can't imagine. But I can imagine the question is, how should you dress? All the other hashkafic questions. Choosing a community. This is something you never find it.
This is a reunion. I think you
should be the best advice. Know yourself, know your name. Like you gotta. Again, where, how much? That's what makes the person better. I'm open to all.
However those open, I'm sure people can. Right.
Yeah, sit in the kitchen. Yeah, I've seen it myself because I've done it. In a different shape. Yo, nothing. I don't know for.
I didn't mean to be a jerk. Whatever. What are these?
Oh, really?
Do that.
Yeah. I went to middle school with your brother. I mean, I'm assuming I went to middle school with you too, but. Where are you in yeshiva? Are you here?
You?
Good.
Nice. How was that?
Baruch Hashem, very good. How are you enjoying here?
Good. You got super. Is this still recording? It's live.
Sure. Yeah, open up.
Be specific. What do you have in mind? I understand that's right?
That's what it is.
Symbol that you have in
Yeah, I've actually read it. I wrote it on full on Torah.
So what does it say about your work? You wrote it?
That's not right. Okay. Keshet, that could be no.
What
You put it that way.
Nowadays, Gula says the border between.
Take a look.
Expand. Okay. Now.
And you back down. Get down.
We didn't get the war. We didn't have. We gotta make it out. I don't care. We're supposed to spend a lot. It's already there.
So you were, if you take up truths and matches, if you were in Iraq today,
You're supposed to take truths and matches. You're supposed to.
In Iraq?
No, not in Iraq. In a lot.
Soon you will be taking. No, in a lot. No.
Yeah. The reason why we don't is because of the living time in the level. Technically, of course, I'm not you're supposed to be taking truths and matches, Shlita, and everything else down there. Okay? You go look it up.
I think it's true.
Yeah. Unlimited time in the level is the only reason why we don't do a truths and matches.
That's a very good reason.
Well, yeah. That's why we don't. No, that's Xeris for bonus. The rest of you supposed to. Yeah. Totally is.
No. When Yoshua under the land,
have you ever heard that entire story? That's why we supposed to.
Yoshua under the land, usually Hoshana. Usually Hoshana, you can debate whether I want to go or not. Whatever. When he got exiled, boom, no more. Gone.
Exactly.
Come back.
That's what it is. That's
No, it's God. God living here.
I know, but all the zeros about to happen during that time. It's like the time whoever
Wait, so Elon doesn't even France.
I never said France. It said whoever stepped up from what was got from Europhrates, from Nazareth to we took it over in 6 and 7. Yes, we did. And that was not Kibbutz Shalom. That was Kibbutz Shalom. No, where you guys at? What? Yeah. figure it. You guys, why you guys like so against it? People's like,
No, I'm not
I just throw, like, I don't get it.
I'm not.
Well, he said it.
No,
I don't get it. God promised. God, listen, one second. God promised Avram. Hashem promised Avram the bridge that turned from Mount Gad to the Nile. I don't get it. Exactly. Wherever I step in those borders, it's mine. I don't get it.
The covenant stuff in those borders and it didn't become part of our extra.
That's it.
I think
Syria didn't.
Syria is a different model. Syria is special category.
You and like the 50 other parents can go take off Trumas and line.
I'm on a Moab then.
So,
I'm on a Moab then.
There's also
We should have.
That's my dad. It doesn't matter. He learned in the story. That's I just saw. לא, מה? תורתי נכון, מה לא? I don't get it. You guys don't want to do another mitzvah and give masters, I don't get it.
No, I want to do mitzvah.
Exactly.
I don't want to not, like, that's not a mitzvah.
Yes, it is. It's just a button that we don't do it.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Nothing to do with it. Yes, it is. No, it's Hoshana. There's no, the Kedusha is gone.
Wait, hold on. It's not a Gemara. Trumas and Mayas were very likely only Derabbanan. That's the first place. So really, you're saying that it should apply to anything.
There's no, okay, there's no Deraisa True Nice first. So how is this, how are you going to say this is Deraisa? There is no, what?
It's a whole story. It's a whole sugya.
Yeah, it is all sugya. The sugya is Deraisa, all of it. Trumas and Mayas in Yerushalayim is Deraisa.
It's a little different.
Because it's not knowing the Deraisa. Because there's no Deraisa.
There's no Yid.
In Vayichan, there was a Mikdash and it was still Deraisa.
And you go back saying when a man and
Yeah.
So I know yoga.
Somebody suggested the answer.
Yoga.
that's still very much very much still very much
What's the next step?
yoga is very years.
Well, it is relevant. Right, but yoga requires Kol Yeshua.
How relevant is it to know what to know the topic?
You have a slave? No.
There's three stories about Moshe before he gets called.
The blacks.
Right? One of them is breaking up.
No.
Okay.
I'm in the Savir.
All the black light creating out the well, right?
Different kind of signs. Right?
Why is Rashi
He says, going against the curse of God. Listen, right here. They make very good workers.
Okay. Yes. What's your name?
No Bergman. You guys are like 100 guys.
I know like 2 people in Shabbat. I know people in Shabbat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know.
Likewise, it's a pleasure to do the answer on that thing. It's a pleasure to get so much enough from watching you get. That's amazing.
Anything above the that's all you Yeah. I saw that not so long ago. Like, I was surprised when I like, why name it after his dad. There's no way that was governor so wild. What if his governor that was governor? I still call it the
I know one guy. Catherine was like Native American name, so it was like
That segment with baseball team in the football. You know the Redskins, the guy, the Indians are suing the Redskins.
Really?
Something like that.
Wasn't there like
I still call the Redskins, I still call the Guardians the.
I mean, I still call them.
They still are the Redskins. They still are the Redskins. They still are the Redskins. And they're still the Indians.
I'm a fan of the football. I like to watch the
Zero Lishmem, you don't believe that. You don't believe that. You have to wearing a favor.
What's wrong with Commander?
Most of these people are no longer.
It doesn't go with the flow.
Washington Commanders.
I knew maybe three. It sounds really, really angelic people.
It sounds like they tried too hard.
It seems to imply that it wasn't referring to all the people who work in shaping.
None of them. None of them.
Shaping the young
It's a reading of Redskins.
not all of the potential.
What do you go with the Commanders?
There's also
I would say, I don't know.
Who? The Democrat. So, see, that's, again, so I'm talking about golf. I think that the purposes of
ما لازم نقول إن عم يشوف
just from the same, you're one of the leaders.
They're not. They're all being now. They literally pass it out.
They're all in the what's called. It's the place in this. They're all based on.
They haven't really changed from this number, but if you need is like all this
You don't like your jobs, right? You don't know the sheet of
Oh, they don't. They don't. There's no. What do they need? Why would they need? Because they weren't like. They weren't integrated into like Europe.
Yeah, there were.
So like, what the Jews of anywhere else they are?
Exactly when the Bible for all people.
No, it's a known thing. I don't know.
It's annoying. It's annoying. The thing that people say is, they say that they're like taking from but nowadays that river doesn't right after the end. I don't think anyone would say that we're not.
No, I thought the whole thing is that they couldn't cross the river. It would go and then it would stop on Shabbos.
Nobody was doing it. Yeah, the Jewish one wholesale.
Yeah.
But nowadays that river is not around. People say that if that river was around, if it was around.
Okay, so then now you got like a big whole chakira. It's true. Just start drawing. You start drawing.
I feel like we don't necessarily need enough kamitos.
No, I start to not care.
You can have a chakira without enough kamitos. You know?
No, but then like I don't care.
Yeah.
Then it's just okay.
Then I'm bored.
Then you just like okay, but why not?
Dude,
It
it's
doesn't
dumb.
matter.
Yeah.
Then you're just making like
You can't make a chakira. Yeah.
No, it's not scuffing.
I mean, like,
it doesn't come together. You know, scuffing down for me is like a different tree. It's like,
What is this?
no, it's because you're talking about glue. I was saying, yep.
Game rocking.
You guys are on in Hoshana Rabbah. Sheer bet. I'm Hoshana.
No, you're hey.
I'm not here. I'm not in.
You're sheared out last year.
I was sheared out last year.
No, you became Israeli.
That was my whole night. Anyways, okay. אם אתה לא אשכנזי אז יש חשבתי שספרדים לא... רק הבנתי, הרבה ספרדים לא עושים. כן, לא נראה שזה נחשב סעודה. So how's the yeshiva going? Which year you go to? Oh, so you have to start to get up so calls you all you guys but his whole thing he calls on everyone, right?
For scholarship. I was in order.
Nerve-wracking.
And then like
yeah.
And it's like you can either get like a really good one or you just get like the hardest question. Like, you don't know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, you never know if it's gonna move on to the next thing or stay with the thing that's on first.
You can just be like translate the lines.
Or you can be like, do you agree?
Or you can be like,
yes, and then
do you agree? You can be like, do you agree? Yes, no. You don't even have to say why. Like, why does it disagree or agree? What was the model? Or then like whoa, or some question.
No, or
like someone will like translate.
What?
Actually learn something? No.
Anytime I see you here.
What are your thoughts?
You want to stop?
Okay.
If you have nothing nice to say, just leave.
I think
I only
what's the
or else I'm gonna bring in Rav Schreier and he's gonna dig into you.
I mentioned once.
Yeah, someone else. He's spoken basic, like Sparrow's guy.
I was not.
I'm just saying for clarification. He gave some Harid Moser. He was before a person. So
this is now.
There's. He heard for person.
Oh, it was right before? That was not 2 hours.
Oh, whatever. I don't know time. Here's Harid was the person. Don't.
I just.
$9. Or $7.
That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. I'll stop being wrong.
Thank you so much. This guy. Trump. Guy too. Yeah. Gush, if you can't tell. Or Gush I don't know what that is.
It's a certificate. You don't want to know what We're gonna get a coffee. Like a coffee room here. Upstairs.
Go down the stairs and like go around the corner to the left.
There's a good chance there won't be mugs though.
Yeah.
Oh, you have guys on
They give us things here. Don't give us
That's crazy. They hid the mugs. I hate that they keep them away. What?
Put them back.
You think that's what happened?
That's what I thought. I don't know.
I think you put them.
Maybe I was taking too kindly in this place.
I think they just put them all away. For being this man.
They would do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go to the other.
We went. Both colors now?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say fifth color.
So wait, is this here, right? Reformed is here? It should be here.
נתחיל בשתי דקות. בסדר גמור.
גם באמת.
בסדר גמור. Pass the Chumash around. Wait, always 1 minute before we start. Yes, sir. You're welcome. Okay, we're gonna start. Easy here. Okay, easy. Oh. Okay. Send it to easy. Send it to Rabba. Aaron C. Okay, if you get a chumash in front of you and open up to Perek Daled. Sefer Breshit. Sefer Breshit. Nothing like giving a share at 3 in the morning to make sure people are awake. And with Siyata Deshmaya, I had the schus of learning with my children this evening, and I ended learning with Chagai, a piece that we talked about from the Vilna Gaon. The Vilna Gaon, that's a well-known Vilna Gaon, that talks about that there are 2 unique mitzvos. That your whole guf is totally mikudash. Every part of the mitzvah is your guf. And the Vilna Gaon and the Rav Tzvi Yehuda explains the Vilna Gaon in a very, very deep way of how central and connected the mitzvah of Sukkot and Eretz Yisrael. Sukkot, where we're in the sukkah now, eating the bizonos, sleeping, everything. The whole mitzias of the mitzvah of sukkah is fundamentally different than tzitzis and tefillin. Tzitzis and tefillin is a chefza that's michutz laguf. It's something that is external from your body. Versus Yeshivat Eretz Yisrael and Sukkot, every part of it. You work in Eretz Yisrael, it's a mitzvah. You walk 4 amos, it's a mitzvah. And I start off this introduction not only to say about how interconnected and how special it is that we're in Yeshivat Hakotel and we're in Eretz Yisrael and Medinat Yisrael, but also as a reka, as a background for those people here that are learning for their Shana Aleph, their Shana Bet, Shir Bet, depending on who you are, Shir Chet, the Shir Hey, Shir Dalet. It's not by chance that right now we're living in a time, and you have to realize that the Torah that we're learning has to be affected by what's going on in Medinat Yisrael. It's not something that's totally, it's true. We travel back in time. Moshe Kibel Torah Misinai, Masar Yoshua. We travel back to Har Sinai. But we very much believe that we're here in 2023, Tavshin Pei Daled. There's a reason for us to be here right now with everything that's going on. I remember one of the years ago when the 3 boys were killed as we were ending yeshiva and we were davening and 100,000 people were there. I remember in 1994 when I was in yeshiva and Nachshon Waxman, Shem Yikam Damo, was kidnapped and killed. It was part of my whole experience of my Talmud Torah. When I was in the Beis Medrash learning Maseches Gittin at the time, I wasn't totally minutak, totally separate from what's going on in Eretz Yisrael. So it's not just by chance, it's Sukkot and Eretz Yisrael. But I'd like to share with you a couple of lessons from Perek Daled that I think Bikatan will help us with our aspirations this year as we started this year. And hopefully, Bezrat Hashem, we will not fall in the big trap. What's the big trap? The big trap, the famous Musar vort that they say is, this is going to be Hoshana. Right? This is going to be the year I'm going to have my dreams. I sat with 2 of my children in the sukkah today, and I asked them, what are your dreams for this year? It's going to be Hoshana. What are you going to be doing this year?
So one of my children says, I'm going to hit a three-pointer. Yeah. And I'm like, you're going to do it. You're going to do it. He's going to hit the three-pointer. I believe it. And other people say, oh, it's not a Hoshana. At the end of the pasuk says, it's just a Shana. We tried. Right? I had a student here tonight, one who just finished giving a shiur when he was a 10th grader from Hafter. If I would have told him in the 10th grade and after that he's going to be giving a shiur in Yeshivat Hakotel at 2 o'clock, he might have said it, but the guy's dreaming. It's Hoshana. So one lesson that I would like to start with as we start Bereshit Perek Daled will be within our learning this year. Hopefully that we'll be able to dream and to continue and take the Sukkot experience, which it's supposed to be, not just a 7-day experience, a nice idea of Simchas Beis HaShoeva, but it's something, as the Sfat Emet says, is supposed to take how we're supposed to live our life through the year. And secondly, as we go through the Psukim, we will see how much it's very connected to what's happening in Eretz Yisrael, in Medinat Yisrael today, and hopefully some lessons for our Avodat Hashem. So let's start. If you open up Bereshit Perek Daled, there are 4 sections in the story of Cain and Hevel. It starts off telling me in Pasuk Aleph, Adam yadat Chava ishto, Vatar vateleret Cain vatomer, Kaniti ishet Hashem. So we have the birth of Cain. We're not going to get into the Rav Shimshon Raphael Hirsch, who says that even in their names, Cain, from the word kinaz, we'll see. Vatosef laledet et achiv et Havel. So we have Cain, we have his brother Hevel, and this first section includes their professions. Hevel is a roe tzon, he's a shepherd, and Cain was oved adama. And this first section before the introduction, which is obviously important, it tells us that what? The korbanos. Part 1 is the korbanos. Vayihi miketz yamim vayavei Cain mipri adama minchal Hashem. The part that we won't focus on feels very much that Cain is known as, if you will, the Rasha Marusha. And there are many people that describe that and try to search for that. That it must be, Rav Kook, when he talks about Cain, quotes the pasuk of Zevach Rishayim Toeva, that they're built into his philosophy as a Rasha. But when you read the simple pshat of the psukim, it's difficult, because Cain is the Yozein. He's the initiator. Vayavei Cain, mi priya adama, and therefore again Rashi, mi priya adama, maybe not the best stuff, but the bottom line is he brings a korban, a minchal Hashem. Pasuk Dalet, vehivi Hevel hevi gam hu, mi bchorot sono michal veyen. He brings the good stuff. Vayisha Hashem el Hevel vel minchato. So what happens? Part 2 is we have the offering of the korban, and then we have the rejection. The rejection of Cain and the accepting of Hevel. Vayisha Hashem el Hevel vel minchato. Vel Cain vel minchato lo sha'a. This is the first part which I want to focus on together with you, which is what's the reaction? Whatever Cain did incorrectly, whether he didn't bring the best stuff, so what's his reaction? Vayichar leKain ma'od. Cain gets very perturbed, very upset. Vayiplu panav, falls on his face. Vayomer Adonai el Cain, lama charalach velama naflu panecha. The double language, right? It seems, right, Hashem says, number 1 is, why are you angry? And number 2, it seems to be 2 different parts to what Cain did and to what the Ribono Shalom says, lama charalach velama naflu panecha. And the continuation of part 2 here is Halo, Pasuk Zayin. Im teitiv se'et. Hashem says, if you get better, either you'll be forgiven or you can raise your game. V'im lo teitiv. But if not, la peta chatat rovetz ve'lecha tishukato v'ata timshal bo. So I wanted, with your permission, Siyata Deshmaya here, to discuss what the Sforno understands in this double language, which will help us hopefully in our Avodas Hashem. The Sforno here explains that for whatever reason Hashem rejected Cain's korban, it was bilti ratzui, wasn't great for some reason, and Cain was jealous. Vayichar bikinato be'achiv, which he did. Vayiplu b'panav, says the Sforno, I'm embarrassed. I was embarrassed. I put in some sort of effort of a korban. You can't 100%. I was the initiator, Cain says, and it didn't happen. So what happens? Says the Sforno, Lama charalach. Number one is, why'd you get jealous? That you're worried that I accepted your brother's korban and not yours. Velama naflu panecha. What's this double language? The Sforno explains, Ki kisheyesh lekilkul eze takana in roi litztaer al masha avar. Avara'ui lishtadel lasig tikun la'atid. This is a very, very important lesson that's going to happen. How do I know it's going to happen? First of all, it's just built into life. Built into life is, especially we're in a yeshiva here talking about limanat Torah. The Gemara says, "In adam lomed Torah elaim kein nichshal bo." By definition, when you're learning a Gemara, the first time you learn it, it's a hechatimsa to the second time. There's no chance you got it the first time. And if you think you got it the first time, oy vavoy. Oy vavoy. I was, this summer, somebody told me that they're trying to get into a very special yeshiva. I'm trying to remember who told me, I don't remember right now. And this guy said, okay, I'm going to try to get into the yeshiva. I don't think I told you the story. So to get into the yeshiva, so what is he going to do? How do I get into this very prestigious yeshiva? Go prepare a Gemara. What's called in Hebrew an unseen. You get the Hebrew word unseen. Unseen Gemara. Okay, so he hires a Rebbe. Shkoyach, right? And he learns the Gemara. 2 weeks. Mamish, he knows every single word. Eitan, he knows the word kameh. He knows chazeh. He knows everything. All the words. He knows it all. Mamish, Gemara, Rashi, Tosfos. The man is like sholet. He's holding. He's ready for the Bechina. He comes into the Rosh Yeshiva. He says, I'm ready for the Bechina. He says, okay, what Gemara you chose? This Gemara. Great, start reading. He reads it exactly, backwards, forwards. He knows it. So the Rosh Yeshiva said to the Talmud, so no, what questions do you have? What questions do you have? You're crazy. I spent 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I know it clear, backwards and forwards. What questions? He goes, come back to me when you have a couple questions. Right? Maybe you can come into the yeshiva. When you're learning, by definition, there's going to be, you think you have pshat. You go back and forth. You think you have pshat, Kirsch? You didn't have pshat. Oh, wait. You think you got it. You go into shir and then, whoa, blown away. You're about to start learning ksubas now. Like, you think you got it. Basula Nay says, yeah, why do I need the word hey? Well, yeah, no problem. I got it, Clark, Torah, Kula, Shas, Kata, no problem. And then you're going to see, oh boy. Ksuva, Daraisa, Darabah. Oh my goodness, it's going to be gewalt. Right? But it's hard. Right? You think you got it, and you didn't get it. So what do you do? Do you be the Cain's response? Lama charalacha velama naflu panecha. Says the Sforno, the first message is kishiyesh lekilkul eze takana ein roy litztaer ma sha'avar. What's called Rabbi Thao, a lot of people, Jewish guilt. Right? We finished Yom Kippur. You don't have to always just, oh my goodness, what just happened in the Avar? No way, it's weighing down on me. Naflu panecha. What is naflu panecha? What's the Sforno saying so beautifully? I have this huge weight on me. Nachum, huge weight. Lama naflu panecha. What does it mean? Oh, like a real fruma yid. You know the people in the deaf community in Eretz Yisrael? You know how you have different signs. It's called Svat Simanim. So it's sign language. You know what the Svat, how do you say that you're a dati? If you would have asked me, they didn't ask me. But if you would have asked me, what would have been the sign to be able to say that you're a dati? Either a kippah, right? That would have been good. Not bad, right? What else? Maybe like this. Shema Yisrael. That's pretty good, no? What do they do? I need dati, right? Because that's the avar. Naflu panecha. Lama naflu panecha. Lama naflu. But you think that's what it means to be a dati? That what? You just got to be all pathetic. Oh, look at me, the chataim. It's weighing me down. What does Hashem say? Get up! Obviously, if we had vidui. But what does the Sforno say? Ein roi litzta'er al mashavar. We were in Makaba, we said al chet shechatani. What does he say? Of a roi lishtadel la'asik tikkun latin. Go have a sachanash with your Rebbe. Go to a psychologist. Go look within yourself and get to work. What is this nama naflu put in? Get to work. This is coping with failure. This is what it's about. And what does the Ribbon Shalom say? Haloim teitiv atzmecha. Okay, you failed the first time. You know how many people within Shir? They come from high school. They didn't have to work. They coasted. Right? They were totally fine. Then all of a sudden you have these chaburas. You got to prepare chaburas. So I'm like, yeah, maybe I have to put in the hard work to prepare the chabura. And then all of a sudden, they see out of the 15 guys, 10 guys prepare the chabura, but then the other 5 guys don't. And then all of a sudden, the 5 guys are like, and they feel, I can't believe it. So what do? Do you just say, no? Or halo im teitiv se'et, says the Sforno. Halo im teitivet atzmecha, raise up your game. Go find a way to be more positive. V'tishtadel liot gam ata l'ratzon. You can improve, fix what you need to improve, and then se'it, you'll be able to be raised. But v'im lo teitiv, then it's just going to weigh you down. Apetach chatat rovetz. That's the derech of the Yetzer Hara. The Yetzer Hara that will come to say, the only way that I continue upping my game is by what? Naflu panecha. Rav Kook talks a lot about this. Rav Kook talks about the Yirat Shamayim Psula. This puzzle Yirat Shamayim. What's the puzzle Yirat Shamayim? I can't have any self-esteem. One of the biggest machlos that we have is people don't believe in themselves. They don't have the ability to really believe that they can change themselves, create themselves, recreate themselves. And Rav Kook explains in many places that people think that Yirat Shamayim is what? I'm pathetic, I'm nothing. And the Ribbon Shalom is all omnipotent, omniscient, he's Gewalt. That's only true if what? If I'm pathetic, I'm zero. Chas v'shalom. Halo im teitiv, you were given the ability, the tools to lift up. Se'et. First message for this evening. Time is young, right? Early, right? Is how to deal with failure we learn from Cain and Hevel. Back to the basics. The basics to be able to continue the optimism that we had from Rosh Hashanah of Naseh Beria Chadasha Va'asitem. You now have the ability, especially being in Eretz Yisrael, in Torah, Eretz Yisrael. Wow. You have to be able to have this tool, have it in your arsenal, to be able to say, aha, okay, I messed up, Girvalt, embrace it, learn from it, L'takein halo im teitiv se'et. Al kana kafa alf. Then we move on. Pasuk chet. Vayomer Cain el Hevel achiv. Cain says to Hevel's brother, Vayihi biyotam basadeh. They're in the field. Vayakom Kain el Hevel Achiv Vayargei. Oy vavoy, help me out. I don't understand what's going on here. This is just telling me about murder, the first murder in world history. That's what this pasuk's coming to teach me. Vayomer Kain el Hevel Achiv. Kain said something. You think it would be juicy, right? Yeah, the Torah doesn't say what they're fighting about. I have some brothers here. Now, my kids don't fight at all, but when they fight, I was in Netanya this week. I was playing foosball. Who was with there at that point? I was playing with Moshe at that point. I think I was playing with Moshe, and then it was like a Moadon Yeladim. So they had these two little kids. There was like a little girl and like a little blonde boy was with you, right? Little blonde boy. We're in the middle playing foosball, but just like being, like a competitive game. And you had these two kids. You had this little, like, how old? Two?
Two maybe.
Two, right? And this cute little girl, like maybe 4.5, 5, 6. All I know is this kid was like a devil. You know what I'm saying? Like they're like taking the hair of this girl. You know what I'm saying? Like kid, like brothers and siblings, like mom, like pulling the hair, right? It was like mom is pulling the hair, like L'Shem, I want you to be in pain, right? You're my brother. I love you so much. Let me rip your head out, right? That was the Achim. We're Achim, right? Achim Beneshek. Achim. We're brothers. We love each other. That was that time. But that is the. So say that. Say that in the text. Vayomer Kain el Hevel Achiv. I hate you. It doesn't tell us. The Torah is definitely silent. So silent. It just says, Vayhi biotam basadeh. They're in the field. Shkoyach. What are they doing in the field? What are they doing? They're playing football. They're playing soccer. What are they doing? Vayakom Kain el Hevel Achiv vayargei. He kills them. So this is not my question. The Medrash asks this. You got the question? Shot. What are they talking about? So there's three opinions that are brought down in the Medrash. There are three opinions that are brought down in the Medrash. What were they fighting about? It's interesting because it's what we all fight about. What do you think? Anybody know the Midrash? What does the Medrash say? What were they fighting about? Rabbi, what do you say?
Yes, about who's going to run, who owns everything.
Oh, that's the first opinion. The first opinion, it says, Vayhi biotam basadeh. What do we Jews fight about? Money! Right? This is my field, right? It was Baba Metzia. Zeh shnai mochsim betal. Zeh shali. That was the first opinion the Medrash says. Alma ayu midainim. Bo v'nachlok et ha'olam. Let's go. Unfortunately, meaning, thank God in our days, the Rosh Yeshiva have gotten smarter to avoid a lot of the fights that have happened in the Jewish world. Because of the Yerushas that happen a lot in the Hasidic world, it's been about money. That there's been like, we've seen it, the big Chil Hashem of like not even throwing esrogim, right? Mamish like splitting of yeshivas because of the money. The Yerushas that are going on, they're going crazy. Thank God in our world, there's a lot of times there are 4 Rosh Yeshiva and certain yeshivas, but in order to avoid, but that's what it says over here, Kain and Hevel. According to the Medrash, Bo v'nachlok et ha'olam. Echad natal et ha'karkaot. He says, no! Right? Ha'aretz asher atol mi'aleh, it's mine, shali! And the guy says, what are you talking about? What you're wearing is shali! Right? And because of that, money, kalkala. So that's one pshat. What's the other two pshatim? What else? Nashim, of course. Of course. The third pshat is women. I'm being videotaped. I can't say what I really want to say, right? But enough said. Enough said, right? What does the Medrash say? The third opinion. Yehuda b'Rav Ami Omar Achava Rishona Yimedainim. They're fighting over Nashim. The fights that happen. Oy vavoy. Yeah. What's the middle shot?
Just instigating.
What?
Just instigating.
Not just instigating. Vayhi biotam basadeh. So one shot is money. A lot of fights about money. Unfortunately, men and women fighting. What's the third shot or the middle shot of Rav Levi? Rav Levi says, what? What about it? That's sadeh. In sadeh bebeit hamikdash. What they were fighting about was religion. Fighting about religion. Now, before I come back to this pshat, I just want to read before we get to this deep shot of what is going on in this medrash according to Rav Levi. Let me just read. Can somebody tell me a word here that is repeated many, many times, seemingly totally superfluous? Let's start again. Okay, since we're all wide awake, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, we're wide awake. We've all had our 5 cups of coffee. Involved declaring Torah in Yerushalayim, Kodesh. Nothing better. Va'adam yadat chava ishto v'atar v'telet et Kain v'atomer kaniti ish et Hashem v'atosef laledet et achiv et Havel. Okay. Vayihevel roed tzon v'Kain ayav vid adama vayimiketz yamim vayavei Kain mipri adama min chal Hashem v'hevel hevi gam hu vayisha Hashem al hevel ve'al minchato. Pasuk Vav, I skipped. After saying about the anger now, exactly what we're up to. Vayomer Kain el Hevel Achiv. I didn't know that yet. I didn't know that Hevel was Kain's Achiv. Did I not read already? If I want to read Pasuk Aleph, they're brothers. Vatosef laledet et Achiv et Havel. Correct? It already. I know that he's the Achiv. Vayomer Kain el Hevel Achiv. Vayi biotam basadeh. Vayakim Kain et Hevel Achiv. Vayakim 3 times. And as we're going to continue going, Vayomer Hashem el Kain. As we continue, Hashem says to Kain, "Ei Hevel Achicha." I'm not making this stuff up. You read the Pesuk. Vayomer lo yadati Hashomer Achi Anochi. Vayomer me asita kol dmei Achicha soakim elai min adama. V'atar or ata min adama asher patzat pia lakachat et dmei Achicha miyadecha. Anybody see a word or refrain, as they would say? Achi, huh? We're talking about the murderer. Achi. Right? Achi. Not the type of achi, like that girl. Achi. So at first glance, maybe you would say, before we get to this midrash, that it's a harbinger. It's a hatchala, a hakdama. So you want to know what? Sinat achim. Right? The concept of like Yosef. Right? The concept of vayisnu oto. Lo yachlu dabro. They can't speak to each other. Right? The Torah doesn't even say what they spoke here. So it sounds like, this is the beginning of the Sinat Achim. They can't even speak to each other. What's the problem with that comparison? The problem with that comparison is, over there, is there a reason in Parshas Vayeshev? The Torah explicitly states there what? Why they don't speak to each other. Right? Vayikanuvo, right? The concept of saying over the dreams. Right? You're going to bow down. There it says it straight out. Here it doesn't say it. Here it doesn't say. And the emphasis of Achim Achim. So the Medrash says, Rav Levi says, if I read it for you what Rav Levi says, Shneim natlu et ha-karkaot u'shneim natlu et ha-metaltalin. So what were they fighting about? They were fighting that Ze omer bitchumi Beit HaMikdash yibaneh. Ze omer bitchumi Beit HaMikdash yibaneh. What was going on? I wanted in my tchum the Beit HaMikdash. The Beit HaMikdash is going to be built in my field, my domain. Shneimar v'yotam ba'sadeh ve'in sadeh Beit HaMikdash. He quotes the pasuk in Micha. Tzion sadeh techerash. Mitoch kach. Vayakam kain el hevel achiv. Vayahargeu. It's scary. As I started this year, we're living in a time or there's a lot of fight about what the dot is. It's unfortunate and fortunate because we're living in as the chief rabbi of Yerushalayim, of Shlomo Amar, it's not Reshit Tzmichat Kulatena, Beitzumo of Gula here, and part of it is a birur. What is Medinat Yisrael? Who are we right now, 2023? This Cain and Hevel story is for right now. How do you speak to someone where you're trying to be mivarer, you're trying to clarify what's emet? It's a religious fight. I want it in me. I'm wearing it. This kippah, that kippah, no kippah, kippah min hashamayim. How do I see? Do I still consider them an achiro? So what does Hashem say to him? Vayomer, so Cain had said to Achiv, you're my brother, but what? It's my way or the highway. Yakum Cain el hevel Achiv vayargev. So what does Hashem say to Cain? If this is not what we have to work on, whether you want to already go from the second Beit HaMikdash to Sinat China, or for Yom Kippur, or in our maturity and how we're becoming better Ovdei Hashem is how to see, how to have a fight, how to be able to quarrel, especially with people that you're trying to figure out what's emes. Vayomer Hashem al Cain, Ei Hevel Achicha. Hashem is coming to Cain, but he's talking to all of us sitting here right here. Now what's the difference? When he says the word Ei Hevel Achicha, what's the difference between this and Adam Rishon? Adam Rishon also sinned in Gan Eden. And there, what does HaKadosh Baruch Hu say to Adam? Ayeka! Where are you? He was hiding. Ayeka! That's a physical question. Here it's Ei Hevel Achicha. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not asking where is physically his Hevel. Rav Shimshon Rafal Hirsch says the word Aleph Yud, what does it sound like in Hebrew? Which is what? E. What's an E? It's an island in and of itself. You want to be able to know. Hashem says to Cain, Ei Hevel Achicha. You want to know how your big mistake that you made, you forgot to see where the other person is. That they have their own story. They have their own locale. Before you try to show them what's true or not. Ei Hevel Achicha. Did you try to understand where they are? You understand the deep scars, the problems, what's going on there? What does he answer him? Vayomer lo yadati. I didn't know. Goes back to Va'adam yadat chava ishto. I didn't know that this is frumkeit. This is what it means to be an ach. Hashomer achi anochi. What does it mean, Hashomer achi anochi? Hashomer achi anochi. Hashomer, concept of shmirah, advadat. Anochi, what's anochi? Anochi Hashem Elokecha. This is part of the Kabbalah Torah. That I actually have to care about my other Yid and really see what's going on. Try to see them with an ayin tovah. Try to see their story. What do you mean? No way. That's really part of the Anochi. That's part of Kabbalah Torah. Kabbalah Torah means that I need to see the A Hevel Achicha. So what does the Ribono Shalom answer? Vayomer Me'asita. Me'asita. What have you done? Kol Dmei Achicha Soakim Elai Min Adama. There's a Mishnah There's a Gemara in Sanhedrin. Rashi quotes two of them, two of the opinions of the problem in this pasuk. What's the problem in this pasuk? Vayomer me'asita. Hashem says, what have you done? Kol, what should it have said? Kol dimei achicha? No. It should have said kol dam achicha. So ekelai min adama. What is this dimei achicha? So Rashi brings down two opinions. But right before we say this, Kayan's answer is this philosophy. This philosophy that says that the Anochi is only the Ben Adon Lamakom. Of course, Ben Adon Lamakom. I'll tell you a story because people are falling asleep. I'm having a great time in this year. But you know, like, yeah, it's 3 a.m. I'll tell you a story. I was once trying to be a director of a camp. So the questions that they ask you, what type of experience do you have? I had some experience. And then he said, what's your philosophy? What's your hashkafa? What's your Weltanschauung? What's your hashkafa olam? Exactly. What's the hashkafa olam? And before he let me answer it, he said, I very much believe in the Bet Odom L'Chaver. I told him, Rabbi Mandelbaum's yortzeit very soon. I had one of my mentors, Rabbi Abraham Mandelbaum, Zichron Levracha, very much ingrained in me that just like you had the Rab Chaim and the Ben Adam L'Makom, that you want to be medayik and be a shakdan and be a male Torah, and the Ben Adam L'Makom, so too you have the Ben Adam L'Chaver. I didn't get the job. What can you do? Right? But the idea, the kinds like Hashomer Achi Anochi, what are you talking about? That's not the Anochi I got from Har Sinai. I just have to worry about the Ben Adam L'Makom. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu answer? Vayomer me'asita kol demei achicha so akim elai min adama. The Mishnah in Masechet Sanhedrin comes and says two interpretations together with the Gemara. Rashi quotes the Mishnah. Rashi says, what is the me'achicha? Damo, the dam zariotav. So the me'achicha is not only did you kill Hevel, but his future generations also. Davar acher. What's another interpretation? The first one you got. It's not fair. I prepared for this year. What's the second shot? Rashi quotes from the Mishnah. She'asa bo p'tsaim harbe. Right? He was pricking. It's like you have a nurse that can't find the vein. It's like, no, I almost got it. I'm like, no, it's there. I got it. No, let me try the other hand. What are you doing? Right? So that's what the Rashi's saying. Lot of pricks because he didn't know when he was going to die. The Gemara says. That's what the Gemara quotes. Amar Rav Yehuda Berei the Rav Chia Melami she'asa kain behevel achiv chaburot psiot, as Rashi quotes. But there's another interpretation. The third interpretation, davar acher dmei achicha shayadomo mushlach ala itzim va'avanim. The blood was splattered on the stones and on the wood. So there's this tragedy that it's not only on Hevel, but it's also on the descendants that were wiped away. And therefore, what HaKadosh Baruch Hu could be saying to Cain is your philosophy is way off. You know what the literal pricking could be? The pricking away? It's not just the pricking away. It's a lot of times in the beautiful idea of a Baal Tshuva movement, and a healthy Baal Tshuva movement is where you're not condescending. But when somebody, like people are, there's WhatsApp groups now of tefillin, hundreds and hundreds of people are putting on the tefillin, right? And what do people say? Wow, this is amazing. And that's great. But a lot of times, in the Dati world, you're looking at him saying, you're trying to find that prick, that psaim, right? Because there's like, you want to feel good about yourself. So, he doesn't hold that chumrah. He's not there. As opposed to like looking at the good, you're pricking away. You're pricking away. HaKadosh Baruch Hu was saying this little pricking is explained figuratively of lacking the ayin tovah. You're looking at the other person's chisaron, which literally kills any chance of achva and destroys the achva that we're literally dying for. This is the picture of the blood. It's being spilled all over. It used to be when I first made Aliyah, that blood spill, it's still happening, unfortunately, now, with all the pigua. And you felt that achva. But now with all the mechaot, you feel just being able to talk to each other. You won't even talk to each other. The third interpretation. Lahavdil. It just shakes us up to be able to try to see in each other, and literally the ground is screaming to wake us up and see your brother that way. The beauty of that Mishnah, or you might just say it's a nice drash, but if you look at the actual Mishnah there in Masechet Sanhedrin, which quotes this, the Rebbe of Gur explains the connection from the beginning of the Mishnah from Cain and the uniqueness of each person. Because that Mishnah, after talking about the EU, how you ayem the edim, it then goes into this whole concept of what we just talked about, of the dinei nefashos, damo v'dam zro, tluyim bo at sof ha'olam, shekein matzinu b'kayin, everything we just talked about, the davar acher, dam mushlach. What's the next line to say that this is not just drash, but it's literally emistic, says the Rebbe Migur? This is Sanhedrin Daf Lamed Zayin, Mr. Panich. Lelamedcha shayadamo mushlach al haitzim v'al avanim. Lefikach. If you learn anything in a Gemara and a Mishnah, lefikach, when you learn a Rambam, lefikach, there's a direct connection. This whole message of these perushim, of Cain, lefikach, what does the Mishnah say? Lefikach nivra adam yechidi lelamedcha shekol me'abei nefesh achat miYisrael ma'al katuv ki'ilu ibeit olam malei v'chol mekayem nefesh achat miYisrael ma'al katuv ki'ilu kiyem olam malei. It's not just a vort. The achicha, achicha, achicha. What's screaming out for us? You want to have religious stability? For sure, you're kove'iti. You want to deal with coping failures? Don't just look at your kilkulim. Look at the good within yourself, but just as much in the others. Be able to train yourself. Train yourself. They understand that there's a tzelem Elokim in every person. Adam nivra yechidi. It's so easy to see all the different layers of Tumah. Make sure, work hard, hold yourself back before you become so shiputi and judgmental. And within that, you'll have the Simchas HaTorah. Within that, you'll have the Chaverim Kol Yisrael. Within that, the year will be Hoshana. Won't just be, another year. If you can go every single day and start being able to see the good in other people, guaranteed your Anochi will not only be a ben adam l'makom, but also be a ben adam l'chaver. Chag Sameach.